5 homers. That is something completely unexpected put into this lineup that nobody saw coming. And I think last night was that's how they're supposed to look against a right-hander.
Last night, you're in a 0-0 game against a division opponent who many think is going to be right there with you to the finish line with this division race. And it's a tie game, and you got to break through. And who are the guys to do it? Torque and Green back-to-back. That's the vision.
How about Torque? Yeah, the rifle right down the line.
And even late in the game, 2-strike count, straight up the middle, good approach at the plate. There's going to be strikeouts, but it comes with power, and that's always supposed to be the trade-off with the slugger. If you strike out a lot, it's got to come with doubles, triples, and homers, and Riley and Torkelson can both give you that. I go back to that cover. They were on like Baseball America, 2022. It's Torque, it's Green, and it's a saying, Tiger Kings.
Yeah.
And this is the face of the Detroit Tigers moving forward. And we had not seen them contribute really at the same time since that cover, but this is the season we could see it.
We could, right?
Yeah,
and yesterday was a nice treat. It was that carrot that they're just dangling out in front of everybody, and I'm not going to overreact, right? I was going to come in here and say, all the different things about, right, with their 11 wins and they're 79 shy of 90, and
on their way.
They were starting to count down, but
he was taking shots at us yesterday after one day,
right? Yeah, and my aid is still here. It's amazing. But just let us dream for a day.
Yeah.
If this is what it could be, along with Kerry Carpenter and the fact that he is hitting, and he's not just hitting righties, and Dylan Dingler is seeing the ball, is swinging well right now, and you get Jake is coming back from that oblique injury, and not that he adds a lot with the bat, but he's really good behind the dish. Like, there are some great things to be excited about, and now we're just waiting on when are we going to hear an update on Vierling, and when are we? We know kind of about Parker Meadows, right? We get end of May.
So there's this theory in baseball. I don't know if you're familiar with the power of 5. They say like your best 5 players can be a key indicator. Like if you stack your 5 with the other 5, typically that's the driving force for winning. As much as all these other fringe moves matter, you got to have your 5 studs. 2 of the 5 are Torque and Green, right?
Yeah.
In this scenario. And they've not been able to count them at the same time at any point in their major league careers. If you've got those 2, clearly Scooble's one of the other ones. Who are the 5 for the Tigers?
Well,
Kerry Carpenter.
Kerry Carpenter.
So it's your 2, 3, and 4 hitters, your ace, and then who's the 5th? Flaherty, maybe.
You could talk about Flaherty. You could talk about Dingler.
Sure.
You could talk about, right now, when Gleyber Torres is healthy, he's been
a nice addition.
I was leaning him.
And now you're not relying on, now you can sit there and let Colt Keith find his way. He doesn't have to be the everyday second baseman. He doesn't have to be the everyday first baseman. You can allow him some time to find his way.
Yeah, he didn't do anything last night. He had 2 ABs, and he's 185 still. How long are they going to let that stretch out? It'll be a while. They signed him to an extension again. We're eventually going to have this game where he's pinched on the roster. He's going to be the guy.
Well, right now he's a DH almost exclusively. Like he'll give Torres an off day and play the field, but he's a DH at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which means your opportunities to play are limited, especially as guys get healthy and more quality bats are added to the team. But I think it's tough. I don't. We didn't even
mention Javier.
Yeah, we haven't even mentioned him. But I'm saying with Colt Keith, don't get hung up on 180. On base is there. He's drawing walks. If he's just a guy who's contributing at the plate, getting on base is a huge part of this.
Oh, I agree with that. It's just eventually, I don't know. He hit 5th last night, didn't he? It's like, why is he hitting 5th?
You saw who hit 3rd yesterday, right?
Was it McKinstry?
Yeah, Zach McKinstry.
But that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think they'll ever go on a real long losing streak. Because they're just playing matchups. Like you said, the power 5 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're piecing stuff and it's working.
Well, ideally, you do
That's
both.
Moneyball.
Ideally, you're doing both. But like the point is, great teams typically have at least 5 guys who play every day, who drive the bus, who carry the day. And then, you're right, even the Dodgers, will mix and match at the bottom half of their lineup, but you got to have your studs at the top, and it looks like the Tigers may have their guys now. May. I keep saying May because words matter, and it's so early. It's not even the month of May, but I love seeing Torkelson and Green back-to-back do what they did last night, and I think every Tiger fan does. We've got Pistons and Red Wings receipts from our Factor Fictions. Regular season's over for both of them. Pistons will play in the postseason. We'll get to that at 6:50. Our preview, our prediction, who wins the series, and in how many games. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Music to our ears. Dan Dickerson, Tiger win. Torkelson 2 for 4, drove in 3 runs. Riley Green 3 for 5, drove in a pair. Say that again. Riley Green 3 hits.
Yeah, that's the story.
That is the story. The two of them contributing back to back in the lineup. That gives this team a huge runway.
Did you shred that those stats that you saw that were left here disrespectfully?
They're gone, John.
Good.
Never to be read again. 6:35 receipts from our Factor fiction on the Pistons and Red Wing regular seasons. Both are done. Pistons playoff preview at 6:50. John, how about a pit stop? Pistons playoff game is Saturday. Michigan spring game is Saturday.
Yeah.
You'll be there.
Yeah. And there's going to be a lot of people that I think that are going to be there because there's not going to be a radio broadcast. And the TV broadcast is going to be delayed a week. So they're a little bit of a compromise to still having the spring game, but not exposing their guys in the portal, all that, BS. Every eyeball that is there and when it's eventually broadcast is all going to be on Bryce Underwood. There's no secret about that. That is the number one storyline. It's the quarterback at Michigan, and it is a very highly compensated young man from a local high school. So what I've seen in practice, he throws a really nice ball. He is everything as advertised. Now, you go from State Street to Main Street, things change a little bit. So we'll get a chance to see him in a little bit more of a competitive environment. They've been in the big house. They've had practice there, but now fans will be there. There'll be some TV cameras. I know Big Ten Network is going to be there. I want to see how he handles that. It's the next step. It's not Saturdays in the fall, but it's the next step. And I also hope Wink dials up some blitzes and really puts some pressure on him. Where are they coming from? That's going to be the biggest thing for him. He's got all the tools.
Yeah.
And if you saw him in high school, just imagine it with, they had great athletes, but with better athletes all around him. Biggest question, I think, is not going to be Bryce Underwood. It's going to be that offensive line. And Kripp is a little bit heavier. Greg Kripp in the center. He's done a better job of setting anchor. The question is going to be left tackle.
Yeah.
Evan Link, they moved him from right to left. It's where he played in the bowl game. All eyes are going to be on 65, Andrew Babalola, freshman, early enrollee, 5-star guy. Still learning the game, much like quarterback is. And how does he react in this environment? Because as soon as things get a little faster, all hell breaks loose. Technique breaks down. How does he recover? How does he regroup? All those different things. But the receivers, Donovan McCulley, who's actually the only guy on the roster that's thrown a touchdown in Michigan Stadium. Little fun fact. He's a transfer from Indiana, was there as a quarterback, moved to receiver. 6'5", Jamar Browder, 6'5". You finally got some height at that wide receiver position, some experience. Fred Moore, speed down the field. So that's really what the offense is, what most people are going to be looking at. Justice Hayes, obviously, in the backfield, and a healthy Jordan Marshall. Defensively, what you saw against Alabama is pretty much what this defense is going forward. And I think it's going to be a very good defense. You're not going to have Mason Graham or Kenneth Grant up front, but you got 6 guys that are cookie cutter guys. They're big, they're strong, they're quality, led by Rayshon Benny. Those 6 guys are going to be rotating through. They're going to be fresh. The guy that I've talked about for a number of years, Derek Moore, had an unbelievable spring. I think he's set up to be a unique talent at that edge position. He's going to have a big year. And then obviously Jay Sean Barham. Everybody's going to be looking to where Wink uses him, how he lines him. He's not going to show everything, but they are going to use him in some unique ways.
Bryce is going to be the headline coming out of this.
No question.
For those that go and see and watch, they'll have their takeaways.
I like the way he throws on the run. I like the way that, and the other thing they're going to be looking at is Chip Lindsey, new offensive coordinator. What's the offense look like? Are they actually going to have a passing attack? Can they throw the ball more than 5 yards downfield?
It was a frustration all of last season. And you're right. You want Bryce to win the job. He's a 5-star. They're giving him all this money. You want him to earn the job, grab the reins, grab the offense, take him to another level. Week 2, they hit the road to Oklahoma. It'll be loud. It'll be stuff thrown at him as a young quarterback. It'll be a big test early in the season. And then the week after, they got to play the vaunted Central Michigan Chippewa. So there's no easy games.
Oh, man. Let's start building that one up.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
We're going to feel a significant warm-up today. It's going to be great. Temperatures are going to rise from about the lower 50s to maybe potentially 80 degrees. It's going to be a warm one. AccuWeather says that Metro Detroiters can expect showers in spots this morning, then a breezy and pleasant spring day with some clouds and some sun. So it sounds like the day is going to be great. However, the evening is going to roll around and it's going to turn.
You can stop there.
There's going to be some pop-up storms that could bring, damaging wind, hail. So we got that in the evening. But when it comes to Easter weekend, which everyone's got activities planned, sounds like Saturday is going to be the best day of Saturday or Sunday. So Saturday, they do say showers could hang around in the morning, but it should all dry out by the afternoon. High of 65 degrees. Sounds great.
Beautiful.
Easter Sunday, cooler. More clouds, maybe a shower, a high of around 52 degrees.
That's still all right. Yeah.
It's all right. Yeah.
Baseball practice tonight.
Oh.
Be the first time that the coaches show up in shorts and the players still have to wear pants. Right?
Yes.
Always wear your pants at baseball practice.
Yes. Baseball players, yes, because you might need to slide.
Now, when it comes to weather for the summer, apparently we got to be ready to sweat because it's going to be a hot, hot summer, according to both almanacs and the National Weather Service. So, according to the old Farmer's Almanac, I'll tell you what they say. They describe the summer as sultry.
Oh, wow.
And thunder-filled for the Great Lakes region. They say heat will be in full force by
sultry,
July.
There better be a lot of thunder.
Will be in full force by July with above to high above average temperatures. They are already predicting, though, that our 4th of July celebration could be ruined with some storms because they can predict that far ahead. But yes, that's what they're saying.
They can't even predict 10 days out. What do you mean there's going to be thunderstorms on the 4th of July?
Severe thunderstorms weeping.
Weeping.
We'll be
weeping. Yes.
Sweeping from the west could threaten the 4th of July holiday.
Okay.
So that's what they're saying.
There's your July forecast in April.
The other Farmer's Almanac says the same thing. It's going to be hot, rainy across the Great Lakes region, hotter than normal temperatures across most of the U.S., also above normal precipitation. So there we go. And everyone's kind of on the same page. National Weather Service, same thing. They say for June, July, and August, 33 to 40% chance of above normal temperatures for most of the state.
So they're all guessing the same thing.
But at least they're on the same page.
Right. They're all guessing the same thing.
I think they're making educated guesses, though. They are using their
knowledge
of, I don't know, weather.
Yeah, well, the good news is they're not always right because I don't want a swampy summer. That sounds like a swampy summer.
It does sound swampy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. Just let's wait and see.
Yeah. Not a big fan of the heat myself, but I'll take all the sunshine.
Yep, let's let it play out. You might have heard this, you guys. 2 people were killed and at least 6 others were injured on Thursday when a gunman opened fire at Florida State University. So sad. The suspect, a 20-year-old student and son of a sheriff's deputy, was shot by police, taken into custody. They say the motive is still unclear. When it comes to the suspect, in one article, I did find that he was the stepson. Either way, stepson or son of the current deputy, had access to one of the mother's personal weapons. Police have not identified the 2 people who were killed, but did say they were not students at the school.
Yeah. I've got a nephew that's a grad student down there.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah.
Was he there on campus?
Oh, yeah. You heard the shots, and it was... everybody's scrambling to find out, hey, is he okay? What's going on? What's the news? Did they get him? And at one point, wasn't there a report that there were 2?
I didn't follow it when it was unfolding, only the aftermath. So there could have been, but I didn't hear of it.
It's just a scary situation.
For sure. There was a chaotic scene in Detroit on Thursday morning. A 22-year-old man escaped from police custody while still in handcuffs. So he...
I saw the video.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's epic.
But he was on his own for about 30, 40 minutes, right? Running around with handcuffs on. They say he was initially arrested around 8 to 9 a.m. for carrying a concealed weapon. But during the arrest process, he assaulted officers. And while he was being transported, he assaulted the officers and then was able to flee the scene. They found him about 40 minutes later near an apartment building in Midtown.
Yeah. Chased him down
after a foot chase. And
it's a great tackle, too.
Yeah. Got him.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, receipts, end of the hour, Pistons playoff preview. Who wins how many games? 97-1. This will be fun because we don't remember what we said. This was Fact or Fiction, Pistons and Red Wings edition. Greg, you've got them together. Let's get some receipts.
Yeah, so we did this with 2 different segments on 2 different days. So we got to combine this into one segment, so we got to hustle up here. Let's start with the Red Wings. Vladimir Tarasenko, the Red Wings' prized free agent acquisition, will have a 30-goal season. Costa, you said fiction. John, you said fiction. Tarasenko finished with 11.
Hey,
Look at us.
All right.
Alex
There we go.
DeBrincat will return to his 40-goal form. Jim, you said that was fact. John, you said fiction.
One away.
39 was the total.
There you go. Fiction. I'm 2 for 2. How about that?
Look at you. You know the Red Wings. You know Puck.
Yeah.
Lucas Raymond will have an 80-point season. Jim, you said fact. John, you said fact. Lucas Raymond finished with exactly 80 points.
3 for 3.
Look at this guy.
Wow.
More than 3 goalies will start a game for the Red Wings. Now, when we did this, the season had already started, so they already started 3 goalies in 3 games. Jim, you said fact. John, you also said fact. They had 4 goalies start. Remember, they added Peter Mrazek.
4 for 4,
Deadline
baby.
deal. Peter
Yes.
Mrazek is going to come up later in this Fact or Fiction as well. Marco Kasper will play half of the season with the big club, so that's 41-plus games. Jim and John both said fiction. It was, in fact, fiction. He played 20 games, about a quarter of the season.
This is unbelievable. I'm 5 for 5.
All right, here's where the fun begins, Savick. Jim Costa will call for Lalonde to be fired before Christmas. We've got an audio daily double. Let's start with John. John had fiction. What about Jim? Does Jim know his own self? Jim's second X, John's first X. That is fiction.
What? You didn't call for his job, did you?
Yes, he did. Did Jim not call for his job?
Was there like a... This is murky. I don't know if we did like a grandstanding proclamation,
You
but
never
everybody
s-
should.
You never
everybody,
pounded on the table and said he needs to be fired today.
No, but it was obvious he should have been fired before the new year by everybody. That's a weird one to grade, right, Tom?
I think you guys, I'm going to go with you with the murky, and I just say we leave this as kind of incomplete.
Okay.
That was a
Because the
draw.
other thing was, too, they played December 21st, I think, against the Blues and
Yeah, I
lost
was
4-0.
at that game, and it was clear he needed to be fired.
But you weren't here.
No.
You were off for Christmas,
Yes.
and I just think there's a very jaded world there, and he was fired the day after Christmas. You know, it's move on.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give myself 5.5 out of 6.
Cruising.
Okay, well, we're going to need more help here. 197 the ticket host will call for Steve Yzerman's job. Now, before I give the results, do we have anybody who called for his job? Apparently, Jim didn't. That's an old drop before this year.
Yeah.
And he's not a host, by the way.
I know.
So, I mean,
I don't know that anybody
I don't
did.
think anybody did.
I don't think anybody did if Jim didn't call for Derek Lalonde's head.
Yeah, nobody
Right.
did.
Costa, you said fiction. John, you said fact. Said it only took one.
Oh.
So that's going to be an X
All
for
right.
John.
5.5 out
I
of
think,
7.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
Here's where it gets murky again for the Red Wings. The Red Wings will be buyers at the deadline.
No, that doesn't count what they did, right?
Well,
Okay, so they traded a established player, Joe Veleno, for an established player, Peter Mrazek, and they also got Craig
And
Smith
Craig
in the
Smith,
deal.
yes.
so they got
Is
more.
that buying?
I think it's lateral.
Right, that's lateral. That's not prospects for player.
Right. It's not giving up a pick or adding a top 4 defenseman or top 6 forward or something like that.
So we're grading that as they stood pat.
yeah, that's what they did,
They
right?
didn't
That's how.
sell?
What would you classify what the Wings did?
I don't know. I don't.
I think they stood pat.
No, I think we're all trying to figure out what the
I
Wings did.
know we are.
Yeah, essentially, it was standing pat.
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
Tom, he's like grabbing the mic
You
from him.
can't sell Joe Veleno.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
Anyway, what else we got?
All right, last one for the Red Wings. The Red Wings will make the playoffs.
No.
John, you said fiction. What did Jim Costa say? Yes, we all know that the Caps dropped out.
The Islanders did.
1 for 2. There you go.
You still.
Fiction is the verdict on that one. John, another plus in your win column.
That's right. I crushed that one.
All right, that was the Red
How
Wings.
about
Now
you,
let's move on to
fanboy?
the Pistons.
Let's get to the Pistons. I'm sure we all predicted 44 wins and a playoff spot. Go ahead.
Sure you all did. Oh, here's one. Here's kind of a layup. Cade Cunningham will be an all-star. John and Jim were aligned on this. They both said fiction.
Did we really?
Yes.
Oh.
You said improvements, but not an all-star.
Wow.
Tobias Harris will be the second leading scorer on the Pistons. Both of you said fact. Incorrect. Malik Beasley, your sixth man of the year, 16.3 points per game.
I think going back to that first one, I think the whole Cade thing, I think that was because
He
we
won't
didn't
get respect. But
He won't get respect,
Yeah.
which I don't think anybody thinks anybody here is getting respect, but we didn't think that they would have a team success.
We
which
both believed
also
in Cade,
brings,
but we didn't think he'd get the
yes,
credit.
It's a way to defend ourselves.
Yes, trying to anyway. Cover our tracks.
Okay.
Okay.
Bernie or JB, I keep calling
He's
it
not
Bernie.
buying it.
JB Bickerstaff will make us believe that the Cade Ivy combo can work. Jim, you said this would be fact. John, you said this would be fact. No action here. 30 games. Remember, they improved and really started playing well in the season after Ivy got hurt. I think this hung jury, man. I think the verdict is still out here. Call this a mistrial, if you will.
Okay.
Tim Hardaway and Malik Beasley will finish the year with the Pistons. Jim, you said this was fiction. John, you said this was fiction as well.
We thought they'd sell.
Both Hardaway and Beasley are, in fact, still on your Detroit Pistons. Fact
I
is
think,
the verdict there.
Yeah. I think everybody thought that. I think Trajan Langdon thought that.
Yeah. They were 1-year deals, 2-year deals in the case of Tobias.
The Pistons will not have a losing streak longer than 10. Both of you said this was fact. Final verdict was fact.
Boom.
Finished with max was 4. That's the start of the season. Started at 0-4. Wow. The Pistons will have a 5+ game winning streak. Jim, you said fiction. John, you said fiction. This was fact. They won 8 in a row at one point in the season. The Pistons will finish with 25+ wins. Jim, you said that they would. This is a fact. Barely, but all counts the same.
Sure.
John, you said fact as well. Both of you get that one
Back in the win
correct.
column.
That's right.
There we go.
And then finally, the Pistons will make the playoffs. Jim, you said fiction. What did John Jansen say? It's another audio daily double.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. Oh, is this even a question?
Look, nobody believed in the Pistons. Neither did John Jansen. Both of you said fiction. It is a fact. They will be playing.
Did I really say? I did say, is this really a question? And here they are at 44 wins. Not even in the play-in tournament, but a 6 seed.
That was fun.
It started off fun. I enjoyed the Wings factor fiction. Not so much the Pistons, but I am enjoying the Pistons' success.
I think for the most part, you guys did better on the Red Wings factor fiction than you did on the Pistons factor fiction, which leads me to the conclusion that the Pistons exceeded their expectations more than the Red Wings fell short of their expectations.
I would
That's a
agree
great
with
way
that.
to put it.
That's a good summary.
It softens the blow a little bit.
Makes you feel a little better. All right. It's Factor Fiction. Receipts Edition. 97.1.
Hey, Detroit. Hey, Detroit, it's finally time for baseball and getting back outside, and I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind and a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with no bubbles, and their iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good, and with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. So just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes, Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
7 o'clock hour, we've got the cookie jar with some Easter questions. It's Good Friday. 7 o'clock hour, there's a move every Red Wing fan is looking to see this team make. Do you want him? Can they get him? We'll get to it. Pistons play a playoff game tomorrow, John.
Sure do.
Let's throw it out to people. Who wins this series between the Pistons and the Knickerbockers? And how many games? 248-539-9797.
I know you've been pounding the drum. And I want to hear what you have to say. I don't want to wait any longer because I want to know.
How many games?
Yeah, because you've already stated they win the series.
Pistons are winning the series.
All right, and I would like to know, you don't have to go game by game, but at some point they're going to have to win one in New York. When do they do it? And how many do they win? Do they win a couple in New York? Not just at the beginning.
Look, I don't think they're intimidated to play at the Garden. I think there are certain athletes that get up to play at the Garden, and I think Cade Cunningham's one of those athletes. They went 2-0 at MSG this season, and he had great performances in both games, a triple-double, a 36-point outburst. They will win a road game in this series. The Pistons win it in 7.
You want the suspense.
And I think I want the moment of this team dethroning the Knicks in a Game 7 at the Garden. John, I'm not getting up here telling you because I love the Pistons are going to win the series and it'll be easy. It's not going to be easy. But I think they pull it out, and there's a couple things that stand out to me. One, I got the best player in the series. No disrespect to Jalen Brunson. Cade is him. He's that guy. And I think it will be noticeable in this series. The Pistons have the better defense between these two teams. Factual for the season and since the new year. The Pistons have the number 3 defense in the sport since the new year. Well, what happened when the Pistons played the Knicks and won all those games? Turnovers. A bunch of them, 15, 18, 17 times in those Pistons wins because it leads to offense, easy buckets, transition. The Knicks, they don't make it easy. They don't shoot a lot of threes. They have to do it the hard way. And I think the Pistons are more than comfortable making this a series about doing it the hard way. I have concerns. Obviously, this is a bigger stage for this team. How do you survive the non-Cade minutes? Does a number 2 step up for this team? Brunson can go nuclear. We've seen him go off for 40. I think he did it 5 times in last postseason. But I think the Pistons eke it out in a feisty competitive series, Pistons in 7.
I think Cade matches or bests Brunson. I think they win that matchup. And when these teams try to play defense or they try and turn up the defense in the playoffs because now it matters, right? I mean, it always matters, but you got to get to the playoffs. And I think the Pistons have played really good team defense since January. And with that has come more wins. It's come the fact that they've gone from that play-in at 7-8 to they were even at times at 5, and for the 5th seed in the playoffs. So they ended up at the 6, but they're a team that they just keep playing the way that they've been playing. They don't have to change a thing that they're doing. They've got the confidence because they won 3 out of 4. They were 3-1 against the Knicks during the regular season, and I don't care when those games were, or who was in, who was out. This is a team that is trained to win this series. I think they win it in 6.
Oh,
I'm not even going 7. I think they win it in 6.
Here.
Yeah. And it's going to be one of those moments where not only do they, obviously if they're going to win in 6, they're going to win some games at the LCA. It's going to be an epic moment, that first win, and then to win the series at the LCA, to go on to extend the season. It's going to be an unbelievable atmosphere in there. And it's just, and here's the other reason. It's not just the defense. That's part of it. It's the rim protector and Jalen Duren, and it's, I think Malik Beasley is a guy that can use, we saw the article. Mm-hmm. We know what Detroit means to him. We know what it means for him to play here. We know how much he wants to stay here. That was as much a letter of, to the Detroit fan base, getting them fired up for the playoffs and what the fans mean to the team, what the team means to the city. But it was also a letter of, I want to be here. And he's going to go out in the playoffs and show why he should stay here. He's already done that, but he's going to show again why he should be here. And when you have a guy coming off the bench that can shoot like he can shoot, it's going to space the floor. It's going to add to everything that they're doing. I think that's going to be the difference maker. It's Malik Beasley. And you could say, well, sometimes shooters get cold.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is a guy with how we've seen his personality, his confidence. He's made for big moments. He's going to have some of those. We're all going to be looking for Cade to make the game-winning shot, but I think Malik Beasley is going to have some moments in every single game where he's got to make a shot to keep him close.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to make a shot to stem the tide of them not scoring, and then he's going to get on a run. He's going to be the guy that really is the extra fire this team will need.
Well, I said, how do you win the minutes when Cade's not out there? Do you have a secondary scorer? And he was number team on the team in points per game. Like, he's the obvious guy, even though he comes off the bench, to keep you from falling behind when Cade's sitting, or to make the most of the opportunities when Cade's out there to build up a lead so you can survive some stretches. Because the Knicks are going to go on some scoring outbursts. I have no doubt about that. Karl Anthony Towns, I think, will be a big piece. How do they defend him in the pick and pop? Brunson, as small a guard as he is, he's going to get his shots and make his shots. To me, Asar Thompson's a key piece in this.
Oh, yeah.
Asar Thompson, you talk about why the defense has turned around. His minutes have gone up. And I think in the playoffs now, we got to drop this 22, 23 minutes thing. He should be playing 30-plus minutes a game, including fourth-quarter closeout minutes, because he is a disruptor on that end of the floor.
And everybody's going to lean on, like you mentioned yesterday, with the guys that, or the writers, the pundits who have said, it's Knicks, it's Knicks, it's Knicks. Whether it's 5, 6, 7, doesn't matter. They're all picking the Knicks. And they're saying it because Cade Cunningham, no playoff experience. Asar Thompson, Ron Holland Jr., the second, Jalen Duren, Isaiah Stewart, no playoff experience.
Right.
But you do have other playoff experience. Tim Hardaway, Tobias Harris, Malik Beasley. And then you look at, I think, one of the sneaky great ads at the deadline, Dennis Schroeder.
Yes. You talk about, again, those minutes off the bench that he can stabilize them. He has played in the postseason. He's been on some teams that have made deep playoff runs. That's a really good point. Yeah, the other thing with this, too, is, the Pistons are inexperienced. There's going to be an element of they haven't played on this stage. But it's not like they're facing a powerhouse.
Right.
Like, as much as this is about, to me, the Pistons turning a corner since the new year on defense and Cade blossoming, and, hey, they'd be a tough matchup for anybody, they're not playing the Cavs or the Celtics. They're not playing the Thunder. They're not playing the elite of the elite. They're playing, to me, a bloated, overrated New York Knicks team. The Knicks could win this series. I have it going 7. I don't think the Knicks are going very far. This is a team ripe for the picking. I'll give you the stat. 15-23 against teams with winning records. The worst of any team with home court in the NBA playoffs. 10-20 against top 10 defenses. When they play a team that gets under their skin, they aren't ready for it. And when they played teams who were in the playoff and had a top 10 defense, they went 3-15. They're going to win 4 in this series? No, the Pistons take this.
And this is a Pistons team that we've seen at full strength beat Boston.
Yeah.
Without Cade, beat Cleveland.
Yes.
But they're not playing Boston. They're not playing Cleveland. Nobody's going to predict that they would win in a 7-game series against either of those teams. And on the other side of the bracket, Oklahoma City. It's not like they're playing against one of those teams. To your point, the Knicks have not played well against the better teams, but the Pistons have found a way to rise up against those teams.
So you got to decide, who are you going to take? I'll take the team that has shown they can rise up, that has another gear, as opposed to a Knicks team that feels like this is just where their season's going to end.
And especially head-to-head.
Yeah. Tom?
I'm going Knicks in 7. And I'm doing it.
You and Stoney.
Well, Stoney's at 5.
I mean,
know.
Pistons
What a
aren't even going to be
hater.
competitive. They're going to get the token win or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. The reason I'm saying is the Pistons' inexperience in this situation, it's raising an eyebrow for me. Playoff basketball is different, and I don't know how they're going to respond. I think they're going to give them every ounce of fight. I think this is going to be a classic series that goes back and forth. You guys, obviously, you think they're going to win one of the first 2 in the Garden.
Yeah.
I agree with that, actually. What I don't like is how the schedule sets up at home. I don't like that the Knicks get an extra day for Game 3. And how do the Pistons respond to that situation? Young teams don't, when they grab a game on the road, oftentimes they come home.
Give it back.
And even if they won 3, then the Knicks get 2 more games to basically kind of save their season.
Yeah, but some of this is, I'm not afraid of having to win the games at MSG. So if I lay an egg in a Game 3 here in Detroit, I don't then panic because, oh no, now the Knicks have the home court edge. I don't care. Play all 7 games in New York.
Well, so I would rather not, but
I think this is a 51-49 series. And the reason I think they'll split the first 4 games, it'll be 2-2. And can the Pistons get 5 or 7 in the Garden? I'm going to play the odds and say they barely can't. But they'll give this. I think everybody will be proud of this team after this series.
You know what? I'll match you. I'll say they go 2-2, go back to the Garden, they win Game 5, and then as I said, 6. They win it at home.
Well, if they were to win that Game 5, that's the stuff that legends are made of. That's the kind of stuff that Reggie Miller did back in the day.
You can see Spike Lee's reaction as Cade
I
Cunningham
love it.
buries his team. Oh, it'd be beautiful.
Yeah, Billy Beasley with the shake right in front of him.
Perfect. We got ticket text. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Pistons playing in the playoffs. They got a shot to win. John and I think they will win this series. What say you? In the 7 o'clock hour, we got the cookie jar plus the big name all the Red Wing fans are looking to add. Do you want him? Can they do it? It's 97.1. All right, guys. Pistons in the playoffs. Series with the Knicks starts tomorrow night in New York. I say Pistons in 7. John says Pistons in 6. And Tecumseh Tom says that this is going to be a 7-game Knicks win. Some of your thoughts. Pistons in 6 take the first game on Saturday. 3 wins at home. Series can't go back to New York for 7. Jake and Howell. Guys, it's not hard to be one of the best defensive teams in the league when the league doesn't play defense. Okay, but...
Yeah, but what my point is that the Pistons don't have to change how they're playing.
Right.
Other teams will, and other teams can do it better. There's no question, which is why we're not sitting here saying the Pistons win the NBA championship. We're simply talking about round 1.
Pistons in 6 from an unnamed ticket texter. The non-Cade minutes, there's a discussion Cade should play at least 40 every game with the rest you get between games. Yeah, I'd like to see them push him in this moment.
Yeah, the NBA is doing all they can with scheduling for their own version of load management.
Duran locked in. It's a great point, guys. He's huge. When that guy's playing confident, he's a scary guy to play against.
Mm-hmm.
Him, Isaiah Stewart, you want to play rough and tumble. The other side's got Karl Anthony Towns.
Right.
In terms of physicality and toughness. And again, the Knicks don't shoot a lot of threes. You're going to have to do this the hard way. The Pistons are built to play the hard way.
Yeah, and they're going to make you feel it.
Texter says, for me, I think the Pistons in 6, but it all depends on the officiating. For those that haven't watched Brunson before, the guy draws fouls. Like it or hate it, he's smart at getting calls. We need to be disciplined. Curious to see how we handle that.
I'll be interested to see how Cade is officiated in the playoffs.
Sure.
Now that there's going to be a lot more eyeballs, because it is the playoffs, half the league is out. Brunson, yeah, sure, he's going to get some calls, but is it now time for Cade to get some of those calls in the playoffs?
Both teams have an all-NBA guard.
Mm-hmm.
Both guys should be officiated the same. And Cade can initiate contact. He's a bigger guard. There's a reason why when they just played them, you could do the, hey, too small. Who can stay with Cade? If he starts backing down these dudes, and they can throw whoever they want. He cooked OG Anunoby earlier in the season. Josh Hart, bring him on. He's a mismatch. They can throw whatever coverage they want, and Thibodeau will. It's a real test for Cade. But I think he passes that test. He's passed that test all season. Texter says, Jim and John, you guys are putting the cart before the horse just a bit. New York isn't a good team, but this is an inexperienced Pistons team. I have the Knicks in 6.
I understand the inexperienced take, but when you look at the entire roster, it's not like this is a team that has no playoff experience. They don't have playoff experience together. JB's been there. And
Beasley, Hardaway,
Schroeder.
Harris, Schroeder. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like they're devoid of playoff experience.
They got guys in the huddle that can look you in the eye.
Some of their obviously their most important guy, Cade Cunningham, has 0.
But Trae Young didn't have any when he took the Hawks to the Eastern Conference Finals. Who'd they beat in that first round series? Knicks. Yeah.
No, but these guys are going to be tested in things and distractions that come their way that they've never been before. And John knows this. So let's say they split. We all think they're going to split New York, right?
That'd be great.
Come back 1-1. Hey, all of a sudden, talk of the town. Tickets. Can you get me some tickets? Can you do all these things? Meanwhile, New York's done this before, and they get an extra day. They get to Thursday. That's kind of what my point was.
They could grab the series back.
These things are, and it might not be 3. It could be game 4, but the Pistons are going to, if they come home 1-1 on Monday night, it's 6 days until you got to want to get this thing to 3-1, right?
I think
that is a lot of time for a team that has experience, an experienced head coach on the other side to get them ready. Meanwhile, we have no idea what these young guys, the Pistons are so young, how they're going to respond to being home that long in the grind of a playoff series.
But then we're really putting it to game 5, right? Because we all kind of think 2-2 is it's going to be a competitive series. 2-2 is a very likely outcome. Game 5 at the Garden. Look, if the Knicks win that game, God bless, you still come back to Detroit with a chance to even the score. Mm-hmm. And in John's world, you win that game 5 and win the series in game 6.
At home.
Yeah.
And like I said before, I think it's 51-49. I think it's going to be a classic series. I just think this team is so young, and I have so many unknowns. And what you said about the whistle, I don't think Cade will get an even whistle because I've watched the NBA playoffs for years, and usually a guy has to earn it in the playoffs too.
So they've already proven they can win without the even whistle. And it's going to be harder in the playoffs. I don't disagree, but I think he gets a better whistle than he did throughout the course of the 82.
Let's get to Tony. You got some thoughts. You're in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Hey, man, I got the Pistons in 6, and here's why. I feel like Cade, to Costa's point earlier, is a mismatch. You know what I'm saying? He's a 6'6" point guard, and when you flip him to the other side of the court, when he's on defense, you know, those arms is long, and it's not as easy to get a shot off against him, you know, as you would a 6'2", 6'3" point guard. So I think if he's going to have the edge against Brunson, I think they're going to have troubles defending our pick and roll. Karl Anthony Towns might get into a little bit of foul trouble. And I think if anybody goes with the Knicks in 7, and they believe the Pistons can pull this series off.
Yeah.
Because predicting a 7-game series is just, it's a coin flip at the end of the day. So I believe a lot of people are leaning Pistons, even though they're a little scared of the inexperience.
Yeah, I think, and Tom, I think you would concede that, even though you think it's going 7. It's not that, you think there's a world the Pistons can win this series, to his point. If you're saying 7 games.
Well, you said 51-49. That is a coin flip.
So I'm going to, in that situation, I'm going to take the home team in 7.
A little bit on one side.
There'll be I think a game 7 would even be tight. Yeah, man, that is a pressure cooker I haven't seen this team in before.
The thing we haven't brought up is the pressure, and someone brought up discipline, composure. Hey, Beef Stew.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, buddy. You got to be there. You got to be on the floor. If you're playing 25 minutes tonight, I need you out there for all 25 minutes, and I need you finishing the game if necessary. If Duren gets in foul trouble, you can't lose your composure because then you're going to spiral for a young team.
Yes. And there's going to be moments of contention, sure. How does he handle those moments, and how does his reputation precede him? Like, is this going to be we talk about officiating all the time, and we've already talked about it with Brunson being able to draw calls and Cade not getting the calls. Is Isaiah Stewart going to be a position where they want to grab hold, the officials want to grab hold of this series in game 1 and set the tone? You are not putting up with that in the NBA playoffs.
Ticket texter with their prediction. New York Knicks, Stevie Nicks, pickup sticks. Doesn't matter. Pistons in 6. Love it.
It's close. Yeah.
Little Shannon Sharp vibes here.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We'll keep taking those ticket texts. I mentioned there's a name that Red Wing fans are starting to circle. Mm-hmm. And I heard Rieger and Gator talk about this yesterday. Helene St. James of the Free Press wrote about it. Mitch Marner. He was playing the Wings last night. Wings season is officially over. Toronto will go on to play in the postseason, but he is a pending free agent.
Well, they'll play in the postseason, but typically they're done within, what 10 days?
As I said, give it before the end of the month, and Marner will be
free.
He's from Toronto. He may stay in Toronto. John, first question, do you want him? And second question, can they get him?
The first one is super easy. Yes. I think if anybody says they don't want Mitch Marner, I would love to understand. I would like for you to make me understand why.
So I've seen there's a little pushback from Wings fans who go, he's not gritty. We need grit. He'd be overpaid. He's a 100-point player. They don't grow on trees. He plays penalty kill. He plays power play. He plays all situations. He's 28 years old. And you may remember this, guys. I'm digging back a couple seasons. Dylan Larkin at the All-Star game where he scored 5 goals. He said his highlight of the All-Star weekend was playing with Mitch Marner.
You put Dylan Larkin with good players. We saw it in the Four Nations. What was the conversation coming out of that?
He's a star.
And that wasn't from us. That was from
national,
because we've seen Dylan Larkin. We know he's good. I don't know that I'd ever call him a star, but if you can get more out of him by putting good players around him, you're already locked into him. You're locked into Lucas Raymond, Mo Sider. Lock yourself into a player like Mitch Marner. Make everyone around them better by adding a point a game guy.
A point per game the last seven
seasons.
Years. And 102 this season where he was durable, reliable, productive.
He's 28.
He's in the prime of his career. He fits this timeline. Whatever this is going to turn into, he fits the Larkin DeBrincat timeline.
With the salary cap going up, with where they are right now, especially going into the season, the 100 years, that will be the 10th year. If they don't make the playoffs, 10 years, a decade without the playoffs.
Longest drought.
I think this is a move that he's 28. The money's there. You don't have to worry about term because, again, he's 28. Go do it.
It makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it? So the second question is,
will it happen?
Will it happen? So Yzerman got DeBrincat, but it was a little different. I can't think of the last time Yzerman looked at the market and said, I will do $1 more. I will, quote, overpay to go get a guy. The Wings are projected to have $21 million in cap space. You can do games and get more if you need it. Marner's expected to sign between 13 and 14. I would go on the high end if he hits the open
14.
market. 14, maybe 14.5. Is Yzerman willing to go $1 more? Because the last 2 off seasons, it was, boy, guys, you see the prices at the grocery store?
Yeah.
We can't afford this. And I don't mean they can't afford it. They spent up to the salary cap.
It was money and it was age.
Term, years.
Yeah.
Is he going to hand out an 8-year deal, top of the market? I would hope so. This is a critical time for the organization to take the next step forward. And it feels like everybody's unanimous on that, right? 248-539-9797. Do you want Marner? Can they get Marner? It's 97-1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe the real value comes from building strong communities. With their new branch opening in Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. They have an easy-to-use, highly rated mobile app that is 100% secure, and it makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go. I use it almost every day. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years, for me and my family, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
If you're injured in a car accident, you might be looking for help. And if you're looking for help, there's a law firm out there that really and truly cares about you. That's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG. I know his team, and it's true. It's not just their phone number, 877-KG-CARES. It's how they run the business. They don't cut corners. They've staffed up 10 lawyers, over 35 legal professionals. It's not skimping money. They want the manpower, the workforce to get you the biggest settlement possible. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. You need to call someone who cares about you. KGCares.com. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. It's Jeff Merrick, Hockey Insider. Everybody's talking.
Get it done.
He played the Wings yesterday. Wings season's over. We shift to the offseason. Mitch Marner was written about in the Free Press as well. Do you want him? The answer should be yes. 102 points, 28 years old, thrived playing with Dylan Larkin at the All-Star game in 2023. Yes, 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 yes. The Wings have the cap space. The ask is probably going to be north of $14 million a season. For context, Larkin's the highest paid player at 8.7. So this would be a huge investment from Steve Yzerman.
What have we heard from Yzerman? What have we heard from the hockey elite? Those that know puck. It's hard to get a star. And if you're not going, we've also heard from Steve Yzerman, no lottery luck. If you're not going to get the star as the number 1 or number 2 overall pick, he's drafted well. You've got to find ways. And the way the NHL is set up right now, you don't have guys that enter free agency. And he might not. They might get something done in Toronto. Like you mentioned, he's from Toronto.
Yeah. But the fact that it's gotten to this point at least opens the door.
Sure.
And you have to, if it's a sliver open, you got to be
in there. If he goes
there.
back to Toronto, that's a way where I can say, okay, I accept that Steve Yzerman doesn't get him. If he goes anywhere else,
Ridiculous.
then to me, it's unacceptable.
Well, their playoff fate factors into this humongously. Look, if the Senators embarrassed them in this series and won it,
someone's got to be the scapegoat because they already brought back, Matthews, of course, got an extension. Nylander got an extension. Someone's got to be the fall guy.
So if they keep Marner, somebody else is going.
Yeah.
The likely thing is that Marner would go because the other guys are already under contract. So,
well, you never know. Does he feel a certain type of way? Why haven't I got an extension? I'm from here. I've produced. I want to see at least what's out there.
Again, it depends how this plays out. What if he has they lose in 6 and he has no points? There's so many variables to their outcome.
Would it sour you on wanting him though? If you had a poor postseason, would it sour
No, I
you?
wouldn't let
Okay.
it. No. It's all about the Maple Leafs potentially blowing up something to a degree. Moving on, they much like a lot of teams have had to do. You got to change the chemistry. Avs made some significant moves to get to their cup a couple years ago. That's what Toronto will be doing. Or what if Toronto gets to the Stanley Cup final?
And he wants to stay.
The fans are going to go crazy. What if he has a Conn Smythe type playoff performance? I mean,
they'll keep him.
So it's not possible.
Sure. Right. So if he stays in Toronto, that's one thing. But here's the other thing. If they go get Mitch Marner, and we're talking about this next year and throughout the offseason, it'll be exciting, but it can't be the only ad.
They will need to still add on the blue line.
Yeah, they got to add some defense.
Yeah, but when you add a guy like Marner, you're scoring more. I mean,
Sure.
it would be very obvious, and it changes the way you can play. And you would need to get a plug. I think that's what Jim would agree. Maybe like a 3 or 4 veteran out there, something like that would help them be better defensively while some younger guys start coming. The whole thing about Marner here is that you got the glue up top. And you're probably making the playoffs at this point. You better be, right?
Yes.
And then as the younger guys get better the next 2-3 years,
you start hitting higher.
All of a sudden, you got a really talented team, and their contracts don't matter because you don't have to pay anybody else.
So we're way early on this. Red Wings will have north of $20 million in cap space. We'll see if they buy out Tarasenko or try to trade someone else for future considerations. They can free up space. Gavrikov is this defenseman with the Kings that hockey Twitter loves. He's gritty. He's physical left side. You could add a blue line defenseman. You could add Mitch Marner and then some grit along the way. You're a playoff team with upside. Like, that's a hell of an offseason. Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Quick thought. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely love Mitch Marner. I think he would bring that extra oomph out of Larkin, like you mentioned, Costa. But his whole playoff thing, it might be a whole Toronto thing, I guess. But I don't think Eisman is going to be able to pay him because, I mean, you have almost $22 million cap space, and you got to make some more room if you're going to make more free agent splashes if you do sign Marner. You got to buy out probably Tarasenko, and I mean, you can't have another year of Hull and Petrie back at the blue line.
Course.
And I mean, you got to have a defenseman that can get the puck out of your own zone, which is why Gostisbehere, losing him was so drastic. And I think that's another reason why they were so bad 5-on-5 this year.
Yes.
Because they didn't have that D-man that could, move the puck out of the zone. Yep.
Adam,
Need
you're right. You're right. They're going to need to broom out some guys on the back end of that blue line in addition to pursuing someone like Marner. And where does the money come from? Don't bring this up to be smarmy, I promise. And I know we're tight for time. Trading and adding Peter Mrazek's contract is going to get in the way of some of what we just talked about. It didn't make sense at the time, and it's going to make less sense this summer.
Maybe they can move Tarasenko and attach a second to it.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
This is a cool story. Incoming Michigan quarterback Bryce Underwood is giving back to those who were always there for him and who made a big impact on his life. So after teaming up with a local dealership, Feldman Chevrolet, he surprised his former high school security guard and mentor with a brand new vehicle.
It's a cool story.
It's such a great story. He and the security guard had met before he entered high school, build this relationship. And it was one that, the security guard had no idea that this kid could play football like he could, right? And just, he saw the good in him, and they started this friendship and mentorship. And when he presented him with the car, the security guard didn't realize what was happening, right? He thought he was just kind of like, okay, I'm part of this. I'm going to be part of this ad for the dealership. And then it was like, no, these are for you. And
that's so
pretty cool. Really, really cool. Nice way to
He's such a
get
good
back.
kid. He, by all indications, is the total package on and off the field.
It's pretty awesome. Legendary broadcaster, analyst Lee Corso is set to retire from College Game Day this year. The 89-year-old has spent the last 38 years on ESPN's popular pregame show. He's long been the face of Saturday mornings in the fall, and it was announced on Thursday that his final broadcast will be August 30th, and he will be 90 years old when he officially retires.
He's been so much fun.
He brought so much personality to that show, especially when it was first getting up off the ground. From the mascot heads to the zingers and one-liners, and he made it fun. And Game Day is not just a breakdown of all the stats before the game. It's fun. He's the soul of College Game Day in a lot of ways, but it's time, and especially the last few years where he's had a hard time.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna go. I know there'll be some people that said, "Well, it's 5 years too late." I don't care. He's still been entertaining, even though it's been somewhat of a difficult watch. He's meant so much to Saturday mornings. It's been fun.
Yeah, and in his statement that he released, he did thank the network and everyone, really, especially for the last few years of all their help and patience with him. So I don't even know who he is. I've never even seen him, but when I read that he was 89, going to be 90, the career he's had, good for him.
Kirk Herbstreit has done a great job on that show. I think he's good. But I think his best job has been helping to manage the workload, but covering up at times for somebody that's been an unbelievable mentor to him.
Yeah, the way he has shown him so much respect in what is a tough aging process for Corso. And now they have to replace that personality, and I think Saban and McAfee together is kind of a fun tandem.
Yeah.
Well, the son of a local sheriff's deputy opened fire at Florida State University on Thursday afternoon, killing 2 people and injuring 6 others. The alleged gunman, identified as a 20-year-old student, Phoenix Eichner, opened fire in the student union right around noon, striking multiple people, obviously triggering a campus-wide lockdown. He was shot and taken into custody by police. Survived. He is at the hospital. While the shooting does remain under investigation, obviously. Police say that they did recover a handgun that belonged to the suspect's mother, who was this longtime deputy at Leon County Sheriff's Office. There was also a shotgun that was found. Unclear whether that was used or not. Sad story.
It's unbelievable. As I mentioned, got a nephew down there.
Yeah.
And instantly, as soon as you hear something that happens in Tallahassee, he heard the shots. And he said it was one of those things where everybody takes cover. And it was like the streets were vacated in a matter of moments, which is, I mean, it's nice that they were able to do that, but it's awful to think that.
Mm-hmm. I can't imagine.
Yeah,
I honestly can't imagine.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, lighter news. Yes. We got the cookie jar.
Yes.
We got some Easter questions and some more fun. It's 97.1.
You guys, I am loving my brand new hot tub from Beninati Pool and Spa. We've had it up and running now for about actually less than a week, but we have been using it every single day. I love getting in it after a gym workout, or the kids always ask, when can we go in the hot tub? We're pumped to be using it more this summer. And I'm telling you, the whole process of getting it was a breeze, right? Not only did they help me pick out the perfect hot tub for me and my family, but they came to the house to deliver it, to install it, and they're going to be there to help take care of the maintenance as well, because they handle everything. So if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica. It's right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you'll be met with Beninati experts who are going to give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, Heather, they're actually going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by the Utica or Clinton Township location and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Let's get to the cookie jar. We've got questions. We need opinions. Half of this is going to be Easter. Half is going to be just general nonsense. The first question, is the Easter Bunny creepy? I've seen the photos with you and your kids. Mm-hmm. The answer is yes.
Have you seen the photos of the Easter Bunny that my kids met?
Is it not a creepy bunny?
I'm going to say, you know what? My instant reaction is yes, the Easter Bunny is creepy. But over the past 3 years with my kids, I have not found that the Easter Bunny is that creepy. I think it's kind of cute. The kids love it. I'm going to say no.
It's creepy. It's creepy like clowns.
No.
Oh yeah,
dead eyes.
And
of them are.
There are some cute Easter bunnies, and it all has to be. You got to have the fluffy entire costume, the tail, the hands, the head, all that stuff. If it's just the giant head with
those weird eyes,
with a
the
onesie
big buck
on,
teeth.
Yeah.
I will defer to young children who typically look scared to death when you place them next to this creature.
John, what you're saying is you can't just be the K-State mascot and just have the mascot head.
Bingo.
Right?
Bingo.
This is all about costume quality.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Agreed.
What's the best Easter candy?
Oh, it's jelly beans, and it's not even close.
Gross.
And it's C's Candy jelly beans. They're huge. They're yummy. They're wonderful. And they're only available around Easter.
I'm so glad you said jelly beans. I really thought you were going to say something different, but I agree with you, which is rare.
I don't even know if there is another.
There's a lot of different Easter candy, like the Reese's eggs.
It
There's
it messes with the ratio.
I know what you're talking about. I understand. But jelly beans to me are superior. They're the best. I don't agree with you with the type, but that's okay. I like the smaller jelly beans better, because I like the texture and the consistency of them. Right now, my favorite are the Sweet Tart jelly beans.
This is maybe a cheat code because they have different variations of this for different holidays, but I'll say the Reese's peanut butter egg. Look, they've got the trees, they got the hearts, but they got the eggs too, so I'll go with that one.
Those are good.
Yeah, but it's the ratio. I like the Reese's peanut butter cups, but as soon as you mess with I love peanut butter. Too much peanut butter, not enough chocolate, messes with it.
I like the eggs.
On a whole, I find Easter candy to be a little underwhelming. The hollow bunny. You ever taken a bite of the hollow bunny and where's the rest of the chocolate? I think Peeps.
Well, don't get yourself a hollow one. Get yourself a solid chocolate
jelly
one.
beans are gross too. The best.
What?
No, they're not.
The best is the milk chocolate Cadbury eggs. Those are the best.
Ugh, those are awful. You eat those?
Are you talking about the Cadbury
with
eggs
the cream
with the
in the middle?
Milk chocolate.
That look like an egg?
You can get them with milk chocolate inside instead of the cream.
Okay.
Yes,
Then I
the
take back
ones
my initial
with
reaction.
the cream in the middle with the fake yolk is
that's gross.
absolutely disgusting. The ones with caramel in the middle.
Also good.
Okay. I was thinking the original you were talking about. Nasty.
Yeah. I completely disagree with Jim on the bunny, too. It's actually my favorite.
The hollow bunny?
There's something about the chocolate with that bunny that just tastes better than any other chocolate for some reason. And I give it to my dog, Sadie, who actually never gets into food.
You give chocolate to your dog?
No. Well, let me finish.
My goodness.
Let him finish.
She never gets into food, okay, ever. She's a very well-disciplined dog. Anna left the chocolate bunny on her dresser last year, and Sadie ate it. And it was a disaster.
Yeah.
But Sadie picked the bunny over everything else.
Went right for that bunny.
When does your kid stop getting an Easter basket?
John,
you got kids in college. They got baskets this week?
Yeah, they do. I don't know when it'll end.
It never ends, John.
Oh, do you still get an Easter basket?
I still get an Easter basket.
You're 40 years old and you still get an Easter basket.
Yeah, my parents still give us Easter gifts. But I wouldn't call it a basket.
Yeah, the basket has changed over the years. It's not like the little kid basket. It becomes something you could use, like a decorative basket or
We still
Tupperware.
do the Easter egg hunt, and we kind of force Lucy to participate. Ruby's out of town this year, so it'll be the first one she's not around for. But it's more of yes, she finds some eggs along the way, but it's kind of all focused on helping Teddy find the eggs.
Mm-hmm.
No, nothing back there.
Do you guys still get Easter baskets as adults?
Or give?
I promise I won't interrupt again, Tom.
I do not, nor do I give right now.
And Tom, I don't know what the plan is for
you
you guys.
don't give an Easter basket?
He said no.
So we give up all the way till adulthood. the basket just changes, but it's still in a basket. So like a PlayStation gift card's in the basket these days.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah.
You modernize it.
Yeah.
Greg,
when
you're
does
being-
adulthood start?
Does the
That's
Easter Bunny
the
forego your
question.
home? It doesn't stop?
I'm still not there.
No? No?
I was going to say, does Tom give his dog an Easter basket with all the chocolate candy?
Yeah, no kidding. All right, we have a few more questions here. This next question is, do you use cruise control?
Oh, exclusively. That's why I keep it at 75.
That's how you never speed, huh?
Yeah.
John.
Well, it technically is speeding at a 70, but yeah.
But you don't, yeah.
I use cruise control. I use cruise control if I'm in a 45.
For a daily commute, you use cruise control.
Oh yeah, I use cruise control even in the morning. Like when I'm coming in here, I'm on cruise control. But as soon as I leave my house and the road is Ann Arbor Road is 55, I set it at 55.
My mind is blown right now because I'm agreeing with you on everything. I use cruise control all the time.
It's great.
Pretty much exclusively as well.
I never.
Not on like a small street.
I
but
never use it. The flow of traffic. If we're going faster, I'm going faster.
if you
If
know
we're
how to
going
use
slow, I'm
cruise
going
control
slow.
properly, you can flow with traffic
Absolutely.
very easily.
Yeah. And they even have the active cruise control now where it'll slow you down as you approach a car. Oh yeah.
You can set the gap. There's nothing I hate more. Well, there are some things I hate more, but I hate when I get behind a car that's fluctuating their speed.
Yeah.
Set the cruise and go.
That's me. Hi.
Oh.
Yeah, smart cruise control is your friend. Not a daily occurrence. Let's just say it's got to be a couple hours of a drive. Let's say Kalamazoo.
Okay. You're going up north. You're going to the west side of the state. You're going away from the. Yeah. Okay. Next question. What is the ideal nap length?
0. Don't nap.
We talked about this.
I
We knew
knew
you were
Don't
you
going
was
nap.
gonna say that.
Don't nap. Naps are
For
miserable.
wimps.
They are for wimps.
How do you do this shift and not take a nap? I take a nap almost every single day.
Well, I mean, it's
You also have 0
shift- yeah.
kids. so-
True.
Right. Yeah.
With kids, you might not be able to.
Right.
Fine.
Yes. Yeah. You nap when they nap, but no. When kids nap, that's the time you can actually get something done. No napping. You wake up and you feel groggy. It's just, it takes me too long to come out of it. No.
I do like a nap when I can get one. I would say, though, like 30, 45 minutes max. If you go any longer, then you're in like a deep sleep and
Miserable.
you wake up groggy.
Yeah.
Hour 15.
Oh.
Greg?
This is assuming regular sleep patterns, not
What we do.
waking up early and what we're doing. Say 25 minutes. It's an episode of Joey Painting.
It's how does your cat make it if you take an hour and 15-minute nap?
do you
I mean,
mean?
doesn't he feel lonely?
No, he's good. See, that's the thing. Cats are self-sufficient. They're very independent. This last question is inspired by something you said earlier this week that you didn't want to make a topic.
Yeah.
The best way to reheat pizza.
I will stand by this, and I know there are advancements in the reheating of pizza. Is clearly the microwave. A pat of butter on the crust, sprinkle it, and pre-dose it with a little Parmesan cheese, and it is perfect. Perfect.
I don't agree with you here on this one. I think the microwave is the worst way you could possibly reheat a
It gets
pizza.
soggy.
Yeah, and like it's like chewy. Like it's like you.
Yeah.
You-
Put some salt on there.
I don't own an air fryer. That could maybe be good. But I would say the oven. You got to use the oven.
Too long.
You know
Takes
what
too
people
long.
say
No.
is a pan. In a
Yeah,
pan,
like a
and
skillet.
you cover it, and you can get a little steam with the crisp on the bottom.
You could still put your butter on there.
Yeah,
I've never
try
done
it.
that, but I go for the oven.
No.
All right.
They don't eat. They just eat it cold.
Well, that is an option. You just
Yeah.
don't have to reheat
Yeah.
it.
Days old and cold.
Yum.
Several days. It's a cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, and it sounds like today it's going to be an AC day, do what I did. Call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Hopefully we're done with the heat. So you got to make sure it's ready for next year. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with the 5-year warranty. Get it serviced today. They've got generators in stock ready to install. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate or check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
See off the bat of Riley Green?
Yeah.
How about that? 3 hits yesterday.
Yeah, swinging and actually making contact. Both Torque and Riley Green.
Is that allowed?
It's a little teaser yesterday. What could be?
I thought there was something in the universe cosmically where only one of them could be contributing at a time. But yesterday they drove in 5 of the 6 runs, the duo of Torque and Green.
Mm-hmm. We're going to talk a little bit more about them. And I know you got some ticket text for the cookie jar. I want to ask you guys a question because we were talking about, Heather, off air, what we put in the kids' Easter baskets.
Yes. Yeah. You mean the Easter Bunny?
The Easter Bunny, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What's, if you can remember back, Jimmy?
Yeah.
What is the greatest thing that the Easter Bunny ever brought?
I remember one thing in particular, and it was a Barbie swimming pool.
A whole pool?
Yeah, but it was
How'd that fit in the basket?
But it wasn't big. I mean, like it was more like
it was just
she
for
could
Barbie.
sit in it. I guess
it
like
wasn't
it wasn't
for you.
No, it was for a Barbie.
Oh,
it wasn't huge, but it had like a deck and maybe like a chair for her.
Okay.
And one year, the bunny wrote me a letter and it left his paw print.
Oh, there you
I
go.
won't forget that. That was pretty sweet.
I always looked forward to the kite.
A kite.
We got a kite
Really?
That's
in
cute.
every Easter basket. And we would always go down we'd leave here, we'd go spend it with my grandparents down in southern Indiana. My grandpa had a farm. So, plenty of fields, plenty of wind in the spring. And it was just hours and hours of dodging cow pies while
Flying a kite.
flying a kite.
Bubbles, I feel like are always there. Jelly beans.
Say all of mine was candy based.
Oh, you didn't get like
We
little.
didn't get like gifts on top of it. Maybe I just wasn't loved enough as a child. But ours was a big old Easter basket of candy, and it was all kinds of candies.
Yeah,
I mean, the hollow rabbit, the Peeps, the jelly
obviously
beans at the bottom.
Halloween is the candy holiday, but I think there's better quality of candy over Easter for the ones that we had talked about.
Firmly disagree.
I love Easter candy.
Yeah, me too.
See, if you don't like jelly beans, we can fight about that if you want. But if you don't like
there's
jelly
not
beans,
much of a fight. You suck.
they're
Agreed.
kind of like waxy and gross.
No,
and-
you're thinking candy corn. Jelly beans are not waxy or gross.
But like
No.
outer.
Okay, are you talking about like
Explosions
Brock's,
of
like
flavor
plain
and
old
sugar.
jelly beans?
Yeah, plain old jelly beans. That's
See, that's where you're.
I know you do the like.
It's been a little spoiled
Starburst
because
jelly
there's
beans.
more of them
Yeah.
available throughout the course of the year,
There's-
like the Starburst jelly beans.
In Starburst, I don't consider those Easter candy because you can get them year round.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like
It's
I
the
said,
See's candy jelly beans. Maybe I'll bring you in some. Until you have them, you cannot knock them.
but between the hollow rabbit, the Peeps, and the jelly beans, I put Easter below Halloween for candy.
You know what other candy I really like? They used to come in like a little milk carton. They're Whoppers, but they're the eggs that are
sure.
colored.
Oh, yeah.
Because when I was
the
little,
robin eggs.
yeah, the robin eggs.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah,
Like those?
the Reese's eggs they're not they're the hard candy shell eggs. Yes.
Oh, yeah,
I said
yeah.
hard candy shell.
Those are good too.
Yes.
We have a bunch of ticket texts on the cookie jar, so let's start there. Texter says, Peeps are disgusting, signed Dan. Costano's Ball Cadbury eggs are king. Carson in a truck.
Not the original, but the ones that they have. Thank goodness for modern inventions and progress, because the milk chocolate ones, and I love the caramel ones.
Starburst jelly beans are the best Easter candy. John, you're crazy. Cadbury eggs and Reese's eggs they taste different than the regular peanut butter cups. The chocolate chip peanut butter combination is better. Thanks, Sean and White. Like you said that. You said the ratio is different.
Yeah, the ratio is different. I just don't appreciate the ratio. I like the regular,
Okay.
Reese's peanut butter cups.
We do an Easter egg hunt using little shooter shots of liquor and different craft beer for the adults.
Oh, there you go.
That's great.
Now that's great.
Something for everyone.
Texter says, I use cruise control constantly. When I travel and run a car that doesn't have it, I'm lost, Troy and
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
John in Lake Orion says, I didn't even know my car had cruise control until a couple weeks ago, and I've owned it since 2019.
Oh,
Well, every car has. I mean,
Yeah.
cars from 30 years ago had cruise control. Right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Not
This
maybe
is
not
not
the
a-
adaptive cruise control, but
Right. No,
Basic
that's a
cruise
control.
that's a
Yeah.
wonderful new invention.
Cruise control is better for gas mileage as well. Cookies. Gas is fuel you put in your car for it to run. It's a liquid or gas that you can buy at gas stations, places
Flammable.
that sell gas. Mike in water.
Thank you, Mike.
TJ Lang is right. You reheat your pizza in the oven. Pizza in the toaster oven, fast and crispy. And on the subject of naps, John, ordinarily, I'm with you, but now I'm a midnight nurse and my sleep pattern is all over the place. Naps are my sleep.
So obviously, jobs, and most people would think with our time slot that naps would be something that we would rely upon, but no.
Because the way I've always looked at it is I'm going to stay up and watch the baseball game or the hockey game or whatever, and it's going to be 10, 11 o'clock. We get up at 4. I'm not getting a full night's sleep. I try to make up as best I can by sneaking an hour later in the day.
If I had time and no kids, I would be napping every day.
She says that with so much like
But I have no time.
It's a waste.
children.
You're missing.
Disdain.
I also have the fear of missing out on something. Like, what is going on? What should I actually be doing?
Yeah.
the Tiger game last night, John. Big takeaway, Riley Green. Anything else? And how big a deal was that to
Green
get him?
and Torque? Oh,
Yeah.
it's huge. If he can get back on track, Torque can stay on track, and you're still getting contributions from Dylan Dingler. You're getting contributions from Javier, and I know that he wasn't in the lineup yesterday. But if they use him sparingly, Gleyber Torres, now that he's back, it all of this is to get to hopefully what we think is another bat being back in the lineup of Vierling, which should be sooner than later. And then down the road, you get a Parker Meadows back, and it's what he adds defensively, but also the threat of him getting on base and then turning a walk into a double and getting on third, and then all of a sudden you punch a run in. Like you're able to manufacture more if they can be consistently at that level. What we saw yesterday, yeah, that's why I was excited from the beginning of the season.
Look, it's a tone setter. You got a 10-game homestand. It's a division game. It's a tone setter. And it also reinforced something, Tom, you said, which I agree with. This team's not going to go on long losing skids when you pitch this way. Reese Olson got into a little bit of a jam and then got that strikeout and that fly ball. Canely came in late, threw a million changeups. Looked like he got the double play. Runner was safe, but then turned right around and got another ground ball. This team kept him in the game long enough for a couple key at-bats to be the difference.
I mean, last year they hit better against righties, right? But the big void was the right-handed bat. And now with Torque having power there, he's kind of doing what you would have intended Bregman to do hitting-wise.
Why can't you just say other additions? Because now it's in his head, and he's going to say,
you know what, John? He would have made him even better.
He would have. Hitting .321 on the season.
Just like Chapman last year. There's no excuse not to do it.
He's driven in 16 runs. This Bregman guy's pretty good.
It hurts less that they attempted to get him and didn't get him.
In all fairness, yeah, it's exactly what Jim said. Jim, that day when we got the news that Bregman wasn't coming here, hey, they tried.
Yeah.
They didn't try last year against Chapman.
Yes.
Now we just get my 8 out of here. I mean, let's just throw icing on the cake.
I just want to clarify. You guys are killing me for objectively the right opinions here. Bregman would help them and Maeda hurts them.
Well, we also somewhat, okay, there are times where we don't live in reality. Clearly, I know I don't live in reality sometimes when I'm talking about different teams, different sports, different positions, but the reality is we all know that's not happening right now.
Bregman did not play yesterday as the Red Sox had no game yesterday.
All the fun aside, I think there's a world, Jim, where Maeda, that becomes possible as soon as mid-May.
Oh, yeah, and look, I didn't think he couldn't start the season with the team, but they'll have to make a determination at some point as they upgrade the season. You know, if he's pitching like this, Montero can be the mop-up guy, and he'd be a better mop-up guy. You know what I mean? 248-539-9797. Tomorrow, Pistons play a playoff basketball game at Madison Square Garden.
Ooh.
That's right.
Postseason play.
We said Friday was our day to do it. Who wins the series? How many games? What are the deciding factors? Open lines. We'll get into it next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers kicked off the series with the Royals with a 6-1 win. Reese Olson started on the mound, allowing 4 hits and a pair of walks, but no runs in 5 innings. Riley Green snapped out of his funk with 3 hits of his own and 2 RBIs. Spencer Torkelson drove in 3 as well. Before the game, injured catcher Jake Rogers told the media that his oblique injury was improving, but there's still no timeline for a return. After a solid start at Toledo, reliever Jason Foley has been placed on the 7-day injured list. Veteran Piston guard Malik Beasley was asked if Cade Cunningham is ready for his first playoff run. The first home game for Detroit on April 24th has been announced as a 7 p.m. tip-off. Game 4 on Sunday, April 27th, will start at 1 at LCA. The Maple Leafs defeated the Red Wings 4-3 in overtime. The Wings had a 3-0 lead after 2, but saw Toronto bury 3 unanswered goals after that. Detroit finishing the season 39-35-8, marking the 9th straight year without playoffs. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Said I wanted them. Bring on the Knicks. Saturday night, game 1 of the 7-game series. Pistons back in the playoffs, and this is a team, John, I think they beat.
You've said it repeatedly.
You've been waiting to know how many games. I do think it's going down to the wire.
Oh, yeah?
Pistons in 7.
Pistons in 7.
Proclamation.
Do you have it mapped out?
Game by game? No.
When do they get a win there?
No, but
is it not till game 7?
No, I think they'll win one of the first 2.
Okay.
And I think they'll win game 7. They've won a couple games in the Garden this season. See, that's the thing is, oh no, if it goes to game 7, I don't like the Pistons. They're not intimidated to play at Madison Square Garden. There's certain players that get up to play at that historic venue, and Cade Cunningham's one of them. Mm-hmm. Triple-double, 36-point outburst. If it comes down to a 1-game, winner-take-all at their house, I got the best player in the series. Fight me on that. It's Cade Cunningham. And I have the better defense. Since the new year, the Pistons have the number 3 defense in the league, top 10 for the season. It's better than the Knicks. So you tell me I can get stops, and I've got the better guy. It's a good formula. I think the Pistons' defense leads to easy baskets. The Knicks as a team do not attempt many threes, which means not a lot of freebies. They're going to have to earn it the hard way. The hard way means going at Isaiah Stewart and Jalen Duren. The hard way means Asar Thompson being a pest and a menace. Yeah, I like the Pistons to get out of this. In a grinded-out fight 7-game series.
So you've pointed out they won 3 of 4 against the Knicks in the regular season.
2-0 at New York.
And I love the fact that you pointed out the defense. Top 10 all season long, since January, top 3. And that's really where they made the big push. That's why they are in the 6th seed, not in the play-in tournament, is the defense that they played. And we all know that, hey, teams start playing defense in the playoffs. You don't see it a lot throughout the course of the season. You see it, every once in a while, but it's not a trademark of the NBA. The Pistons don't have to change their style of play. They are going to play the exact same way. They don't have to say, okay, now it's time for us to pick up the intensity on defense. Let's go over our responsibilities. No, that's exactly what they do day in, day out throughout the course of the season. So they don't have to adjust their pace of play, their style of play. The only adjustment that needs to happen is those 2 big guys that you talked about, Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart. It's really just Isaiah Stewart. What is his level of control going to be? Because they will go at Isaiah Stewart. You want to pound the weaknesses. And his weakness is not defense. His weakness is emotion.
Sure.
And you've got to harness that and use it to your advantage when it works, but you also have to make sure when the whistle blows, even before the whistle blows sometimes, you can't do something stupid that will cost your team. And it might just be not an ejection, but it could be 2 free throws.
There's a lot that you could say X's and O's in this series, but like under the hood, emotionally, the battle of the front court, like Karl Anthony Towns is not considered to be a tough ball player. The Pistons have the toughness edge at the rim. But does he flop? Does he get a call? Does he get under their skin? Who gets under whose skin, I think, is nothing to do with screen and roll coverages, nothing to do with what you do in your rotations, but is a storyline here. Like Karl Anthony Towns, the advantage that he has is the pick and pop, and he can shoot, and he can take these bigs out of the paint. And I think that's something that the Pistons will have to be leery of. The other thing the Pistons will have to be leery of, this is a bigger stage. right? All this stuff we talk about, like Duran and Stewart and Cade and Asar Thompson, this is their first playoff series. But they're not going up against some juggernaut. They're not going up against some team that has a ton of one postseason success or two championship pedigree. This Knicks team is overrated. Flat out. They're the team that was the worst of any home court, so 1 through 4 in each conference, the worst of any of those teams. This is the most vulnerable of anybody you could be an underdog against. So I think that kind of cancels out some of it.
It does. And, I mean, you go to the head-to-head, obviously, advantage Pistons. You go to teams with winning records or playoff teams, and I'll cherry pick here just a little bit because I know it's more than just these couple of games. But since January, that's really where we have focused on this team being a playoff team.
Well, the reason we
playing
do
a playoff basketball.
The reason we do is not just because it's convenient for us. It's because that's when Duran turned the corner, and it's when Thompson got his legs under him.
But you look at, and I'll go back to what our conversations were after they beat Boston. That was a game where they swarmed them on defense. They confused them. It was the energy that they played with for the entirety of the game. And then you look, and that was with Cade. They play Cleveland without Cade and get a win.
When they had Mitchell, they had Garland, they had all their dudes.
And so this is a team that on a given night can beat teams like that. Now, if they play Cleveland or if they play Boston in a 7-game series, there's no one that's going to pick them to win that series. No one. But when you're playing a team that's not them, that doesn't have all of the weapons, that doesn't play with the same intensity, can you beat them in a 7-game series? Absolutely. I actually think they win in 6. I think they win at home at the LCA in 6, which would be unbelievable. Can you imagine what downtown would be like if they're able to eliminate the mighty New York Knicks at home at the LCA when we haven't had a playoff series here in a decade, haven't had a playoff win here in 17 years? That will be unbelievable. And Cade Cunningham, Asar Thompson, Jalen Duran, Isaiah Stewart, you go down the list. No playoff experience. I understand that. But it's not like they're devoid of playoff experience. You've got Tim Hardaway Jr., Tobias Harris, Dennis Schroeder, which I think was maybe the sneakiest best ad at the trade deadline.
We don't spend enough time talking about it. You're right.
And Malik Beasley. Like, those guys have postseason experience. So it's not like they're devoid of it. And Malik Beasley, we all saw the letter yesterday. You read a little bit of it. He wants to be here in Detroit. We love guys that want to be here because he's a good player. And I think this is another opportunity for him to stake his claim. He knows exactly what's at stake. Go out there, play well, get paid, stay where you want to be.
248-539-9797. We'll open up the phone lines. Who wins the series? How many games? And what are the deciding factors? 248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says Jansen and Cookies. It's Pistons in 5. JJ in Novi. One up both of us. Good morning. You guys are speaking facts. Pistons in 6.
There you go.
There's a believer. Like, John, I don't think this team is some cute get in and win a playoff game team. And I think that's how maybe people on the outside view it. This is a team that's winning the series good. Yep. Ticket Texter says the Pistons had a technical foul issue many times this year. You can't get 2 every game, spot the other team for freebies. That'll hurt you in the playoffs. I
agree. Mentioned that already. I basically just said 2 with Isaiah Stewart, but yeah, they're a team that needs to control their emotions.
Cookies, you got to factor in playoff experience. The Pistons can't just be better because of Cade. Slight advantage over Brunson. The Brunson thing too, I don't want to sleep on. Like, to say Cade is better is a statement because Brunson's a good player.
Yeah.
Brunson has gone nuclear. Last postseason, he had 5 games of more than 40 points. But I've watched when these two go toe-to-toe, and Cade's size is a problem for the Knicks defense collectively. Brunson, I think the Pistons will have a game plan. You mentioned swarming Boston.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's part of this. I like the defensive advantage the Pistons have in a 7-game series. Home court be damned. Texter says, guys, can we do a 97 won the ticket special? Put Rieger and Costa to talk about how the Tigers should have added Chapman and Bregman, and then have Caputo in the background screaming at both of them.
It's
not baseball. I've scouted Toledo.
It's kind of like when I played.
I've been to the Mud Hens games. Okay.
All right, Mr. Bad Guy here, and we got accused on ticket text of being, this has all the makings of double-digit disco.
Why would you even say that?
I'm not in the disco, though, with this one, and I'm going to be the bad guy. I have Knicks in 7. I think the Pistons' inexperience here is going to show at times. We all agree. You guys think the Pistons are going to the Garden and splitting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Come home 1-1. I actually agree with you. I think this is a 51-49 type series, and I think Jalen Brunson is quite a gamer, and if K gets the best of him early, he'll have a bounce back. And I don't like how the schedule sets up. Maybe I'm making too big of a deal of this, but let's say you come home 1-1. You have an extra day of rest. It's not every other day. There's 2 days. And guess what young Pistons players have to experience the first time? Getting tickets for family. Everybody's coming out of the woodwork. Everybody's feeling good.
Because they've never done that throughout the course of their
national
basketball
media.
lives.
No, the national media is talking about them. These things matter for a very young team. It takes a great amount of a maturity for them to see those things, deal with them right, and still be ready. And if they do win Game 3 and go up 2-1, that's even going to build more. And then you've got another 2 days in between the series. So they're going to be sitting at home they're home for 6 days. I think that's a lot.
It could be split through 4 games, become a 3-game series.
And that's what I think will happen. And then I think it'll be the home team wins.
Home team and a little experience is the difference for you.
This is where, and I don't disagree with you that there will be more distractions in the playoff series than there was throughout the regular series. And guys that are having to deal with it that just haven't in the moment. This is where you rely on the importance of your leadership. JB Bickerstaff.
Texters, Pistons in 6. Another texter says the Pistons have a 9% chance. You guys are pipe dreaming. They won't win 4 of 7. And then, yes, Tom, I see the one you brought in. This is double-digit disco written all over it. Here's my official statement to that. We're allowed to pick the teams every once in a while without having that backlash on the team.
I didn't know you were sweeping the Knicks.
Yeah, really.
that would be disco-ish.
Yeah, if we came in and go, they won't win a game.
Yeah, you didn't. Well, I won't even say it.
Okay.
The lock.
Oh, yeah, let's just keep that hushed undertones. Phone calls, ticket text. We see you guys. It's 97.1.
A personal injury of any sorts is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an injury. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, let's get some phone calls to the mix on this. Pistons playing a playoff game tomorrow. I say Pistons in 7. John says Pistons in 6. I know Carson Anderson will get into their predictions later on their show. I know Doug's very excited about this Pistons team as well. Let's get to Sam and Pinckney. Sam, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. So I'm with you in the Pistons winning in 7. And so what I think, and I don't want people to doubt my confidence in the Pistons, like I said, I think they're going to beat the Knicks in 7, but then their next opponent would most likely be the Celtics, and I think that's as far as they're going to go.
Probably Boston in 5 or 6.
Hopeful. Yeah, I'm hopeful, but I don't think they're ready enough for the Celtics. So I'm rooting for them. I got tickets to Game 3, and I'm just going to watch the NFL draft on my phone.
Yeah, perfect. You get the updates. And the Pistons, I think it's a 7 o'clock start on that draft night. You'll be home before the Lions pick. Times up perfectly.
Yeah.
His point is, I think, a really honest assessment of this team. They are improving. They've been one of the best teams in basketball since the calendar flipped. They can take down a vulnerable Knicks team. They're not taking down the big 2 in the East, Cleveland or Boston. Give them the credit of they can win this series. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where we start the conversation. This series starts on Saturday.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be so much fun to just see them play on Saturday. There's going to be so much energy around this town, even though they're going to be in New York. The excitement of them being a postseason team, the excitement of watching Cade, the guy that we won the lottery. We finally had some lottery luck in this state, in this city. And we've battled with, or he's battled with injuries. And the progress has been slow. They didn't add anything around him that was of substance until Trajan Langdon took over. And now all of a sudden, and of substance that was productive that meant wins. Now all of a sudden, you got a guy in there who brings in and is playing modern-day basketball, brings in a three-point shooter in Beasley, which helps Cade, and we're watching all of it, and it's kind of a culmination of it. It's not the ultimate goal because nobody is picking them. Nobody thinks, they're not going to be NBA champs this year. It's probably a first-round win if they win this series, right? That's as far as it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I laughed back here when the guy brought up Boston, and he was even doing that too, but it's like, they're not ready for that.
No.
Okay, then the gear that the Knicks could potentially have is another reason why I think they could potentially win the series. They're hearing all this. They hear it in the biggest media market in the world. They hear they can't beat great teams. They hear that the Pistons are the right matchup for them. They hear that it went 3-1 this year. And I do think we've got to at least be open to the fact that the Knicks are going to hit another gear here.
You tapped into something that I wish I would have brought up earlier on the presentation of not being able to be afraid to play in New York. That works against the Knicks, that crowd will turn on their team more than any other fan base turns on their team. If you can stun them in Game 1 or Game 2 and flip the series, if you can win a Game 5, or if they get down in a Game 7, that fan base will eat themselves alive.
Yeah.
So while you say they have another gear, and I'll concede that point, there's also a world where this thing spirals for the Knicks. Cat's soft. Why did we trade Randall? Tibbs is running our guys into the ground. Cade's better than Brunson. Oh, no, we're getting passed by the Pistons, who only won 14 games a year ago. The New York talking heads, the talk radio, the fans, they'll eat themselves alive if the Pistons can steal a game early in this series. That's
I just
huge
think
part of it.
It's going to be I think there's going to be a huge grind series. Like I think it's going to be a classic series. I think it's going to be the best series in the league in the first round. I just remind people, Cat got the label. They went to Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals last year. Now, I know Anthony Edwards led the pack there, but Karl Anthony Towns played good in the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But everybody's labeling them soft, and it's like, okay, that's why I say the gear. I'm a little suspicious of the Knicks flipping a switch here.
Okay. We'll keep taking the ticket text on it, 248-539-9797. We've got some receipts coming up at 8:35. Pistons regular season is over. Red Wings regular season is over. We did Fact or Fiction before the year. How'd we do? But first, Heather with the news.
Well, a classic sitcom set in Detroit is getting a spin-off nearly 30 years later. So the show Martin, which ran from 1992 to 1997, has received the green light to create this spin-off called Varnell Hill. So it's going to feature the character Varnell Hill, right? And it will star Tommy Davidson, who played that character. Martin Lawrence will be serving as an executive producer of the show. It's going to take place, they say, like behind the scenes of this long-running late-night talk show, the Varnell Hill Show.
Okay.
And it will kind of show the chaotic world of television production. It's a comedy.
Cool.
Yeah.
A little nostalgia for people.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt. Very cool. Kind of cool to see it coming back so many years later.
I was gonna say,
right?
that's quite a few years.
Yeah. So there's this new Metro Detroit-based startup that is going to be here to help make your next party epic. Lender Rental is this new platform that makes party rentals and other equipment more affordable and easier to find. So apparently it's focused on parties and events, right? So like you need tables, chairs, speakers, whatever you need for your party, you can go there and find it. But they also say you can basically rent anything anywhere. So anything you need, not they call themselves like the Airbnb of rentals, but they don't actually rent homes and vehicles. Like they rent. There's not a lot on it yet, so I don't know if it's literally anything or if it's
like what's something that you'd use this for?
Well, besides parties, you're saying?
Yeah.
Because obviously the party rental's huge. If you're throwing a big party in your backyard, you need tables and chairs and tents and lights. And
as I understand it, this is almost like Uber for rentals.
That's
so like I'm thinking like tools, like yard equipment. Like
that's what I instantly thought of. Like, I need excavators on my mind because of the story from yesterday. But like,
you need something to deal with a tree or something in your yard.
But I wonder if I don't know if I'd want to rent baby things. But like, okay, let's say I'm traveling out of state and I don't want to bring the pack and play, the stroller.
Can I rent it locally?
Could I just rent a crib, a pack and play, whatever I need locally so I don't have to pack it all up with me because baby stuff takes up so much room in the vehicle.
Yeah. They travel with all their furniture.
They travel with everything. And if you're flying, that's even more difficult. So I instantly thought of stuff like that's something maybe I would consider using. Again, it's who am I renting it from? And do you know what I mean?
It could be kind of sketchy.
So it says that they connect you with trusted people and businesses nearby that will get you everything you need. They're also a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. So something to check out when it's, we'll hear more about it, I'm sure, when it's really out there. A man who escaped from police custody on Thursday morning has been recaptured by Detroit police. Officials say the man was initially arrested at 8 a.m. on a gun possession charge, and then he was brought to jail. And when he was there, he assaulted an officer. And then as he was being transferred for a medical clearance, he escaped. And he was on the run, still cuffed, for about 40 minutes before he was recaptured. But very chaotic scene, the videos that I saw of just officers sprinting, trying to run after this guy, people not really knowing what's going on because all of these cars are racing around. But thankfully, nobody was injured and he was caught because it sounds like he's got a long list, a long criminal background.
Did you see the video of the takedown?
Yeah, it's great. I saw lots of video. There was lots of people like, what is happening right now, right? Legendary broadcaster analyst Lee Corso is going to be retiring soon from College Game Day. His last broadcast is actually going to be August 30th of this year. Just announced on Thursday when he officially retires. He will be 90 years old, which to me seems crazy to be doing something like this at 90 years old. Unbelievable. He spent the last 38 years on ESPN's popular pregame show, kind of was the face of Saturday mornings in the fall.
He's been a great personality, fun, insightful, more insightful a decade ago than he has been the last few years, but still very entertaining.
I mean, he's 89 years old.
Yeah, and I know that the last handful of years here, he hasn't been the Lee Corso people fell in love with, but he's a huge reason that this game day product
is what it is.
What it is. Exactly.
Yeah, if we could all be doing what we love at 89.
Yeah.
My fingers are crossed.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'd be sweet.
It's Heather with the news. Hey, end of the hour. You see Aaron Rodgers went on McAfee?
Yeah.
Got some audio. Him and Aaron Glenn. Oh, boy. Whose side are you on? First, we'll do the receipts next, 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm, and it should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers that you can sit down with and have a conversation with. Not a tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
All right, in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll have the cookie jar. Fun Easter, good stuff on a Friday. There's a name that all Red Wing fans are thinking. Do you want him? Can they get him? We'll get to that as well. John, every show in the country is going to talk about this Aaron Rodgers sound from Pat McAfee yesterday. What I love is that this show has someone on it that was in the same exact spot. And spoiler alert, NFL teams weren't flying me around. John, you dealt with something very similar.
Yeah, and we all know that playing days come to an end at some point. Whether we all know that our days in any job come to an end at some point. And I'll give you my perspective as soon as we hear from Aaron Rodgers, who was, as we know, released from the New York Football Jets. And Aaron Glenn, who we are very familiar with, is a new coach, and it's who Aaron Rodgers is speaking with. So I had a similar situation. Obviously, I played in Washington for a decade, and the owner flew his plane to where I was in northern Michigan, brought me in, and they were trying to do everything as respectful as they can. And I appreciate that. I thought I was coming in for a conversation about, I wasn't the same player at that time as I was, 5 years earlier, 6 years earlier, definitely not as a rookie. And we want you to take a lesser role. Because it was at a time, it was later, but free agency had passed. I believe it was actually after the draft. Yeah, it was after the draft. And so I'm still preparing for the season. I sat down, and literally within 10 seconds, it was the same thing. Hey, we just wanted to let you know that we're moving on. We're going to release you. I was due a big bonus in a matter of a couple of days, and I said kind of the same thing, like, you couldn't tell me this on the phone?
So you're with Aaron on this?
Yes, I am with him on this. Ideally, what the situation should have been is they go to him, and they don't make him, because it sounds like he's coming probably from California. That's a 5-hour trip. He's there for 20 minutes apparently, and it's another 5-hour. That's a whole day. I was coming from northern Michigan, so it was a couple-hour flight. 15-minute conversation, and then it's back. But I left my family, did all that just to go there and for them to fire you. It was out of the blue, didn't see it coming. I think this is one where Aaron Rodgers probably could see the writing on the wall, but who knows?
He still wanted to go and hear him out.
Yeah.
So I've seen people point out if they try to do this over the phone to save him the time, Aaron Rodgers would have said, they didn't even have the decency to look me in the eye or say it to my face.
Correct.
Which is why your solution is the team should fly out
yes.
for a higher profile player like this.
Yeah, or somebody that's been there for a decade. I
was giving you credit. You're a high profile player.
Thanks.
Try to pump your tires up a little bit there.
I mean, in DC, okay.
You're a legend over there.
In my own mind, at least.
But there's a way to do this, and you think Aaron Glenn handled it poorly.
I think the management handled it poorly.
So it could be his general manager.
Yeah, that goes on the GM. Aaron Glenn could be, they have those conversations. Do you still want Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback? He probably says no. Okay, well then now it's the front office. How are we going to go about doing this, releasing him?
I understand.
And yeah, I think it's one where they go to him, especially being Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is one of the all-time greats in the NFL. Whether you like him or not, his career has been historic.
Yes, multiple MVP, Super Bowl champion.
Not with the Jets.
Not with the Jets, and they certainly don't have that same affinity for him. Like Aaron said, he knew there was a chance they weren't going to want to bring him back. It's a new regime. It's a new staff. They want to do things their own way. I understand where Glenn was coming from in the sense that I want to get on the same page as you because Aaron Rodgers is this guy. For him to say he doesn't care about the messaging, he very much does care about the messaging on this stuff.
Sure.
So Aaron Glenn goes, hey, I'm bringing you in here. We're going to try to do this right by you. How do you want this to appear in print? Do you want this to be that we threw your ass out on the curb, or mutual parting? How do you want this to be done? And then I want you to gracefully exit the organization so I can send the message to my guys moving forward. I understand why Glenn said what he said.
Yeah.
And I understand that Aaron Rodgers was always going to put a media spin on this regardless, which is why Glenn was right to think that.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll give Aaron Glenn props for being there. He didn't have to be there. Jim Zorn was a coach. Jim Zorn wasn't there. It was Dan Snyder and Vinny Serrato. And they left Jim Zorn just said, I don't want to be there. I don't know what it was. But Aaron Glenn was there to have a tough conversation. And it was, like you said, there is a certain messaging that can come out. And I will give it to them. If Aaron Rodgers had said, I want you to say you cut me, it was against my, against what I wanted. I mean, like they seem to be willing to throw themselves a little bit under the bus.
Just so you don't have disjointed messaging and then it looks sloppy.
But it's, and then he's left to, take off and head all the way back across the country. Again, all I had to come back was Michigan, and there may or may not have been some shenanigans on the plane, but that was.
What's that mean?
That's an off-air conversation.
Okay. Yes. I didn't know if you were going to have this conversation on here.
No, you were in
a foul mood.
I like my job now.
Okay. But you were in a bad mood. They flew you all the way out there and then said, hey, by the way, you're not getting your bonus and you don't have a job.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
Nobody ever leaves a meeting being fired as in a good mood.
You also had that bonus coming too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the timing of it, and for the timing for me was free agency money had been spent. Draft picks were made, and now all of a sudden I'm left to figure out, okay, what does this mean for my future? And fortunately for me, before I had landed, I called my agent and said, hey, I just got fired. Let's make some calls.
You told him, let's get to work.
Yeah. And then, Detroit called and said, let's do it.
So, first off, I think it's going to be interesting to see if the Jets or Glenn or management respond in any way to this. I mean, I doubt they will.
I hope they
don't need to,
because even if this is not exactly how it went down, the win is very little for them. They've moved on. They're starting a new regime and culture, yada yada, and they're trying to get away from the Woody Johnson Madden stuff too. So they'll move forward no matter what, and they won't get in the dirt here with Aaron Rodgers. I just caution everybody. This is a guy that manipulates words.
Yes.
He hasn't been known to tell the truth before. And without getting in the weeds of it, the immunized comment.
It's not about the vaccine, whether for or against or any of that stuff. It's that he was trying to be misleading.
Yes, exactly. So for this to be believable, I think has to be questioned.
Well, I think an interesting detail in it, and it's 2 minutes long, we're not going to play it again, but he says when Glenn asked him, do you want to play here or something like that, right? He says, I'm interested. Maybe they were waiting to hear him say something more emphatic like, oh, I love the organization. Yes. I want to be here. I'm invested. These are my guys. And when he goes, I'm interested. I'm pondering. I want to hear you out. They said, you know what, dude? Get your ass out of here. We don't need you. We're moving on.
That's a great point, because what if he comes out and just says, I want this, wipe this slate clean. I want to change what's been the narrative for 2 years. I want to get back to winning like I did in Green Bay.
I want to win a Super Bowl here.
Yes. Do you think he said that?
No.
No, he didn't. Did Glenn already have his mind made up, or was he sizing him up? And he goes, "Oh, if he's going to do this waffling thing, and we're not, we need to have decisions. We need to be decisive. We need to move on." Your first words out of your mouth told me everything I need to know.
Yeah,
buddy. How do you want this in the media? And we'll get you on your way.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Yeah, to me, in terms of how it went down, the words that he used, the situation is believable.
We can ask you whose side you're on. We can throw that out to people. 248-539-9797. We know Aaron Rodgers is not popular here. We know Aaron Glenn is popular here. What makes it so interesting is, John, in your mind, they didn't do right by the player flying him all the way out there to do that.
Just to do that.
Just to do that. Very rare that you'll take up.
For Aaron Rodgers,
I know,
yes.
Headline.
Not a fan.
9 o'clock hour, we got the cookie jar and the Marner question. Free Press is writing about it. Do you want him, and can they get him? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tiger Bats were more active last night than the previous 2 games. So 2-0 at that point. Riley Green was next, and he played a torque with a single. 1 of 2 RBIs for Riley, who collected 3 hits in total. 6-1 the final score by game's end. Reese Olson started for the Tigers, tossing 5 shutout innings. The Maple Leafs snapped the Wings' 3-game winning streak thanks to a 4-3 victory in overtime. Detroit had a 3-1 lead after 2 before the Leafs ripped off 3 unanswered goals between the third and OT. It concludes a frustrating season, which culminates in the 9th straight without a playoff appearance. Michigan freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood made headlines yesterday, partnered with a local dealership to give a car to one of his mentors in high school, Mike Darty, who works in security at Belleville High School. Lions second-year player Terrion Arnold will announce a pick on day 2 of the draft for Detroit. GM Brett Holmes didn't deliver many nuggets in his pre-draft newser yesterday, did reveal that the Lions haven't received any calls asking for the team's first-round pick at 28. ESPN college football analyst Lee Corso has announced he's retiring. His final broadcast will be August 30th, week 1 of the season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Red Wings season ended last night. Mitch Marner was on the ice in a Toronto jersey. But his days may be numbered. Free agent when the season's over. Free Press has the article. Wings should make a push for Mitch Marner. The headline, Marner could alter Red Wings' future. They should go all in during free agency. I know Rieger was in yesterday for Doug. He and Gator were talking about, do you want him? And how feasible is it that you get him? And John, I think that second part is the biggest part because it's obvious you should want Mitch Marner.
Yeah, it seems obvious on the surface and any which way you look at it that you want Mitch Marner. He's a terrific player. He's 28 years old. So if you're looking at it as, okay, well, do they have the cap space? Answer is yes. And it's probably going to be 14 to 14. It'll be on the higher end if he hits the free agent market. $14 million a year. And they've got north of $20 million.
Yeah, I think 21, 22. I don't think get too cute. But yeah, they have the space.
And so it's not a matter of will he fit in the cap? And then you think, well, is it going to be term? Would you be willing to give a guy like that 8 years? He's 28. Could he still be really good at 36? Yeah. This is an individual. And at a time where the NHL is built not to allow high-valued free agents to hit the market, this is an opportunity. If you're not going to get if you're not going to get lottery luck, you're not going to be able. You're building through the draft. This is an opportunity to go out there and get a star player to add to your roster, to add to all of those draft picks, to add to Dylan Larkin, who we saw in the Four Nations play really good with other good players around him, to make those on your team better, to get to the playoffs, to be a competitor. The answer is yes, you have to go for it.
Just the context of it, the highest paid Red Wing is Dylan Larkin, and he is just shy of $9 million. for Marner to get over 14 would be a big, bold move. Yzerman would have to be willing to outbid the market, both in terms of yearly salary and term. Term has been a sticking point for Steve in recent free agencies. Now, I hope the player here is so undeniably good that they pursue him. He's a 100-point guy, point-per-game guy for 7 years. I've seen people say he's not tough enough. He's a penalty killer on Toronto. He's an all-situations guy, 5-on-5, power play, penalty kill. You still need to add to defense. You still need to make other moves, but that's the centerpiece. And he fits the timeline. He's 28. He's the same age as Dylan Larkin. The two paired up beautifully in the All-Star game a couple years ago. Dylan Larkin scored 5 goals in the 2023 All-Star games. And he said the highlight of that tournament that weekend was playing with Mitch Marner. So, yes, the answer is yes, they should go get him. The second question is, do they actually get him? 248-539-9797.
I don't know. I mean, the track record says no. It's going to be too much money or his term. And
Yzerman's reputation is he draws hard lines in negotiation.
Yeah.
He gets guys like Stamkos took less when he initially re-signed in Tampa. And Larkin, maybe you think Larkin won, but that was kind of a battle, right, to get him under $9 million. Yzerman is a shrewd negotiator. He draws those lines. When you get to free agency, hey, Steve, I got to let you go. Someone else is on my other line. Like, if you're not willing to do it, then you're going to lose out on the player.
So you mentioned Dylan Larkin's making $9 a year, and Marner would be in the realm of 14, give or take.
Yeah.
Is he $5 million better? Is he worth more than $5 million more than Dylan Larkin? Please don't pause. The answer is clearly yes.
Well, he's a much better player. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a much better player.
So what was the holdup? It's like you saying, hey, they should DFA Kenta Maeda. Did I catch you off guard?
Well, you did, because I'm thinking, is he twice the player? No, but he is a better. I was trying to do like the dollar for dollar
it's not
comparison.
Twice as much. It's not $18 million.
No, it's not. I got caught up in doing some stupid math in my head that was irrelevant to the conversation. Apologies to everybody. We'll keep the show moving. 248-539-9797. Look, they also have to decide, are they bringing Kane back? They have to decide, are they going to buy out Tarasenko?
Yeah.
Money could end up being very tight in the world where you want Marner and you want to upgrade your blue line. But I would hope you're moving Hull off of this roster. Even if you have to attach picks to it, we've seen him do that before.
Yeah.
Even if you're only getting future considerations back, we've seen him do that. The Mrazek contract, $4 million for him seems a little steep now, doesn't it? Like, there are things that they're going to have to figure out cap-wise that Steve Yzerman's job to do. And this is a critical offseason, and you may get a gift if Marner doesn't go back to Toronto. That's the first part of this. He's from Toronto. They may elect to keep him. If they get bounced early, he's a scapegoat, or he just wants to test the market, you've got a real shot at it. You have to go for it.
I would think that it seems to be the easy answer, and I'm trying to find the downside of signing a Mitch Marner.
People will say needs to perform better in the playoffs. He's not an overtly gritty player, and this team needs to be tougher. You can add Marner and add grit this same offseason. And again, I don't think he's a wallflower. He'll back check. He'll play the penalty kill. I think he's mislabeled as a soft player for those that are looking for the downside or trying to justify not adding him.
You at some point you're going to have to take a chance. Yeah. You're going to have to trust that a guy that's a point a game guy that was over 100 points this year is going to continue to play at that level.
And by the way, half his points were 5-on-5. It's not like he was just this power play merchant that lived with the man advantage. He's a really good hockey player. Ticket text coming in on this. Plus, we have more ticket text on the Aaron Glenn, Aaron Rodgers stuff, so I want to mix those in. Texter says, why would Marner want to come here? He's playing with two of the best players in the world in Toronto. He's used to making the playoffs. Wings don't even have a seat at the table yet. Dave in Detroit. Money would be one of the reasons. Greg is stacking bills back behind the glass. Yeah, money would be a huge reason. Plus, you feel like Toronto may be capped out, right? They've made all these postseasons and they're going nowhere. You feel like you come to Detroit, you're a playoff team with these young players coming as reinforcements in the future.
Yeah. And I mean
all of Yzerman's first round picks look like good hockey players. There's a trajectory if they can just supercharge this a little bit.
How much more do you have to play to get him out of Toronto? Yeah, now, I know the deal's not done.
Right.
But what do you have to pay to get him out of Toronto for him to say, yeah, I'm going to leave home, I'm going to leave my hometown team to go play for, albeit an original six?
Yeah, the appeal is if you're a hockey guy, this is an Original Six franchise. They've got great facilities. They're stalling out, but in theory, primed to take a big step forward as an organization moving forward here. And you mentioned, is there a tax to leave? Well, Canada, there's higher taxes in Canada. So if you want to do the dollar-to-dollar comparison, that may actually help the Red Wings in a head-to-head comparison. But it's also what helps these teams in like Florida and Vegas and stuff is these guys look at it and go, no state income tax. Texter says, sign Marner, I'd be interested in shopping DeBrincat to get an all-around gritty guy in return. That's what this team needs. Obviously, they should try. Sorry, Tom, go ahead.
I was just say that would be kind of an interesting pivot there to do that. I mean, how much better are you really getting in some ways then? You're taking, look, I've had my issues to a degree with DeBrincat. He scored 39 goals. I mean,
yes.
So you're taking, where are those coming from then? Because Marner's just going to replace some of them or maybe equal.
Says, obviously, they should get Marner. I have no faith that Steve will go out and spend up to $15 million on a single NHL player. I think that's a valid question if Steve's got the tolerance to do that. Zero urgency with Stevie. I mean, zero. I'm tired of it. No rush, no rush. Sometimes you have to pay a star. This would be a way to change the narrative. Agreed. Ultimately, I want a new GM in the front office to make the decision on Marner. I don't want Yzerman making that choice.
So I think the one wild card here in all this is what does Toronto do in the playoffs? If they make a deep run, get to the Cup final, losing him is not going to sit well. Because they're gonna finally say the core four got it together, right?
Sure.
If they lose in the first round to the Senators, a team in their own division that made it as a wild card, made the playoffs for the first time since blank.
Yeah.
They're going to have to change things. And the easiest way to change things is to let your free agent walk, right? What if he has a down series? What if he has 1 point and they lose in 6? It's see ya.
People are going to hate this opinion. Unnamed text. No, Sam in Grand Rapids says, people are going to hate this opinion. I lean towards waiting one more year before being aggressive in free agency. Says, look at next year's class, higher end, more depth, makes more sense, but I wouldn't hate adding Mitch Marner.
I think we're all done waiting. We're all tired of waiting.
What's a couple more years? On the Aaron Glenn stuff. It says, Rodgers is a crybaby. If they did it over the phone, he'd complain about the lack of respect to do it face-to-face. Rodgers doesn't care about the messaging so much that he's complaining about the messaging. Yeah, I think that's a good call out. Obviously, Glenn talked to some of the players to say what he said.
Yeah.
In Rodgers' own words, I'm interested. If he had said yes to the conversation, it could have gone totally different. Glenn doesn't seem the type to want to put up with Rodgers' drama. That's Anthony in Ann Arbor. For once I'm with Rodgers, imagine your boss flies you on your own dime across the country just to be fired.
Yeah.
I don't think it's even about the money for Aaron. It's the time, right?
It's the time. It's 100% the time. And I mean, he mentions it too. Like he knew that this was a possibility. You're also talking about one of the highest paid players in NFL history. So I don't think it's about going on his dime. It's the principle of the matter.
Bunch of millionaires. It's like a bunch of millionaires enjoying their space joyride this week. No one cares about you, Rodgers. I love it, and I find it even better that he's crying about it. Signed, Nate. I mean, some of this is just the joy of watching him experience discomfort. The schadenfreude of it all.
Well, and now he's just going to be doing it to somebody else, aka the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, I might be interested. I might not be. Let me wait till I make my decision.
I feel like the Jets were vindicated with their decision already.
Yeah.
He hasn't picked a team. He's still doing the media whining routine. Was it harsh that they flew him all the way out to do it? Yeah, but I think they were in a no-win situation. You call him up.
Yeah.
It's impersonal. You fly him out. You could have done it over the phone. John, I think your solution was one I didn't consider. You just fly out to him, so there's no excuses. We'll come out to see you. We'll do our presentation. We'll explain it to you, and then we'll fly home and feel good about it.
Yeah, remove all excuses.
All excuses. All right, coming up next, some thoughts on the Marner stuff. More of your ticket text. Cookie jar at 9:35. It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch sports is Stadium Swim. And it doesn't matter if it's football, basketball, baseball, golf. All of it is great, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
It's the Marner question. Jeff Merrick, Hockey Insider. Do you want him, and do you think they can get him? To Merrick's point, playoffs aren't over yet. If Toronto goes on a run and they move heaven and earth and they keep him, he's from Toronto, it's a moot point. But if they get bounced early / financially, can't offer him the deal he wants, the Wings are in a position to do so. Some of the ticket techs, they're not adding Marner. It's not an Yzerman move. They'll call up Danielson and Mazur. Good news for Mitch Marner. If he joins the Wings, we don't make the playoffs. No need to worry about sucking in the postseason. It's a hell of a selling point.
Yes.
You can golf early. If the Wings sign Marner, get ready for the $20 Hot and Now pizza. John in Lake Orion with $10 Crazy Poofs. Sign Marner, trade Larkin, and a prospect, get another NHL goalie and defenseman. Now, I think part of this would be Marner with Larkin together. The more Yzerman move is trading for John Tavares. The fourth guy in Toronto. Marner has more playoff points than Austin Matthews in the same number of seasons. He would immediately improve this team and solidify the top line with Larkin and Raymond. Corey in the car. Yeah, I see it. I see the vision.
It's one of those things where, and when you play the audio of Jeff Merrick talking about it, they at least, unless he's off the market before he even hits the market and stays in Toronto, you at least have to explore. We said all the time, you got to make the call, right?
Look, if it's like we find out that
they don't even try,
yeah, then okay. I've got in front of me, and this is not perfect, cap space for this upcoming offseason.
Okay.
The Wings, this says 25. Merrick said 22. So just understand, this is loose. 12th most cap space in hockey.
Okay.
I'm going to give you some teams that, in theory, have more space and could try to win a bidding war for Marner. The San Jose Sharks, who finished dead last.
No.
The Columbus Blue Jackets. Boy, that'd be a kick in the teeth if he went there.
Yeah.
Carolina, they wanted Mikko Rantanen, couldn't get a deal. I think they can make a hell of a pitch for Mitch Marner. That's the first one that jumped out.
Mm-hmm.
Anaheim, and Calgary's going through a rebuild. Winnipeg, I don't know if they have some other commitments they have to make, but Winnipeg won the President's Trophy.
Right. I mean, yeah, they have all that cap space and
they're good.
But I'm saying if they have all that cap space, they're good, and they could add Mitch Marner.
Oh yeah, again, but I don't know if Winnipeg has some deals that need to be done this offseason that cut into that. Chicago, the Islanders, the Flyers, the Kings, and the Bruins.
Wouldn't it be ironic to make your best offer and he goes to Boston?
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, it's a holiday weekend, and I'm going to give you a little update on the weather we'll experience. So we're going to experience basically everything.
Yeah.
We're going to experience some warm temperatures, cold temperatures. We're going to see the rain. We're going to see some sun. Today, obviously, it's going to be really warm. We could see 80 degrees in some areas. Clouds and sun, and then storms could roll in this evening, so be prepared for that. Tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, lingering showers, but it will dry out during the day.
Okay.
Like 65. Sounds
Perfect.
like a nice day.
Yeah.
Then a cold front will kind of cruise on in. Showers likely on Sunday in the morning and the evening, right around 52 degrees.
Yeah.
So
when
Easter
you
Sunday will
say
be a little chillier.
Cold front.
Yeah, I mean,
feels like
we're going from 80 to low 50s.
Right. Okay.
That's,
So it's dramatic.
Yeah.
But as I looked at the 10-day forecast,
Yes.
at no point is there a temperature with a 3 in it to start it.
oh, no.
Right.
It's not that cold.
Yes. So we are
Chilly.
making progress.
We are definitely making
Spring is
progress.
sprung. Perfect.
There's some sick people out there, guys. You already know that. Lapeer police are investigating after sharp objects were found on a public playground. And it happened twice this month. And families are reporting finding these objects. They're saying they're these sharp, man-made metal objects, and they're strategically placed like in the wood chips below the slide so that when little kids come out and land, they're landing on these metal objects.
Oh, jeez.
It's gross. Like, who is doing this? Are they sitting around to wait for it to happen? Or are they planting them in the night and just waiting for somebody randomly to hurt themselves on them? Anyway, the city is now asking parents, hey, we are on the lookout as well, but be extra vigilant when you go to the playground.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out. Police are investigating.
It's unbelievable.
I know, it's gross. GM and Bedrock, they have shared that their redevelopment plan for the RenCen does include demolishing 2 of the original 5 towers, right? But we've never really heard, or they haven't really shared how they plan to do it. There's several ways you could destroy these buildings, right? But you need to do it carefully because it's in a congested area. There's lots of people always around too. So I guess if the plan does move forward, the 2 towers that are going to be demolished, I guess you could say, would be the ones closest to the river. And there's a source that is saying they kind of know the plan of action anyway. So according to a source familiar with the demolition discussions, the plan is not to use implosion, but rather a careful step-by-step deconstruction similar to the takedown of the old Joe Louis Arena site. And basically what it would do, this approach they would take like some sort of a large fabric-like barrier, has to be extra large, right? Over each tower that would then contain the dust and debris. And the structures would be taken apart piece by piece with pieces lowered to the ground to be sorted and then recycled if possible. No word on yet when it would take place, how long it would take. Would they come down together? Would they do one tower and then the next tower?
Are they going to replace it with anything?
They've showed, well, no, I don't think there'd be a structure there, but they've showed their models. I think there's ones like a big open park, right? Like that would have, they know what they want to do with the space. They just never really unveiled how they plan to get there. So it's a tough process no matter which way you choose. Incoming Michigan quarterback Bryce Underwood is doing something really awesome, or did something really awesome, giving back to somebody who meant a lot to him in his life, his mentor. He teamed up with a local dealership, Feldman Chevrolet, and he surprised his former high school security guard with a brand new vehicle.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
it's so cool.
Story.
Somebody who's had a great relationship with him. Met him before he went to high school as an 8th grader. Met this man and said this guy's always been there for him, been like a mentor to him. So pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Young guy, let's surprise. Yeah.
You get some real money. I mean,
oh yeah, you got real money.
What are you going to do with it? Giving back is really nice to see. Before you move on, Bryce Underwood, spring game this weekend.
I'm excited to see him. He's got a live arm. Anybody that saw him in high school knows that. He does a great job getting outside the pocket. He's got a great awareness. I like how he's come in, tackled the playbook, watched film, worked out. He's dotting all the T's, crossing all the I's.
Can you address the photo everybody's fixated on where it looks like he's added the freshman 15?
Yeah.
Is that a bad angle?
If anybody around college football wants to think he's fat, go for it, because he is not. He's not.
I'm going to end with this incredible story. There's a rancher's dog that is actually being credited with helping protect a toddler who went missing in Arizona this week. A 2-year-old, right? A 2-year-old walked 7 miles away from home through mountain lion territory, right?
Oh, boy.
Spent the night outside alone and was walked to safety by Buford, the dog. This is crazy. So there was a huge search party, right? They had 40 people looking. They had helicopters looking for this little boy who disappeared on Monday night, right around 5 p.m. He was wearing a tank top and some pajama pants, okay? Couldn't find him. 16 hours later, the boy was found on the rancher's driveway. The rancher was, who knows what he was doing, headed out, saw Buford, and then saw the boy standing right next to him.
That's crazy.
And this
2
dog,
years old.
2. And overall, the rancher's wife said for the circumstances looked great. Like he had a little dirt on his face, and the boy told the rancher, that he wasn't walking the whole time, that he did lay down by a tree.
That's unbelievable.
7 miles. And they said during the search, they spotted 2 mountain lions.
Can you imagine the panic?
I was going to say, how old is Brooks?
He's 1. Emily's 3.
So like a year from now. Yeah.
No, Brooks is like a
7
baby to me.
miles?
He's a baby still. No.
Teddy at 3? No.
All right, Cookie Jar's next, 97.1.
Hey, you guys. guys, it's me. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed with my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, we got a spring weekend ahead. We know it's going to be a little bit warm today. We'll get some sun, we'll get some rain, we'll get some cool weather. It all means your grass is going to start growing. You got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call now. That number, 888-GET-GREEN, or you can find more info on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Purchase a full lawn program right now. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. And it's about the crabgrass at this time. You don't want to have crabgrass all season long. It's a battle. It's a losing battle. So you got to win that one right now. Go out there, get the first application, then you don't have to worry about it. And here's the other thing. They take care of all problems. So they're not going to, midway through the season say, hey, we got this problem. Do you want us to take care of it? No, they just fix everything. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. They're locally owned and operated for over 35 years. So keep your money local with somebody that is trusted. They're going to give you 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Dan Dickerson's call on a night where both Torkelson and Riley Green contributed. Torque 2 of 4, drove in 3. Riley Green with a 3-hit night. Whew, sigh of relief putting that behind him.
Oh, man. That was fun. And it was because, one, Riley Green hitting, but it was also he was knocking in Torkelson. So it was the 1-2 punch. Now, we always thought that Green would be higher in the order, and it would be Torkelson knocking him in, but I don't care how it happens.
A couple weeks might be that.
It might be.
Yeah.
Might even be today.
Sure. Back at it again against the Kansas City Royals, 4-game series. They took game 1. Good tone setter, good to get Riley going.
Mm-hmm.
I know Karsh and Anderson are going to do some of their Piston predictions on the show today. We did ours.
Yep.
I said Pistons in 7. John said Pistons in 6.
Win it at the LCA.
And Tom over here, Tecumseh Tom, Knicks in 7. I'm not trying to paint you as a bad guy. Stoney took him in 5.
No, he does that himself.
Stoney took the Knicks in 5, and Rico also took the Knicks. I don't know how many games.
Yeah.
So I think it's a 51-49 draw, and I think it's in favor of the Knicks due to experience. I think they're going to up their game and probably take it to another gear. That may not happen until the Pistons beat them. I think it's going to be a grind it out. I mean, I expect this thing to split in MSG, split here, and then the home teams will win. That's kind of just the way I think it out.
Yeah, so they have home court, the Knicks, but I don't think it's some huge edge because the Pistons aren't intimidated to play there. They won both meetings there. Cade had massive games both times at MSG, and I think MSG can work against the Knicks. Their fans will eat their own if this team struggles.
It's New York.
Right. So if the 14-win Pistons from a season ago roll in and steal the first game or one of the first 2 games, or a pivotal game 5 at some point in the series.
Could be some animosity there.
They start, it doesn't become a crowd that benefits the team. It becomes a crowd that hurts the team. And New York is unique in that way. So I don't put much stock in the fact that they have home court. I think the Pistons have the best player in the series, the best defense in the series, and will make the plays to win the series.
I think the games are going to be extremely competitive. Like, look, you have some good matchups in the West, and on paper, it's not the best matchup, but I think it ends up being the best competitive matchup, game in, game out. I think it's going to be almost a war, and I anticipate, like, I'd be disappointed if the Pistons don't get some buy back in from some fans that haven't jumped on this. Like, I think the people out there that aren't prioritizing this or they're just going to casually watch, I think might enjoy watching this team play again and fall in love with them. The bandwagons, whoever you want to call this group of people, we know after this week there's a clear lack of interest in this team for a team entering the playoffs for the first time in 8-9 years or 6-7 years, whatever it was. But and then that appearance was a joke.
Right. This is the first time in 17 years that they are in the playoffs with a chance to win a single game and the series. And I'll stress that they are very much capable of winning this series. People who've slept on him may start waking up to it. I thought Doug Karsh made a great point earlier this week. He said, when this city gets feverish, we do it so well. And for whatever reason, the Pistons may be lagging behind in terms of interest. Go ahead and take the game on Saturday. Go ahead and take one of the first 2 games and come home and see what those games look like. Give this city, light the fuse.
There'll be a vibe next Thursday if this thing's split. Oh. I mean, there's gonna with the draft being the same day and the draft timing out well with the Lions pick. There's gonna be a real big energy, and Cade blossoming for anybody that hasn't noticed that he's a star yet.
Yeah, someone who's just casually like, the NBA regular season, the players don't care. Why am I going to tune in? Well, now it's playoffs.
Yeah, and it's going to be an opportunity for big moments. Cade Cunningham, we've had some big moments this year. He's had some game winners, and he pointed to the Detroit on the front of his jersey, but they don't get any bigger than the postseason. And is he going to have those big moments? Malik Beasley, some big shots, some big moments.
I was talking about how the New York fans eat their own. Ryan Field, who works in New York with their ABC affiliate, used to be here in Detroit doing TV for a while. He tweeted out the back page of one of the New York papers, the New York Post. And it's a picture of Cade Cunningham. And it says, ready, villain, and able. Cade could be the next in MSG's pantheon of hate if the Knicks don't take care of business against the Pistons. It's already started. It's already started on the back page of the New York Post. Cade could come in here and rip the Knicks' hearts out.
That's a real thing. It's like a badge of honor that stars in this league that have gone in there in the playoffs. The Knicks have been kind of a cursed franchise. They haven't won a championship in over 50 years.
Was it Willis Reed in the 70s?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
no kidding.
You know,
Couldn't happen
it's
in a
all
better
sitting
city.
there for the taking. Why wouldn't Cade take it? The opportunity. Like, that's why I think
It's two things going at the same time. It's the Pistons rising, and to me, it's the Knicks just sitting there ripe for the taking.
right. And now that when they went and got Towns, they kind of pushed in that this team's good enough to win. And, you know, at times during the season, they didn't look like they're good enough against the good teams. I don't know.
So what was
they're
their
a
record?
mystery.
Their record against the Celtics and the Cavs was 0-8.
All right.
Their record against teams who are 1 through 6, teams that were playoff teams that didn't, have to go a play-in, teams that were 1 through 6 and had a top 10 defense. It's like real stiff competition. 3-15 for the Knicks. Bring them on. Bring them on.
Is that a lock?
Oh, don't do this. We only have a few minutes left. You already have people that get mad if we dare be confident in our team.
Yeah, you guys both picked the Knicks, and somebody texted us earlier and said it's the double-digit disco all over again. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
We didn't say they're sweeping.
We'll wait till Monday.
If they win and you come in disco shirt,
Oh,
no. The whole thing will be...
I'm doing the show alone.
Yeah.
You're not allowed.
Oh, yeah. It won't go well for me. I already know that. Be curious to see what Doug
You
and Gator
might be
think.
doing it shirtless. Which worse?
You don't want to see. I bet you Doug and Gator both picked the Pistons. That's my prediction.
I think Doug will.
You think Gator will hold off?
I
He
don't
was
know.
talking pretty positive a couple days ago.
Yeah, well, when push comes to shove and you actually gotta make a stand, I don't know. We'll see.
Some ticket texters. Knicks in 5. John in Ann Arbor. Knicks in 5. New York City. Spike Lee. Carl Anthony. Don't matter. Pistons in 6. So we're getting a little pushback. Will John eat a Cadeberry egg on the show on Monday if Cade puts up 40 on Saturday night?
Cadeberry egg. That sounds awful. I don't even want to go there.
Texter says the Cadbury chocolate eggs are the best milk chocolate. Horrid opinion from John. Jelly beans as the best Easter candy. Ever try a Cadbury mini egg?
I love chocolate. Chocolate is one of my kryptonite. But the Cadbury eggs, no. For me, if a Cadbury eggs, it has to be one of the caramel ones.
Tom, are you trying to get me in trouble with one of these?
oh,
Look, Gator, you're not going to read this ticket text, but the one that starts with, I love Cadbury eggs. There's no, I should not read that on this show, right?
Dead air.
No.
I mean, come on.
Come on, Tom.
Let me see it.
Come on, this guy.
I think I had a copy and paste. I didn't intend to.
You're
Okay.
good. You're good.
I'm trying to get these to you as quick as I can.
I'm just doing, you're fine. No one's actually mad at you.
I'm not sure which one are you talking about.
The one that says, I
love Cadbury eggs.
Yes.
Wait for it.
Come on. The punchline is not. You can hand it to Heather, too. I mean, it's.
No, I don't think you should.
No,
Yeah,
I don't think
no,
you should.
No, you can't share a joke and not share it with
It's not
everyone.
I will show you.
You guys, do you think it's too inappropriate for me?
Yes,
of
yes,
all the
yes.
things I have heard, give that to me.
Okay, yes. Hold on, let me fast forward it for you.
John, is that the one that I told you about, but I did not intend to copy and paste it?
No one's
That's
mad
not
at
that
you.
one,
It's
is it?
Good. We're fine.
No, you shouldn't have handed that to her. I told you. I told him, I go, this is how bad people are on ticket text. And so I told him about it, and I said, don't tell them.
Tom like Tom's the one that wrote it.
So then I accidentally copied it as part of the text I was going to copy.
How dare these people?
Could I throw that away for you?
Yes, go ahead. Crumple it up into the microphone.
Yes.
There it
I
is.
think that one needs to be burned.
Appropriate.
Yes.
Anyway.
I'm
It was
gonna
highly
do the
inappropriate,
the cost
I didn't know it
overemphasized.
involves me. It makes it different.
He likes to be very dramatic.
He does. He likes the sounds.
He is.
It is, it's not a visual medium all the time. Although, you can watch the show on Twitch. Doug's in the
can.
studio. What's going on, Doug?
Oh, doing good. And you?
Great.
Great. Glad to hear it.
I told people you guys are going to have your Pistons predictions.
We are. We are actually asking for help from the audience. We need some help with a project.
Oh, is there anything we can help you with early?
Well, maybe. Have you found anyone anywhere outside of Detroit picking the Pistons to win this series?
As a matter of fact,
anywhere.
No.
I mean,
we've
nobody.
looked. We've
like,
looked.
We looked hard today. And look, with all respect due to bloggers, like any ESPN, Sports Illustrated,
We're looking for the credible
CBS Sports, somebody outside Yahoo, somebody outside of a blogger. Is it anybody? I mean, I can't find anything.
John Morosi, but he's a Detroiter. That doesn't count.
Is he picking the Pistons?
He did say he's picking the Pistons.
Yeah, but he's
from
too
here.
connected.
Yeah.
He counts.
Does that count?
I think he counts ish. That's about as close
As
as we
best you
got
got,
so
yeah.
far. Anyway, and we'll take your predictions. We'll have ours coming up as well.
Perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. The Tigers continue their series with the Royals tonight at Comerica Park. Jackson Jobe toes the rubber, battling KC ace Phil Reagans. He's been solid so far this year in his 4 starts, carrying a 2.28 ERA, allowing just 4 walks while striking out 34. Tigers PR tweeted the highest OPS since the start of 2011 for the team in the first 19 games. None other than Spencer Torkelson comes in at number 4 with numbers just over 1,000. According to Matt Zennett's former Ferris State All-American offensive lineman Bryce George has committed to Iowa. The Detroit Edison product was receiving D1 interest from teams even before he began his college career. We're just one day away from Pistons playoff basketball. JB Pickerstaff gave some insight on how the team's been preparing. Kate Cunningham was on the cover of the New York Post this morning with the headline, Ready, Villain, and Able. Kate could be next in MSG Pantheon of Hate if Knicks don't take care of business with the Pistons. Kind of interesting. Pistons TV voice George Blaha spoke with the Detroit News about his future as he approaches year 50 next season. Quote, "You want to be part of it? I'm happy for the next guy, but I don't know if I'm ready to give up the mic just yet. We'll see how 50 goes," end quote. The U of L Players Association has finally accepted a new bargaining agreement. It raises the minimum salary $7,000 up to $62,000. Before training camp began, all the quarterbacks were striking in search of a better deal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Friday indeed. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. How are you today, Scott?
I'm just fine, Doug. How are you?
Good. How was yesterday?
It was lonely. No, it was fine. Jeff Rigger filled in for you and did a nice job, and we had a good time.
Yep. Had a college visit lined up for boy. So spent the day at Indiana University.
Oh,
Yep.
Heart of Bloomington, Indiana.
Yeah.
Been there a couple times.
Yeah, I've been there quite a bit. That's the first time all 3 of my kids applied to Indiana, and we went down for a tour for my daughter. My wife went down. This is my first time doing the Indiana University tour, and man, it's nice. It's nice. I will say this about the Big Ten schools, and we haven't visited. I didn't get to go on a lot of the smaller school visits that our kids did. But whenever I've visited the big major universities, man, they've changed dorm living. The common space,
totally different.
Common space in dorms, they're going for 5-star hotel. They're going for, and this doesn't sound, but mall food court is so much better than cafeteria dining from back in the day. And they really, really have upped their game in university housing. The dorm room themselves haven't changed all that much. But the common space where there's like big screen TVs and, luxury couches and massive computer screens, 60-inch computer screens, and there's like 10 of them on every dorm floor. It's amazing.
I only lived in the dorms for 1 year, my freshman year. And actually the dorm we lived in at Central Michigan our room was interesting because it was actually quite a large room. I had heard all these horror stories growing up prior to my college experience. Dude, dorm rooms are tiny. There's no room. There's no space. And when I would go and when I was a senior in high school and go visit some friends of mine that were at Michigan or Michigan State or elsewhere, I would recognize, wow, these are tiny. Then I got to Central and we lived in this, there were 4 of us in a room, but we had 2 bedrooms and then a common room in between. And we had plenty of space. Like, what are you guys talking about? It was fine. And the food in the cafeteria was actually, I thought it was pretty good. But my friends at Michigan State or at Michigan was a totally different experience. And then when I got to see, when my niece went to Michigan a few years ago, I saw a different kind of dorm experience as well. And she was in one of the older dorms. But then now I'm seeing some of these newer ones. A friend of mine, his kid went to San Diego State and lived in a ridiculously nice place out there.
Yeah, anything new, by the way, the whole thing is going to resemble a 5-star hotel. But yeah, good trip down to Bloomington and back in one day. We were going to go down on a Wednesday night, and the schedule, because of pushed back baseball, high school baseball, Wednesday's single game became a doubleheader. Didn't get home till like 9. I'm like, I don't want to make a 5-hour drive leaving at 9. So we made a 5-hour drive leaving at 4 a.m. So yesterday I was up at 3:45, drove down, had breakfast, did the tour, had lunch, toured a little bit more, and drove back. It was an animal day. It was an absolute animal day.
So you didn't get intoxicated at IU?
Did not get intoxicated at IU, no.
I did. Both times.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Would you remember where you went?
Well, the first time I went, my friends lived in a dorm. So don't remember the dorm. And then the second time I went 3 years later, they were living in a house that was it was within eyesight of the stadium. It was like right across the street from the stadium. It was a huge, huge house. It was a 1-level house, but it was a massive amount of space for these guys. Great times.
Yeah.
Do I remember where we actually went to? No, there was one bar we went to the second time I was there that had like one of these, you would buy like a wheel. And each time you go there, they would use a stamp, or not a stamp, but a punch out thing, a cut punch, whatever those things are. You know what I mean? Hole punch. Thank you. It was a hole punch.
It's new technology, so I could understand why you haven't caught up.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But they had a hole punch thing. You would go up there and say, yeah, you want this beer or this beer. So you would try the 125 different kinds of beer they had there. Yeah. So that was kind of cool. I remember that place.
Yeah. It's with the job doing Michigan football, I've been to every Big Ten campus, and the ones that I haven't been to for work, I was there on my own time, just checking them out. And I would say that the campuses that will surprise you, like that are really nice, Iowa City, West Lafayette, surprised me in a positive way.
I did not get that opinion of West Lafayette.
When's the last time you were there?
Well, I mean, it was 19.
There you go.
99.
It's quite. I find it quite nice and fun.
I hope it is.
But Bloomington's great. Madison's elite. I mean, Ann Arbor and East Lansing are great too, and I'm sure visitors come in and say the same thing. Penn State is fantastic. I mean, there's one that stands out as being just not like the others. There's kind of two, but one that's really well below the rest.
Rutgers or Maryland?
It is Rutgers. And Maryland is an interesting campus in that it's such a big commuter school. Maryland, Minnesota are like that, but Rutgers. I've been there a couple times, and it just doesn't feel like a Big Ten campus. But Indiana's beautiful, and we'll see. We got May 1st, which is, I mean, that's way off in the future before we got to make decisions. All right, so big story today in Detroit is Pistons Knicks starting their series tomorrow. And Gator, I mean, we might be on the precipice here of following up. The Tigers became a massive story in Major League Baseball with their late season surge, and then became the Cinderella team that everybody was paying attention to when they swept the Astros. And they kind of emerged out of nowhere and became a big story last Major League Baseball season. The Lions were a big story of the last NFL season. In fact, pretty much every network minus maybe it was was it Prime? Was it Amazon Prime? Everybody else, the Lions had the highest rated game on their platform. Maybe it was Peacock. I don't know. The Lions, everybody else, the Lions were the highest rated game on their platform. The Lions played in the highest rated game on their platform, -1. Could the Pistons be on the precipice of becoming the big story in the NBA? Interesting trend as we get set for the Pistons-Knicks series, which starts tomorrow night. We'll get to that. We'll start knocking out your predictions as well. Who wins this series and why? Number of games. Can't wait to take your phone calls on that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, here we go. Pistons and Knicks. They start tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, game 1, Madison Square Garden. Let's kick it off, Scott Anderson. Okay. I think this series could be something. I think this series has a chance to be the coming out party for the Detroit Pistons. I think this series is where the Detroit Pistons aren't a long shot to announce their presence with authority. But, Gator, are they a long shot? ESPN, we talked about it earlier in the week. 10 NBA gurus picking every series. For some reason, some series they had 11, but there were 10 that picked the Pistons series. Of the 10, all 10 picked the New York Knicks. CBS Sports, 7 different Piston-Knicks series predictions. 7 out of 7 took the New York Knicks. The Athletic, the Knicks. Yahoo, the Knicks. Sports Illustrated did a story, 4 low seeds that can defy the odds. Those 4 low seeds that could defy the odds were the Clippers, Milwaukee, Minnesota, and Golden State. They're not even being identified as a sleeper. Do we have no shot? Are we so close to this thing that we can't see that the Pistons, this would be a major upset for them to beat the New York Knicks? Does it feel like it would be a major upset for them to beat the Knicks? Are we crazy to think that this team has a chance? Is it crazy to think the Pistons have a chance? They won the regular season series. They're playing virtually identical basketball to the Knicks since the Pistons turned it around in the middle of December. They're one of the best defensive teams in the league. They've been playing with an NBA intensity for a long time. Now, maybe the Knicks haven't. But it feels like the Pistons are primed for this. Why is it that virtually nobody is picking them?
Well, it might just be the record. When you look at an overall record, that the Knicks, firmly planted in that number 3 seed, and the Pistons are not. I think there's recency bias. This is the worst team in the NBA for the last few years. They had 14 wins a year ago. So it's kind of they got to prove it still. Sure, they had a great regular season for the Pistons, but it was just, would they have 44 wins on the season? So it's not real yet. I don't think it is to the national media. To us locally, it's easier to say because we see this team play night in and night out. We've seen the growth. We saw that it started to change dramatically in December. We saw that. Even when there was a catastrophic injury to one of their top players, their second leading scorer, we saw them step up. Other guys stepped up. Malik Beasley was knocking down every shot he would take from beyond the arc. And then you added Schroeder at the trade deadline. It was a Schroeder move than most.
All done.
Thank you. But they've gotten contributions from everybody. The young players have gotten better. Like Ron Holland is a fixture in this rotation. He's not just, he's the rookie going to work in every once in a while. No, he's in there every night, and he's got a role, and he plays it well. Asar Thompson has really taken a nice leap his second year in the league, which is really kind of his first with how much time he's missed. But you got to like the way that these young guys want to play. They're eager, they're hungry, and they've got some veteran leadership as well. It's a nice balance, but the rest of the league doesn't see that. We see it because we're invested.
I got to tell you, though, I think, outside of Detroit, I can't believe that there's not one person that is picking the Pistons that we have found. Not one person that we have found that is picking the Pistons to win this series. Kang, you're an NBA guy. What the hell's going on around here? Do we have no shot?
No, the Pistons definitely have a shot. They won the season series for what it's worth. I know playoff basketball is different, but they clearly have a shot. Now, the reason I think the national media and no one's really picking the Pistons is there's a few reasons. One, the Pistons are a feel-good story. They were actually the number one story to a lot of basketball fans for a lot of part of this year because of the turnaround. But feel-good stories come to an end at some point. They're feel-good because you don't expect it. It's not supposed to happen. And I think that the rest of the league is like, all right, well, that was fun, but it will end. The Cinderella story will end, and it will end early in the first round. the other part is the Knicks do have better players. Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges, those guys are really good players. They have home court advantage. They've been, like you said, Gator, they've been locked in the 3 seed for a while. It hasn't really been a threat for one of the 4, 5, 6 teams that really come get them. I think that's the reason why most of the media and most of the, even just basketball fans are picking the Knicks to beat the Pistons. And that doesn't mean the Pistons don't have a shot, but I think that is that the answer you're looking for? Why, Doug?
Did you just say most of the media?
Okay, all of the media?
All of the media. It's all of the media.
I'll give it one word.
All the national media.
You know what I think it is? I think it's laziness.
Really?
I think it's laziness because if you do the deeper dive in on the Pistons and Knicks, and specifically on the Knicks, what you're going to find is the Knicks do not beat good teams on the reg. They have a horrendous record when it comes to Cleveland and Boston. They have a losing record against winning teams. This is a winning team, the Pistons. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
So they beat up on the bad teams and they beat up on mediocre teams, but they don't hang with the better teams. So if you're part of the national media, you just blow it off. Oh, it's New York, and look, they got all these wins. They must be good because it's New York. It's lazy. I think it's a lazy take.
It blows my mind. I mean, it's one thing to say, hey, the Knicks are the favorites in this series. It's another that not one person in a world that promotes hot takes. This doesn't feel like the hottest of takes that the Pistons beat the Knicks. It doesn't. And this world seems to, our business seems to reward those with the hot take. Nobody is picking this upset. Nobody. Evan said he found an upset, and he sent it to me. I'm like, Evan, dude, you just sent me a Milwaukee Buck prediction that had picked the Pistons to beat the Bucks last Sunday. I'm like, no. We need to find anybody outside of Detroit, anybody credible outside of Detroit that thinks the Pistons can win this series because maybe we're delusional. Maybe we're delusional. Are we delusional? Are we too close to it? Are we too big of fans?
Well, I definitely think
we haven't given our predictions yet, so I don't know if we're.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Okay.
But I think as far as just analyzing the Pistons, we are a little too close to it because that's the team that we focus on. Nationally, maybe they're also saying, Doug, in a deeper dive, the way the Pistons play basketball maybe won't translate in the playoffs. And now everyone says, maybe they'll let them play more in the playoffs. We don't know that for sure yet. This is a new NBA where they don't really embrace physicality. They want their stars to be able to shine, get to the lane, not get bumped at all, right? Are they saying like, hey, we love the Pistons, but that only works in the regular season. That's not going to work in the playoffs?
I mean, there's some stuff written about this series, and I talked about how it's in our DNA, our sports DNA in Detroit, that the toughness and the defense we play with, we embrace here in Detroit. And that does feel like playoff basketball. After that game last week against the Knicks that the Pistons won, one of the takeaways was Pistons just played playoff basketball. So, I'm less worried about that. John Hollinger of The Athletic wrote a couple of things. You tell me if this is correct or even correcter. And that is, get ready for the single most lit arena of the postseason on April 24th. That date is Game 3 of the next Pistons series. He thinks that LCA is going to be the single most lit arena in the postseason. Then he writes this about our Pistons, which I absolutely love. The Pistons enthusiastically throw down with either the opponent, the refs, or both. This is the most Detroit Piston. I mean, it's just a classic Piston team that crashes the party.
Colin Cowherd said he thinks they'll have more ejections than wins in the series. The Pistons.
Good for him. The other thing you look at, and again, it goes to the laziness of it, I think, from the national media, is there's no question that the starters of the Knicks make more of a contribution. But the Pistons are a team. It's not just about the starting five. It's about everybody else on the team. The Pistons have twice as much bench scoring as the Knicks do. They average over 40 points a game on the bench. The Knicks have 21.7 points off the bench. The Pistons have 16 rebounds off the bench. The Knicks have 10 rebounds off the bench. I mean, it's just this is a complete team that they have. It's not simply looking at the Pistons and say, oh, they have Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, and Tim Hardaway Jr. And, oh, wait a minute, I guess I have to notice Malik Beasley. Oh, wait, he doesn't start? He comes off the bench? Well, why isn't he starting? And then you're like, because they're a team. Because people know what the role is on this team. And they embrace it. They play a defensive style of basketball. They don't care.
Gator, what I expect is that people flipping around on their TVs that like to watch sports and sports entertainment, they think that WrestleMania's broadcast starts tomorrow night at 7. I would argue that it starts tomorrow night at 6 when the Pistons and Knicks tip off. That will be the real sports WrestleMania, this 7-game series against the New York Knicks.
Okay, hang on a second. Did you just do some research to find out if WrestleMania started at 7?
No, not just now. But I did do some research. It's Carson Anderson. Get your picks in. We'll have ours coming up. Pistons and Knicks. And can anybody anywhere find someone, please, someone outside of Detroit picking the Pistons to win this series? It's a clean sweep. Everywhere we look, they can't even get sleeper status. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Are you not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. In a state of absolute stunned disbelief that we can't find anybody picking the Pistons to win this series. In a world that rewards hot takes A 6 over a 3 seems virtually impossible. A 6 seed that actually won the season series, a 6 seed that's been playing playoff style basketball for a long time. I don't think the Pistons beating the Knicks is a lock. I also don't think the Knicks beating the Pistons is a lock. And I can't believe that smart NBA minds. I heard something today that kind of stunned me because the Knicks have been toying with the two bigs, with Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns, and there's discussion of they might play the two of them together and, create matchup issues. And a voice I really, really respect, I think does his homework, and especially on the NBA. Ryan Russillo made the comment that I don't even know if they're going to have to. Like they don't even have to do that against Detroit. And everybody cites the same thing. Everybody says that the Pistons don't have the playoff seasoning. And maybe it's because Tobias Harris had a bad playoff series. Maybe it's because they can't shake that the Pistons were a 14-win team from a year ago. Maybe it's a legit thing. I feel like that card is it's a card. It is a card, okay? I think that card's getting way overplayed. Way overplayed. Yes, playoff experience matters. And tomorrow night might be a rude awakening. But that's part of building that playoff seasoning. It's only one game, and they'll be developing playoff experience as the series goes on. I don't know. I'm just a state of disbelief, and it's in part because I do think the Pistons have a great shot to win this series. A, and B, in the media world we live in, we all know the hot takes go right to the top. Nobody. I would have thought the Pistons would have got a bunch of people picking them. Picking against New York?
Not the case.
Nope, not the case at all.
Not the case. But they do have guys that have playoff experience. Between Hardaway and Malik Beasley and Tobias Harris, it's over 120 games of experience. That's just those three.
Yeah. Yep.
In Philadelphia, made deep runs in 3 of those years 4 of those years that Tobias was there.
Mm-hmm.
So I get that maybe he didn't have the playoff that people wanted him to have last year in a 6-game series. They losing 6 games and he had 9 points. Okay, great, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have experience or doesn't know what it's like. Different team here in Detroit, re-energized. I think you could say. New energy with a new coach in here. New GM, new players, new attitude, new everything. This team won 3 times as many games as they did last year. There's a different vibe about this. You know how when Dan Campbell comes out and other coaches will do it too, and they'll say, "Look, we have nothing. We have nothing that's associated with the previous regime. It's not. We're new coaches. We don't.
Right.
What happened in the past is the past. Why doesn't that work here? What happened in the past is the past. What the Pistons did last year or the year before or 5 years before that is completely irrelevant to what they're going to do today. And by the way, same thing with what they did in 2003-04 when they won the championship is completely irrelevant to what they're doing today, other than from the standpoint that that's the greatness and that's the standard that you want to live up to, is to be a championship caliber team.
So we got a bunch of stuff coming in here and some people pointing out the spoken word, and there are spoken worders that have picked the Pistons to win. But when I'm searching the internet, I didn't see any of this today. But
is there a TED Talk on this?
No. There might be. I guess I should Google search that. Udonis Haslem on First Take with Stephen A. Smith took the Pistons to beat the Knicks for what it's worth. That's from Chris in Westland. Unnamed texter said Pat Beverly on his podcast took the Pistons. Then there's this one. Shaq picked the Pistons over the Knicks. Did he? Because Shaq also said he hasn't watched the Pistons.
Doug, that's like 4 weeks ago.
That he said he didn't watch the Pistons? Yeah. Didn't they refer to the Palace as a tough place to play?
Yeah. They did. And they weren't wrong.
Well, it's an extraordinarily tough place to play
really
right now.
Really hard to play there now.
Yeah, good luck.
There's no obstacles on the court. You know, there's some dead spots on the floor that we used to talk about in the Garden when you played at the Boston Garden. You wouldn't believe the kind of action you get dribbling the ball on the
Right.
former grounds of what used to be the Palace of Auburn Hills.
Right. The stats are pretty even looking at the series. Pistons in 6 were more physical. That's from an unnamed texter. Pistons in 5. The Knicks can't beat playoff level teams. That's from Bill in Detroit. Anthony in a mail truck. The longer this series goes, the more it benefits the Pistons. Let's go Pistons in 6. Cade averaging 28.9. That's a very specific prediction.
I like it. 28.9. Not quite 29.
No.
They'll get there.
From Chris in a truck, the Pistons in 6. I don't think they will be denied. First time I've been excited about them in a long time. 248-539-9797. Look, what I like about Detroit, I like the defense that they play. I love the shooting that they've added. And I love that their style of game seems like it should lend itself to the playoffs. It really does. I love that they are the best team I can remember in a long time at the one more pass. The hey, I got an open 3, but that guy's more open, and I will pass it one more time. I love that they don't hunt shots. They hunt the best shot out of the 5 that are on the floor, more so than they hunt the best shot for me. And those are basketball teams I really like watching. I think they get the most out of their ability. And I think JB Bickerstaff has done a great job with that. Is there doubts about JB? Is that it?
I mean, the Cavs moved on because they couldn't get over the hump, right?
Yep,
And look at the Cavs this year.
Yep.
One of the best teams, if not the best team during the season. I think the national media they all just happen to agree, Doug. I don't think, you know what I mean? They're like, hey, Pistons are good. They're scrappy. They're gritty. But the Knicks are a better team. And so I'm picking the Knicks. And everyone kind of thought the same thing. I mean, the Pistons, we know they have Cade Cunningham, and they're going to rely on Cade. The Knicks, they just have player for player a better roster. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to win the series by any means, but Brunson, if he does not go in, they got Cat, right? If Cat's not going, they got Mikal Bridges. Those 3 guys, that's their big 3. Who would you say the Pistons' big 3 is? It's Cade, and then I bet you have an argument with the next 2-3 guys. Maybe Beasley is an agreement for most people, but after that,
I think it's Cade, Beasley, and Dern, and I say it quickly like that because it's the 2 scorers, and then there's nothing steadier than counting on Jalen Dern to go double-double.
But you wouldn't be surprised to hear other names, right?
No, I wouldn't be surprised. You can make the argument Tim Hardaway Jr. or someone else, 100%.
Maybe in the series it's Schroeder, you know?
Yeah.
So JB Bickerstaff has won 1 playoff series in his career as a coach. And he's lost in the first round twice, lost in the conference semifinals last year with Cleveland. So, I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe they don't trust him. But you're right. But here's the thing, and you've pushed this for a long time, and it's pretty accurate. Every successful Piston team has been a party crasher. They've done it their own way. If this team doesn't, with that in mind, no, they don't have a big 3 like others do. But it kind of falls in line with what we typically see.
Yeah, that's true. Do you buy into the fact, I know people bring it up, and I'm just going to bring it up, like
Sure.
the New York bias, you know? Obviously, the Knicks have been bad for years, but they haven't played the Pistons. And there's an anti-Detroit, thinking out there as well. So you combine the 2 together, anti-Detroit, pro-New York. Is that a bad recipe for them not to get calls and not to move on in this series?
I tend to not buy it because I think the Knicks would have had a lot more success than they've had. But is there an anti-Detroit bias? I mean, there could be. They probably haven't done themselves any favors this year with the league and the officials. But there were Detroit teams certainly that fell into that category that had success. Does that make it? Are they making it harder on themselves than it needs to be? Or is leaning into, and we've talked about this during the season, whether or not leaning into this persona is going to get the best out of them. 248-539-9797. Get your picks in, Pistons and Knicks. Who do you think wins this series? Why? And give us the number of games. Feedback coming in via Twitter, and you can tweet us at DougAndGator971. Here are some of the predictions we have gotten from MI Yankees 47. Knicks in 5 or 6, but we battle every game. I think it's the first step in a lot of playoff runs in the future. AP 804. Kevin Garnett was praising the Pistons not too long ago. I bet he thinks the Pistons can win. I would hope there are a lot of people think the Pistons can win. Mike says Knicks in 5. Pistons aren't ready for prime time. So I guess all the regular season results against Boston and Cleveland, what they've done against the Knicks, all that's irrelevant. Is it all irrelevant?
I mean, for some people, if you look at it, because I think they're 0-10 against the top teams in the league. The Knicks are 15-23 against teams that are 500 and above. The Pistons are 12-27. So it's not like the Pistons are world beaters at that. But we have seen the Pistons actually go out and beat Cleveland and Boston, which is something that New York didn't do. Oh, by the way, they beat the Knicks 3 out of 4 times.
We'll have our predictions coming up. Plus, we want yours, Pistons and Knicks. Who wins this series and why? Hey, by the way, we got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Spring is here, and there's no better time to make a move than right now at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and it's the perfect time to take advantage of some incredible offers that are hard to beat. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox EV for just $159 a month. That's right, only $159 a month. Plus, if you're looking for something with a little more power, you can drive off in a 2025 Silverado for just $298 a month. And here's the best part. Both offers are with just $999 down, and that includes taxes and fees. Yep, you heard that right. No hidden surprises. Whether you need a sleek new SUV or a powerful truck, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has the perfect vehicle waiting for you. But you're going to need to act fast because these deals will not last long. So why wait? Head over to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and take a test drive. You're going to see for yourself why they're known for making car buying a stress-free experience. Spring into action today. Don't miss out on these fantastic deals. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, together, let's drive.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, predictions on this series. Detroit in 6. I think the Pistons win this series in 6. I was kind of tempted to go 5, but that would have been being Mr. Hot Take. And I really love the matchup, and has a lot to do with the regular season and the style of basketball that they play and all the reasons that I've given. I got the Pistons in 6. Apparently I'm a homer, though.
Well,
or a hot take. You know me, hot take guy.
Yeah, you're not a hot take, but someone might say homer, but I'm not going to say that because I think there's logic behind what we've said if you think that the Pistons are going to win. I keep going back and forth in this. It's hard for me to really nail it down because I could see the Pistons winning in 6. And if they don't knock it down in 6, then I see them losing in 7. I think home court advantages, Matt.
The whole thing comes down to Game 6.
I think it does.
Yeah.
I think who wins Game 6 wins the series. Is that a cop-out? It probably is. I'll just say I think the Knicks win in 7.
Okay. Kang, you?
I got the Knicks in 7. I think the Pistons play them really tough, obviously, because it gets to 7 games. But I think in the end, it's going to be a lot to ask Cade to do this every night, which is carry the scoring load for this team. We all know they're going to need somebody to step up secondary scoring, whether it's Beasley, Schroeder, Hardaway, Tobias Harris. But the mainstay has to be Cade's got to put up 25-plus a night, and then he's got to distribute as well. I think that wears on you. If I'm the Knicks, and this is easy, the blueprint is blitz Cade, get the ball out of his hands. If you don't get the ball out of his hands, he can turn it over, whether it's a bad pass or that they're not strong with the ball a lot of the times, which bothers me a lot about the Pistons and their turnover issues. It's not all on Cade, but he has the ball most of the time. When the Knicks can run a guy like Mikal Bridges on you, he's kind of like their Asar Thompson. He's not as athletic as Asar, but he's a do-it-all type guy, and he can score. They have that X factor. Mitchell Robinson, a guy who didn't play against the Pistons this year, he's like their Jalen Duren, rim protector, lob guy. Then you bring in Karl Anthony Towns, a big man that can stretch the floor. That's going to pull Beef Stew away from the floor, or away from the paint, pull Jalen Duren away from the paint. I think in the end, all that adds up to they're just a better team. But this will be a hard-fought series. That's why I'm not saying the Pistons don't have a shot. I just think in the end, Game 7 in MSG, that's going to be a tough task to pull. I got the Knicks in 7.
Co-host of the Restore the Floor podcast is our guy, Evan Jenkins, who's behind the glass. Evan, I do respect your opinion on these topics. Are we being homers? Or me? Am I being a homer?
I think you're just being Doug. I don't know. I don't think it's a homer. I don't see them winning. It's unfortunate, but I think this is the best possible spot for Cade to finally get on the national spotlight and be at Madison Square Garden and be on those national broadcast games. I was so worried if they played the Bucks or the Pacers that those were going to be like NBA TV games and the world wasn't going to get to see Cade.
Yeah.
Now, having said all that, I do think it's Knicks in 5.
Knicks in 5. Wow.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I think it's a good learning experience for this team, but I think it's going to be the bright lights are going to be too much for them.
All right.
But, Evan brought up something that I think is important. They are on the national stage, and Pistons will get some spotlight because they're playing the Knicks. They're going to play in MSG. All the celebs are going to be out there. Cade has the ability or the opportunity to do something, which is be a guy you hate, Doug, Trae Young. Yeah. Trae Young is hated by the Knicks fans. The old Ice Trae, he shut that crowd up, hitting a big game winner or a silencer. Cade's got that opportunity, man. He's on a big stage now against the biggest media market and their fans. And this will be awesome for us as Piston fans if he can shine.
248-539-9797. Mike in Sterling Heights, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How you doing, Mike?
Listen, pretty good. Thanks for asking. Listen, I love my Pistons. I love the direction my Pistons are going in. But to be truthful, the Knicks team is just in a better situation. They got 4 guys who've been national champion. The Villanova 4, that's no joke. Brunson, them guys are winners. They're tough as hell. They're all-stars. 3-1 in the regular season is one thing. It's a tough ask to say that the Pistons will beat them in 6 and 7 and all of that. We're going to learn this year. My expectation, I think that New York will get us in 5, and it's going to be contingent on that double team. They're going to send jokers at Cade, and our propensity to turn that rock over it's been a problem, man. So I'm looking for us to grow. Sar Thompson, you got to finish, baby. Hollins. These guys are young, man. They're very, very young. The Knicks got high expectations, man. So I'm taking New York in 5, and I want our Pistons. If they take them to 6 or 7, I'm thrilled. But I don't expect them to win.
Mike, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Get your picks in, Pistons and Knicks, who you got in this series. We go to Frank in Detroit. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Frank.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, my bad. We'll get back to Frank in a minute. My apologies. Feedback. The NBA machine will not allow the Pistons to win. The Knicks will get every whistle, and the Pistons will get none. It's just better for business. There you go.
Do you think after the weekend, how many calls or what part of the pie do we think we'll take in calls on officiating for the Pistons-Knicks series?
I hope not, but
when we do the show on Monday,
I hate officiating shows.
I know, I do too.
But I think the playoffs bring out officiating shows more than any other thing in sports radio.
Yep, everything's under a microscope, though.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think it happens game 1. I think it happens after game 2.
Where the people just had enough after game 2.
No, I don't know if I don't know if they'll be affected in game 1. I think that I think the Pistons go out there and win game 1. And then I think the Knicks are like, there's the warning shot. And then they're going to come back and win game 2. And Piston fans will say it's because, they missed this, or they won't let the Pistons play their style of basketball. And as much as I love their style of basketball, it can be too aggressive. And it all depends on what the referee wants to allow how he's going to dictate the style of play during the game. If he doesn't want the physical play, or if they don't want the physical play, then they're going to put an end to it.
Jeremy in Detroit, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jeremy.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good.
All right.
All right, man. Look, one, I love this show, man. Scotty, Dougie Fresh, all my guys. I think the Pistons in 6-2, but I'm confused. Like, I've been listening for, the last week. I don't know where this fear of the Knicks comes from. I don't think they're overly good. Yes, Brunson's a good player. Karl Anthony Towns is soft, but he's a good player. But nobody on that team has ever done anything themselves in the playoffs to where it's we got the Knicks. We got to go to New York. I just don't, when I look at the teams, I don't see where a lot of this fear that people have for the Knicks is coming from. Because, they're just a average good team to me. I just don't get it.
I'll help you out here, because Brunson has played double-digit playoff games in each of the last 3 seasons. And he didn't play with Karl Anthony Towns last season. It's this season. And he is a really, really good basketball player, and he's a tough guy to match up with because of what he does with his size. He moves so well with the basketball. He can handle the basketball.
No,
and the guy's 7 feet tall.
And I understand that. But I guess what I would say to that is this. They got put out in the second round by Indiana last year, and that was a better Knicks team to me than this team. I just don't – Karl Anthony Towns, he's one of those guys I used to say this about Kevin Garnett. Yes, he averages, 25 and 10 or whatever, but he's going to give you 7 points and 3 rebounds a quarter. At the end of the game, it looks good, but it wasn't dominating. It wasn't I've never seen him take over a game.
You know what's crazy, Jeremy? The Knicks did beat the Pistons this year back on November 1st. That was a completely different Piston team. And as much as we sit here and talk about and whether or not the disrespect card matters from the Detroit perspective, and that we can't find any national voice in print, people have said this podcaster or that guy on First Take said the Pistons are going to win the series. We could say you could play the disrespect card. You know what else you can look at? The Knicks see that stuff too. It might not mean much, but it sure means a lot. It could mean something. Nobody's telling them they're even going to sweat this thing.
Yeah, no, I got you. Well, look, man, I love the show, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Like I said, Pistons in 6. Go Tigers. April in the D, man. Love you guys.
There you go.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Get your picks in. Pistons and Knicks. Coming up next hour, we got to touch on a little bit of what Brad Holmes said yesterday. And one of the themes, definitely a message he was trying to get across. That at 11:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Game 2 of the Tigers-Royals series is tonight. Jackson Jobe will head to the mound for his fourth start of the year. In 15 innings of work, he has a 3 ERA thus far. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Jobe will oppose KC ace Phil Reagans. Reagans has been solid this year for a Kansas City team that's really hobbled and struggling at this point. In other MLB news, Patrick Corbin nearly missed his start the other day from an apparent reaction to a bite. As of yesterday, Corbin still didn't know what bit him, but it made it difficult to walk. He ended up throwing 5+ innings against the Angels. The doctors think it was the venom that swole his foot in the end. Kind of interesting. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your predictions, Pistons and the Knicks. A bunch of them come in via ticket text. The NBA is entirely controlled by the referees. No other sport is subjectively influenced by the officials, and the Pistons won't be chosen to win. Get ready for one-sided officiating. Pistons in 6. The coaching staff will have them ready. It's from Mark on a Road. Series will be a whistle fest like every playoff game ever, and the Pistons won't get any of them. Brunson and company will get every call. Knicks in 6 with ease. Kang, based upon the feedback that's come in here, and I'm looking at these 3, I've read 4 texts. 3 of them have been about the officiating, and your question was, will we be taking officiating calls come Monday? I feel like we're already getting that, so probably. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brandon in Clinton Township here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Brandon?
What's going on, guys?
How we doing?
I got the Pistons in 6. New York Knicks is softer than New York style pizza, man. Like, they can't beat none of the playoff teams. I mean, if you look at the regular season, all the Eastern Conference teams that's in the playoffs, not the play-in, they got a losing record against all the top teams in the Eastern Conference. They, Cat, he hang around the perimeter too much for me, and that's the advantage of the Pistons, man. Like, why are you always at the perimeter trying to shoot threes and stuff? I'm not saying he's not a good big, 3-point shooter for a big man, but man, I really like the Pistons' chances. And Cade Cunningham's going to be a nightmare for Brunson, man. Like, it's bully ball, and this is the matchup that we really needed, because I'm so happy we didn't play Milwaukee or the Pacers, because I got the Pistons in 6, man. I really believe they can shock the world. New York is overrated. It always, it's always every year New York go do this, and they end up not getting to where they want to be, man. And that team last year, the New York team was better last year than it is this year.
Well, you talk about Karl Anthony Towns just kind of sitting out by the perimeter. The reason he does because he knocks down 42% of the shots he takes from beyond the arc. He's a good 3-point shooter. He's a great 3-point shooter. And Brunson's really good, too, at 38%. I mean, those are the 2 guys leading the team, and then they still have other supporting characters in their starting lineup that give points. I'm not shooting it down. I think whoever wins Game 6 wins it, but I think because I think the Knicks will end up getting to a Game 7, winning the Game 7. But I think the Pistons absolutely have a chance in this.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I just don't fear the Knicks, man. This is the matchup I was hoping for, to be honest with you. This is the matchup. I was worried about Milwaukee, and I was worried about the Pacers. I just think, I know some people wanted the Pacers because we got like a little rivalry thing going on with them. But, man, I just don't think the Pacers a little bit got an edge over us as far as their supporting cast. I didn't want them, but I like the matchup we got right now with the Knicks. I'm really liking it, man. I hope I'm right. Hey, look what happened in. This is what we want. We don't want to be favored. We like our backs against the wall, nobody kicking us. So we like that. That's what we embrace. That's what the Detroit sports is all about. We like being underdog.
Well, Brandon, I wanted no part of Giannis in Milwaukee. That was the one series I didn't want. I didn't want to play a superstar like that. A guy who can just absolutely take it over and kind of expected to take it over, and probably the player that I would expect to get the biggest superstar whistle. Clearly a tough matchup.
Well, yeah, because New York technically has 2 stars on their team.
Yep.
And Brunson he's a headache. He's a serious headache. He gets to the free throw line as well. He gets there 7 times a game. He's a guy who averages 26 points a game, 7 assists a game also, which is you got to keep that in mind too, because he's dishing the ball off.
Yep.
Cade's a nice counter to that. I like Cade's numbers. I like Cade a lot. But they've got a starting five that you know who their starting five is. The Pistons can mix and match, and that might be to their advantage.
Sean is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Sean.
What up, boys? Listen, that guy, the last caller nailed it. The Knicks, they're just soft. Honestly, we're a bad matchup for them. We're tough in the paint. We're gritty. They traded that. They let Hartenstein go. They let DiVincenzo go. They're just not a tough team. They're pretty boys. It's kind of like that Fab Five documentary when they're talking about Duke, right? They don't want any part of us. And Cade's the best player on the floor. I like Brunson, but Cade bullies them. Cade's bigger than him. They're not going to be able to slow us down in the paint. They're going to have to knock down a ton of threes to hang with us. It's just a nightmare matchup for them. You see the New York Post cover?
No.
It's got Cade on there, and they're talking about it. They're saying, is he the next villain? And they don't. I know some people from New York. They don't really want to see us. They're not happy about that matchup as a 3 seed. And the guy was right. Last year the Knicks were better. We just match up well against them in the paint. We're just going to pound them in the paint like we've done to almost every team all year. And if Towns goes off, if Brunson goes off from 3, they'll steal a game or two. But Pistons in 6, and honestly, I can't believe that there's no experts even picking the upset at all. It's absurd. It's because they don't watch us. Listen to Shaq. No one pays attention to us. We're not on national TV ever. They're just discardable. They're going to see. They're going to find out.
Appreciate the phone call, Sean. We got you down for Pistons in 6.
Sean's right about the matchup. I think this matchup, remember we talked about this before they were set, guys. Who did you want to see? I did want to see the Knicks. I just think that the soft thing seems to be going around right now with the calls we're taking, right?
Yeah.
Cat, he got this label, I think, in Minnesota because Jimmy Butler had gone off on the guys during a scrimmage one time. And I think mentally, you can get in a Cat's head. Like, he complains to the refs. You can bully him a little bit. Great player. He's going to put up his numbers. But does that start to wear on Cat as the series goes along? Like, hey, Beef Stew, obviously, he doesn't care, right?
Yeah. No.
He'll do whatever. Jalen Duren's physical. The rest of the Pistons are physical. That is an advantage for the Pistons, but will the refs let them play physical?
Well, I guess we'll find out. The truth is, and I'm not afraid to admit this, my level of diving into the first round of the NBA playoffs the last few years, it hasn't been the deepest of dives.
No?
Games have been on.
I've waded. I haven't. I don't dive. I wade.
Yeah. So, we could talk about the Pistons' inexperience. What I might find is if the Knicks win this series, is a self-reflection might be, I underestimated how much playoff experience matters. I do think it matters. But I don't think it's something that this team can't overcome. As you've pointed out, Pistons have 3 regulars that have played over 120 playoff games. Now, the core of their guys, it's their first kick at the can. And they do seem to love a challenge. They do seem to love to be called out.
Yeah.
We've seen them get edgy this year. So, I don't know. I mean, that might be the biggest hole in any argument that is made for the Pistons is they just are too green.
I think it's a reasonable argument to make. I like that, this team plays for each other. They play for their coach. Their coach loves them. He stands up for them and sticks up for them. I think that all matters. And it's not just lip service. I mean, this stuff was going on over the last couple of weeks. I mean, that short press conference where Bickerstaff just went off.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yep.
And that wasn't like back in December. That was like 3 weeks ago. So it's all very fresh right here. And the Pistons have not been playing their best basketball lately, but they were also dealing with some injuries to finish off the season. Now they're reasonably healthy. Knock on wood here. I don't expect to see Jaden Ivey in this first round, but I mean that's the real injury they have. Everybody else is ready to go. So show that you're ready to go. Well, let's get this thing off on the right foot.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Alan next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Alan?
Hey, what's up, guys? First time, long time. How you doing?
Great.
Good. Hey, I just calling actually to say no matter what happens in this series, just amazing coming from a 14-win team going to the playoffs. My expectations don't really have too many, but I hope they win. If they do, I'll see them in 6. The only thing I worry about is I think New York might have a slight advantage.
Is there something specific, or you just mean in general?
No, very specific, actually.
All right, let's hear it.
They can play with Tracy Morgan's puke all over the court. Pistons might not be able to handle that.
Huh? What was that?
All right.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Get your predictions in. I don't know what that was. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, Gator.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tracy Morgan's puke all over.
Oh, he said Tracy Morgan. I thought he said Chase Morgan.
I thought he said Chase Morgan as well.
I was like, who the hell is Chase Morgan?
Yeah. Tracy Morgan, who was
who
vomiting.
Got sick. All right.
Yeah. From Saturday Night Live.
Okay. Gotcha.
At the next.
Anybody else think he said Chase? I didn't even know that he said Morgan. I knew he said Chase, but
Thought he started talking about financial stuff.
Yeah, and I don't know how funny that is too.
I think we did him a favor.
Yeah. Playoffs are just a different animal. New York has a proven playoff guy in Brunson that could take over down the stretch, make tough shots, and get to the line. That wins in playoff games. D and Troy says, can't bring up the Knicks record against winning teams, then ignore it for the Pistons. They are 12-27, worse than the Knicks against winning teams.
Yeah,
we have brought it up.
I did bring it up. And what I also brought up was that of those 12 wins, 3 of them come against the Knicks.
Yeah.
And then they have wins over the Celtics and the Cavaliers, which is something the Knicks don't have.
Okay, this was on again last night, and for some reason, Kang couldn't take his eyes off it, even though it's ridiculous. We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you trust CGC for top quality Connecticut water systems. Now trust them with your plumbing too. April showers bring flooded basements. Keep yours dry with CGC water treatment and plumbing. Right now, save 10% off a new Zoller sump pump. Need backflow testing? CGC's got you covered. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call your authorized independent Connecticut dealer today at 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. So I was out yesterday taking a kid on a college tour, Indiana University. A couple things about the tour of Indiana. I don't blame them for doing this. Our tour guide really leaned into the fact that Indiana is now a football school.
Oh, sure.
Yep. Football school.
You didn't know that?
I suppose if I were giving a tour of Indiana and the job was to recruit prospective students, I think I would probably sell the same thing. But she was pretty aggressive with that. Indiana's a football school. The other thing, did you know that Indiana is reintroducing a mascot?
Hank the Hoosier?
No. Apparently in the 60s, they had introduced like a bull.
A bull?
A bull. And like dressed it up like an IU garb. Like, the classic 60s Gruff Sparty, little Wolverine dude with the sailor hat. That look?
Sure.
Indiana had a bull. And I guess it wasn't particularly popular, but they're trying to bring it back.
I don't mind it.
Well,
I mean, not sure what a bull has to do with being from the state of Indiana.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to be super hyper specific, I'm not sure that it does either. I just sent you, check your email. I just sent you a logo of the sweatshirt. I was like, all right, if my kid goes to school here, maybe. I don't know. I kind of like it, to be honest with you.
It's a bison.
Yeah, she told me a bull. But yeah, I guess school featured a bison as its mascot for about a decade. There you go.
I love it.
It's not bad.
I actually think it's great. I think they should lean into it. And yet, I'm not sure it has anything to do with the state of Indiana.
Yeah, I don't know why they had
I mean, is Indiana known for beef?
This is, again, well, here we go. See if I can find anything. The Indiana Bulls is a pretty good travel baseball program out of Indiana, but I can't imagine. I don't know what it is. I don't know why they had this bull or bison.
I like it. I think anything that get cartoonish.
Yeah.
I think is always kind of a big hit. It translates to turning it into a mascot on the sidelines, an oversized, bull or whatever. It's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Well, just something to keep your eyes out for. Reintroducing a bull or bison. So there wasn't a lot of it in the bookstore, though, I noticed. Yet, at least.
Not yet.
No.
Well, they are a football school now, so it's only a matter of time, Doug.
Yeah. Okay. So Kang mentioned this to me, and you said you couldn't take your eyes off it.
I mean, I was watching it. I was watching.
And yet you think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm on a roller coaster with this movie. So you guys know how during Christmas season,
not draft day.
Hold on.
Okay.
During Christmas season, you're always going to see Elf.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just what they play, right? And then you go a little bit further, maybe Home Alone, or maybe it's A Christmas Story, but Mariah Carey's going to be playing, right?
Hard.
Yeah.
Santa Claus.
Yeah. Michael Bublé, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why we haven't figured this out yet, but every April, draft day is going to be on every day.
Yep.
For 2 weeks straight.
Yep.
Draft day was on last night. I forget even what network. I was just flipping around. Yeah. I'm hating this movie now. This movie's so dumb that I've started to hate it now. Yeah, I used to be dumb where I thought it was entertaining and funny, and now I'm like, Sonny Weaver's banging the capologist. And then I'm like, okay, so Schefter called the intern.
Sonny Weaver was the GM, by the way. Yeah.
Costner.
Yep.
And Schefter's calling the intern to get to Sonny. I'm like, you have Sonny's number. Schefter would text Sonny and then get blown off.
But not then.
No. It was just you just get piling up. And I'm like, listen, relax.
It's
a movie. but also, I know you have to suspend belief when you watch movies. You just do a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's certain movies where you have to really suspend it, like The Fast and the Furious. What? Or a Marvel movie.
Right.
No one has Infinity Stones in draft day. It's a regular person movie,
Yeah.
And so I couldn't get
But here's okay. We've discussed draft day a million times in the show.
Yes.
We all enjoyed it. Although now you're starting to really dislike it, and yet you can't stop watching it. Maybe it's kind of like me with Entourage, I guess. But with draft day, yes, we know it's ridiculous. All the things that happen in draft day, if any one of them happened, we could understand it. But the fact that they all happen within like a 9-hour period is flat out ridiculous. Like they're going to spread the ashes of Sonny Weaver's father that afternoon of the draft. Like they don't have other things they got to worry about. Mom wants to spread the ashes out on that day. Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be also the same day that Sonny's going to reveal that his girlfriend Allie is pregnant, right?
The capologist.
Yeah. Jennifer Garner.
Gardner, yeah.
That's going to happen on that day. Sure. They're going to wait until the 11th hour to get information on who could be the top pick in the draft, and that information, and then they're going to vet it out that day.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to talk to his coach while he's in the middle of spring practice to find out if anybody was at his birthday party or not. We're going to find out on that day.
On the day of the draft.
He's going to make a spectacular trade before the draft even starts, and then somehow recoup all that he lost during the course of the next 10 picks in the draft within an hour. All that's going to happen. His coach is going to come in, light a playbook on fire, walk out on the team on that day. All this is going to happen. The owner is going to come back from New York, from the draft. He's going to come back after they make the selection, and he's like, wait a minute, that's not what we agreed on. He's going to come back, and the moment he walks into the draft room where Sonny Weaver is, he starts barking at Sonny Weaver, and Sonny's going to shut him up. He's going to shut up the owner because he's on the phone calling somebody a pancake-eating MFer. Because he's going to get all his picks back.
Another GM.
Then he's going to get a throw-in player in this draft.
Putney.
He wants Putney. David G.D. Putney. Why? Just because. And he's going to have to throw in anybody. Who else? And it's going to be the capologist that makes the suggestions. Putney. Yeah, Putney. That's all going to happen on the same day. Any one of those things would have been passable, but to try to put them all in the same movie is utterly ridiculous. And yet, it's awesome. Every year I can't wait to see the movie again because I'm like, how did they get all those picks back? How did that work?
Because he
mathematically.
He convinced the GM to give him a first rounder, a top 10 pick for 3 second rounders.
You've got a million scouts in your department, but nobody knows why Vontae Mack wasn't on the field when the quarterback threw the touchdown pass to win the game.
Yep.
Where was Vontae? Oh, that's right. I think he got kicked out of the game, Coach. Yeah, that's right. You remember he did that stupid thing? He ran up into the stands and they got upset because he got flagged for, you shouldn't be talking to somebody. No, guys. That's not just somebody. That's his sister. She had cancer. And I mean, come on! But I love the movie. It's great. But they're not going to find out those little minute details until minutes before they have to make a selection in the draft.
It's so bad good.
It's preposterous.
I'm on bad now.
Are you?
No, come on. Be back on board.
Well, I can't help but think if Brad Holmes ever watched this movie going, you guys look like a bunch of idiots. like he's like, this is
but who was the guy
so stupid.
Who was the guy? Was it from the Rams that actually sat down and watched the movie?
Yeah, there was a GM that watched the movie and actually said, yeah, I could see that happening.
Like,
but
not
all of it.
No, but there were some things he's like, yeah, that's interesting.
Yep. And he had his eye roll moments. But.
Yeah, of course. Well, the whole movie's an eye roll moment because you can't have 15 things happen on draft day like this.
Hank on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Hank.
All right, hey, Gator, this one you forgot. Hey, who's that new kid GM at Jacksonville again?
Right.
Like you don't know the names of all these right. That line drove me crazy. I'm like you don't know the names of. Hey, who's the kid name again? Give me a break on that one. And you would never. See, you got me worked up. Ever trade all number 3 picks without talking to your coach first. Ever would that happen? No. And Dennis Leary's like, well, yeah, I guess I could coach this team. Hate that movie, man. Hate it.
Costner's the most
worked up.
unprepared GM of all time.
Network too, by the way. Kang, it was on the stupid E network.
Was it?
That runs freaking 90 commercials for a freaking movie.
Hank,
hate that movie.
Hank, did you watch it?
For 2 minutes, and then I had to turn it off. Like
saying I hate this movie. But I did watch it originally, and it's like the drafting for dummies is what it is. Like, hey, David Putney, because I GD want to. Such a stupid movie.
I think it's so bad good.
He hates it, but he knows every line.
Yes, we all do. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in downtown Berkeley is the place to be for everything sports. You want to watch all the big events. You want to watch playoff basketball games or playoff hockey games or Detroit baseball games. This is the place to go. Why? Because the food's awesome. Food's fantastic. The service is great. They've got amazing specials. Like, for instance, $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light for baseball games. Plus, for the basketball playoffs they got specials there as well. Trivia is on Thursday nights. That's at 8 o'clock. And 24 Seconds is also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And start making your plans to be at 24 Seconds for the big pro football draft day that they got going on. It's next Thursday night at 7 o'clock. They have great drink specials, and you can also win some amazing prizes. They really do it up. It's a fantastic, fantastic evening. And if you need any event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work for you. They'll cover the food and make sure that everybody is going to work out for you so that you can enjoy your guests. Whether it's a celebration, a graduation party, any kind of event, take it to 24 Seconds. And spring is here. Deck season is approaching. It's right around the corner. If you're looking for work, 24 Seconds is hiring as well. Check them out at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so yesterday, Brad Holmes spoke, and obviously you guys touched on it during yesterday's show, but we wanted to get into what is a theme that it's really, really hard to square, because Brad Holmes is great at his job, and his job he still has to be better because ultimately his job and the job that he does is measured by raising said Lombardi trophy over one's head. That is how you get, the ultimate stamp of approval from a city. But taking this organization from where it was on almost every level to where it is now has been great. It's been the best that we have seen in our lifetime, with room to get better. But he was asked a question yesterday. He was asked a couple of questions that were really interesting in listening to his response. The question was, do you pass on a draft prospect essentially because that player is blocked by your roster? Like, he always talks about buckets, and, he evaluates players, and there's the elite, immediate impact superstar potential player. And so they brought up, would you pass on a player because they are blocked? So would you pass on, let's just say, a slot receiver because he's blocked by Amon-Ra? If Amarian Hampton, the running back from North Carolina, is in the top bucket, you've already got two really good running backs. Like, how do you square those things if there is a great player on your board, but you're all set at that position? And here is what Brad Holmes had to say yesterday. Okay, so his point is, yeah, we'll draft a guy who isn't going to play right away. I thought it was really interesting at the end. He said, you can get in trouble when you chase need sometimes. The word in that sentence that means the most to me is sometimes.
Right.
It's not all the time.
No.
It's sometimes, which I was glad he included that because you know how I feel when it comes to draft and hard and fast rules.
Correct.
I think you have to show your malleability. 2 weeks in a row with malleability,
Nice.
Gator. Yeah. I think you have to show flexibility. I think you have to show that you evolve as your team evolves. And I agree with him. You get in trouble when you chase need sometimes. But it's so funny because I think the way most of football fans and probably a good percentage of people in our chairs look at the draft is address your needs. Address your needs. And Brad Holmes clearly doesn't emphasize that as much as we all do. And he says it all the time. But again, he said sometimes. And last year, they happened to have a need at corner. What they didn't do is they didn't let themselves be a victim of how the board falls. Rather than sit there at 20, what were they, 24 last year? And they moved up to 20, 26,
No,
25.
they were further back than that.
Were they? Okay. Wherever they were,
28. I think.
they could sit where they were and let the board fall, or they can manipulate that based upon need. And they did that. They manipulated it based upon need and moved up and took Terrion Arnold. So is that an example of chasing a need?
I mean, I think it is.
Yeah, I do too.
But it also fits his narrative if there's a guy he having a bucket, and if they've got Terrion Arnold in that bucket, they're going to go get. So I think it's, look, you can throw a blanket statement over like, we're not going to chase need, and but at the same time, your philosophy is finding players, and if those players happen to fit a need, so be it, right? But I think you've got multiple position groups that are out there where you're not just looking at one person. You don't just have to have the one guy on the roster. I mean, offensive line, you got 5 guys in an offensive line, and you need to have some backups. Makes sense, okay? It's a position of depth that you have to have. Same thing with the defensive line. Same thing with linebackers. Same thing with wide receivers and the secondary. When you start getting at like quarterback and running back and tight end, it's a little bit different, okay? Yeah. So I'm not buying it as much what he has to say about that. I love his drafting, and I'm not going to question his drafting. But when he's speaking in public about it, it's just there's some stuff that you just take with a grain of salt because what he does is what he's going to do. When he took Jamison Williams and traded up to get Jamison Williams, did they have a need for a wide receiver at that time? Yes.
They had a need for almost everything.
Yeah, but I mean, and to his point, look, they knew that was a season that they were hoping they were going to grow. But it was going to take a while. So taking a guy like Jamison Williams with all that talent and knowing it was for the future, not necessarily for that season, that makes sense. When you're coming off a 15-2 season, I don't think they're looking at it the same way, even though they're going to talk about it like it's the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Well, like the idea that we're not going to reach for a position is one of the things that he sells and talks about all the time. And I don't know how anybody would say, yes, reach for a position. I don't think anybody would say, I don't care if the edge rushers that are left on the board when you're picking aren't particularly good. Reach for one.
Right.
No, nobody would endorse that. No, but and so if he's making an argument against that, I think we'd all agree. I like the fact that they'll move around on draft day because that tells you that they're not going to risk that when they're sitting there, the bucket is empty. They'll go to where they can get their guy. It was 29-24, by the way, is what it was. It moved up from 29-24, which was honestly a underrated, shrewd move from we're not reaching. No, we're just going to change where we're drafting.
Well, and that's the thing. And fans don't want to reach either. But what fans want is their guy.
Yeah.
So if you do what the Lions did last year or what they did when they went after Jamison Williams, is moving up reaching? No, moving up becomes reaching if you go too far and give up too much. Then it's a reach, right? Is it a reach for the Lions to get to number 2 to get Abdul Carter? Probably a reach of what you'd have to give up to move up to that spot. Now, would Abdul Carter step in right away and play an important role in this team? You betcha. And I'd love to see a bold-ass move like that, but I don't think that's going to come. That's not how the Lions operate. Now, would they make a move to go from 28 to 22 or 28 to 21 if, say, Mike Green is there, if he starts to slip, or one of these other edge rushers that they covet and put in that bucket, or if it's an offensive lineman, if it's Derek Harmon, a player like that they want to see and they can move up and get. We've seen him do it, and we have confidence that he can get that done. At the same time, I love this position at 28 because it just seems, judging by the millions of mock drafts I've looked at, that you can get players that you would like anywhere from 28 up until into the second round, like maybe even the first 8 picks in the second round. You're still going to get one of those guys that you really like. So the flexibility that they have, I think, is huge, and particularly when you couple that with the number of teams that may pass on that quarterback in the first round in the early draft part because they want to address other needs, but still want to get a quarterback. Maybe the Lions can trade back in that early part of the second round because one of those teams wants to get back into the first round specifically for the quarterback that they can take at 28.
All right, so you found a 2-round mock or 7-round mock that you think the Lions fans would love. We'll get into that coming up. But also, Brad Holmes, very clever question yesterday. The question was, well, I was trying to figure out what you will do. What won't you do? We'll get to his answer coming up at 11:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer or Auburn Hills or Clinton Township or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. quality, service, and unbeatable value? That's the Builders First Source promise. Check them out. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope everybody's having a great Friday and have a great weekend ahead. Good Friday here. You got big Easter plans? Anything exciting?
I think I'm going to my brother's.
Okay.
A family Easter type thing. We'll see what goes on there.
Gotcha.
Could be pancakes, Doug.
Is that
Could be a brunch. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I don't know. I think we did that a few years ago, and my niece was making pancakes.
Yeah.
They were like Mickey Mouse pancakes, I think.
Mickey Mouse pancakes?
Yeah.
Oh, is this your brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a huge Disney guy.
He
Doug.
loves Disney.
Oh, that's
Doug,
right.
Oh my God,
Oh,
do they
that's
love Disney?
right.
That's an understatement.
I think we had a choice of Mickey Mouse or R2D2, and they were both delicious. Just forms that you get, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's all
There was
good.
another one that looked like Epcot.
Yeah.
Maybe some ham. Love ham.
Yeah.
Good brunch. Some
Okay.
sort of egg bake. I love an egg bake.
Do you?
I love an egg bake.
Are you going to have any? What will you
Quiche.
be responsible for?
Showing up.
Oh.
I don't know. I haven't been told anything more specific about it. I'm more than willing to do my part. So
Laughs
Yeah.
is what his department is.
Pet the dogs.
Makes sense.
Good job, Gator.
Thank you. Listen, those two dogs, those are some big dogs. Big golden retrievers. Big, sweet golden retrievers.
Gotcha.
Shed a lot. Need a lot of loving.
All right. So, more from Brad Holmes. We mentioned it before the break there. People always trying to figure out what you will do. What won't you do? Here's what he said. I think he wants to be able to do whatever the hell he wants and nobody question him. That's what he wants. And I guess I would too.
I rolled my eyes the entire time listening to that response.
Did you?
Yeah, because when he vocalizes it and tries to articulate it, here's what I take out of it.
Yep.
My take is that he thinks we're the dumbest group of people out there ever. Like that we have no idea. Oh, you mean they have to be able to play the game?
Yeah.
Thanks, coach. Mr. GM, thanks. I had no idea. Oh, they have. It's not just the position. Oh, they have to actually play and be good.
Mm-hmm.
Duh. Like I didn't like that whole answer because it treats us like we're morons, and we're not morons. We understand this whole thing,
right?
Okay, we get it that you're not always beholden to position. You want the best player available, right? Great, fantastic, and you hope you can match that up with, deficiencies on your team. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Sit there and take 15 offensive linemen in a row because of the best player you got? No, you're not going to do that. But don't treat us like we're morons. Come on.
I guess I don't really care what he thinks. I do think there's.
I just care how he drafts, and he does an amazing job with the draft.
He really does. And it's still, I think the part that he can't say out loud because it'd be counterproductive to say it out loud is, yeah, we'll move around to make it make sense. We won't sit there and just be beholden to what the board is when we're picking. If we see that the board isn't going to give us what we need, we'll change the board by moving around. Makes the most sense. All right, you said you found a 7-rounder you think Lions fans will love.
This is true. This is from Chad Reuter from NFL.com.
Yep.
So he goes a full-on 7-round mock draft for the Lions. We'll just get to the Lions picks because there's 7
He does every pick in the draft.
Every pick in the draft. Yeah. And when you get to the Lions picking at 28, they would just have missed out on at 27. Ursary, the offensive lineman from Minnesota, went.
Okay.
So on the board for the Lions at 28 of this pick, Nick Emanwari, the safety from South Carolina.
Yep.
Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama.
Yep.
Davin Ezaraku, the edge rusher. Luther Burden, the wide receiver from Missouri. James Pierce, the edge rusher from Tennessee, among plenty others.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's a really nice board to fall your way. Am I to assume that Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, Walter Nolan are all gone, the defensive tackles?
Walter Nolan is gone. Kenneth Grant is available.
Okay. I mean, that's a great board. That's a great board if it falls that way for the Lions, because there seems to be players that I think the Lions would love: safety, guard, edge rusher, defensive tackle.
All over the place.
Yep.
He has the Lions selecting Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama, guy that you really like.
I think he fits their profile almost exactly.
Yeah, I think as a guard, he has a chance to compete for a starting position.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get to the second round, and this is where things get really, really interesting. Again, the Lions are picking at 60 here, so what's available to them at this pick? You got Carson Schweizinger, the linebacker from UCLA, Savion Williams, the wide receiver from TCU. There's Terrence Ferguson, the tight end from Oregon. And there's James Pierce Jr., the Tennessee edge rusher.
Is on the board.
Slipping all the way and being a possibility for the Lions at 60.
Wow.
Who the Lions take?
James Pierce.
Edge rusher James Pierce.
I mean, I think they'd be thrilled to have that kind of talent. If they pass on him, that would tell you that it's just too much. There's too much off the field stuff, right?
Yes. But if he's available at 60, I think at that point, that's where you take a chance on the guy, because that's the reason why he would have slipped. And, okay, we can make him into a football player because he's got all the talent and he's got a decent track record of doing it on the field. There's some really good film of him.
It goes back to how big of a chance do you want to take, right?
Yeah.
Like if there's too much there, if there's just a little bit there that has you shy away from him, but if there's a lot there, you might say, forget it.
The end of the third round, though, the compensatory pick, the Lions select wide receiver Dante Thornton Jr. from Tennessee. He's the 6'5",
the big guy,
speedster, 4.3 speed, but not a whole lot of receptions last year. Less than 30 receptions, but he had like over 600 yards. That would be a nice pickup there.
Yep.
Then in the fourth round, this one I thought was interesting too. At pick 130, the Lions select Josiah Stewart, edge rusher from Michigan.
So they'd walk away from the draft with Josiah Stewart and James Pierce?
Yes.
The fans would rejoice.
Yes, I think they would absolutely rejoice. Because that's quite a haul.
That would be a beloved draft.
Then they would take, and maybe you could fill us in because you did cover Michigan games. Do you remember Glendon Miller, the safety from Maryland?
I do, and
good size, good speed, but might be a little stiff. But
yep.
That's what you're getting in the 6th round. And then in the 7th round, Jordan Hancock, cornerback, Ohio State. I did some research on him yesterday, actually. Guy, there's a lot to like there. Decent size, and he's got speed. But, this is, again, it's a 7-round mock draft. Who knows what you're going to end up getting.
I think you are right, though. I think that would be a beloved result.
A beloved result.
Yep. 248-539-9797. All right. Does this controversial figure have a point? We will get to that today at 12:05. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. 1 hour from now, we'll talk about something new coming to Detroit. 248-539-9797. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? Controversial figure tries to explain what went down, and we'll discuss it coming up here shortly. But first, let's go to Matt in St. Clair Shores on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Sterling. Hey, Gator. How's it going?
All right. How are you?
I think it's completely understated how much we need offensive line help. I think Tyler Booker or whoever the best player available needs to be the pick there. We're only going to have Penei Sewell guaranteed to be on contract after next season. Decker's going to be a cap casualty. Glasgow might be retiring. Ragnow might be retiring. And we have to hope that Mahogany isn't just what James Houston was for half that season, that he was a flash in the pan. So we need to keep strong what has been our strength the last couple seasons. The one thing that people don't talk about, the Eagles, besides having a great defensive line, they had the other three all-pro starters besides Sewell and Ragnow on the all-pro team. So they are just as much offensive line strong as they are defensive line strong. So that's my concern, is we're not focused enough on the offensive line.
I think they are. I think, and there's been enough smoke when you look at mock drafts. There's lots of people that maybe it's not smoke is the wrong word, but I think lots of people come to that same conclusion that you've got Zeitler is gone. Does Glasgow go back to the right side where he was better than he was on the left side? And is Mahogany ready? They've got Manu that they drafted last year that they're trying to develop, and they've got some others, Kobe Solerstall, they're trying to develop. But I don't think it's lost on people, and I think you're pretty astute there as well, that offensive line is going to be addressed, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if it's a first-round pick or a second-round pick. I think you address both the offensive and defensive lines, and it looks like it's pretty deep in both ways.
And the other thought is, it seems like a lot of the ends or the edge rushers at this part of the draft are going to be the third down, go get the quarterback guys, and not the first, second down guys. And as much as I don't think Pascal can set an edge to save his life, I think he's going to have to or we're just going to have to pick up somebody in late free agency who just wants to go run for a ring with us.
Well, I'll say this, Matt. I don't think you're wrong at all about the offensive line. Given their commitment to winning in the trenches, it is seriously it's sort of that next issue they're going to have down the road. Everything we just played, though, from Brad Holmes last hour kind of basically says, I'm not doing what we want him to do, which is go address need. But, then Gator had that mock draft where what did they do? They took an offensive lineman and a guy that really fits the Lions profile. So if your scenario is they walk away with a future starter at the offensive line, I don't think anybody should be mad about that.
Enjoy your Easter ham, boys. Have a great day.
You too.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, they're what's made them successful. Like everything is built around this great offensive line. So we'll see how it plays itself out. But yeah, I think if they have their way, if the board falls their way and they can say we address these positions, this will make us happiest. If the players we really like are on the board at these positions.
They don't talk about positions, though.
No, they don't, but
we really like these players is what he'll say.
Yes, but those players, I'm sure if he had his choice of which positions those players played, he'd have a wish list.
No, he doesn't talk about that.
I know he doesn't talk. All right, we said we'd get to this. So yesterday, this was what? This was late when you guys were on the air. Rieger was in for me yesterday. And Pat McAfee had Aaron Rodgers on.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Rodgers is a bit of a polarizing figure. We'll start with this, in that he tortured us for years when he was with the Green Bay Packers.
Yes.
He has come across as a rather eccentric dude, which you're allowed to be eccentric. When you're eccentric at the cost of maybe the best football for your team, that's when I go, okay, I have an issue with that, which, again, it wasn't here, so why do I care necessarily? Well, then he went out and basically complained about his teammates. And I'm like, okay, so you're the one not showing up for mini camps and OTAs to make sure that you're off doing your wellness retreat in Egypt. Or a vacation. I guess that was just a vacation. But I bet his vacation includes some wellness retreat aspect. You can do whatever you want, but then don't blame your teammates. Don't complain about the receivers. So he got released by the Jets. The Jets head coach is Aaron Glenn, our former defensive coordinator here in Detroit and a much beloved figure in Detroit. And he tells what his interaction was like with Aaron Glenn. And this is from yesterday's Pat McAfee show, Aaron Rodgers.
I love it. I couldn't be happier with that exchange. And it just, I have a giant smile when I think about this because we've gotten to know Aaron Glenn a little bit through the media and how he responds, how he talks to the media, what the Lions want in terms of changing the culture and how they were able to change the culture with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and with Aaron Glenn and with Ben Johnson and everybody else that buys into it. And what have we learned about what the Lions covet most of all? That you love football. So when Aaron Glenn comes out there and asks the one question, and how did he phrase it to him? Are you ready to play football?
Yep.
And his response to that question, which is the quintessential question that you're going to have to answer when it comes from somebody from this coaching tree and this kind of culture, this winning culture here. And your response is, and the way he said it is even more passive than when you read it in black and white. If you're just reading a story, you don't really get what he says. He's like, his tone was, yeah, I'm interested. Bye. No, you're not. You don't care. Your heart's not into it. I can tell in 1 second that you're not ready to play. And I'm not going to waste my time, and I'm not going to waste yours either. We're done here. We're going we're going to go in a different direction with our quarterback. I freaking love Aaron Glenn. He could not have handled that better. Get out of here. I'm not wasting my time with you. Oh, I didn't want to pick my brain of the 20 years I've got of football experience. Didn't want to ask my opinion about the players on the Jets. You're damn right I don't want to ask it. What are you going to tell me? You don't even want to play football. Get out of here. Or at least you don't want to play football as much as we need you to want to play football. If you're going to be the leader of this team and your response is, well, I'm interested, get out of here. Don't let the door hit you in the backside. I got better things to do. I'll leave you with a GM, and you can spend the next 14 minutes and 40 seconds discussing that because it doesn't matter to me. Out of here. Love it. And you know what? Every other general manager and every other coach in the National Football League that was even thinking about hiring Aaron Rodgers, I don't care that he comes out later and says, I'd play for $10 million. But you're not even willing to commit that you'd play. Why are you holding these teams hostage? If I'm Mike Tomlin and he had all these great things to say about Mike Tomlin, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Goodbye. I'm going to find somebody that wants to play. And wants to play right now. I don't need to. Why am I trying to convince you, who has sucked for 2.5 years? Why do I need to convince you to play for my team at this point when you're like 40 years old? I don't care. See you later. Love it.
I think there was something else at play there, but
what?
Well, we'll get to that coming up today at 12:16. Are you going to eat that at 12:30? It's Karsh and Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Check out the spring savings at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. So Gator, you just love what Aaron Glenn did with Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
Aaron Glenn, head coach of the Jets. Aaron Rodgers was upset that he flew all the way across country to have a meeting and that the coach early in the meeting ran out, got the GM, came back. Aaron Rodgers said he was talking to the GM when Aaron Glenn leaned in and said, "Do you want to play football?" And Aaron Rodgers' response was,
"Are you ready? Do you want to, or are you ready to play? Either way."
His response was, "Yeah, I'm interested." Yeah. And Gator, I mean, the idea of job interviews. You think about a job interview. If you're interviewing for your job and somebody says, "Do you want this job?" and your response is, "Yeah, I'm interested," as opposed to somebody who would be like, "This is my dream job. I can't wait to start." Like, yeah, I'm interested. And the funny thing is, here's Aaron Rodgers telling this story. There's two observations I have. One is to what you said. Aaron Rodgers is telling the story, and it shows how out of touch he is and how little research he did on the coach that was coming in,
right.
That his response was, "Yeah, I'm interested." And as he's repeating the story, defending himself, he doesn't even realize that he is exposing the exact reason why Aaron Glenn didn't want him.
Right.
He's telling the story in defense of himself, but doesn't even realize that that's, "Yeah, I'm interested." And I think he said this is how it went down verbatim.
Mm-hmm.
If that's true, he doesn't even realize what he did.
He has no clue.
Nope.
He has no clue. And when he goes on and says things, "I'm going to focus on my personal life right now." If you're going to focus on your yeah, I mean, then again, you need your life to be about football, to be a leader of a team, particularly one that you're going to take over, and now it's going to be a new team. It's clear that he wants to play in Minnesota, and Minnesota, I don't think wants him there. Then what he's got going with Pittsburgh, it's like you're reluctant. You should have this done by now. Like if you wanted to play, you'd have the deal done. And then to come out and say, "I mean, I'd play for $10 million. You know, it doesn't matter. Money doesn't matter to me." That part may be true because he's made so much money. That's great. But when you say that, in addition to not saying that you're ready to play, just tells me everything I need to know if I'm a GM. You're not ready to play. And your past in the last several years, tells a complete different story of actually not a different story. It tells the story of somebody who is not dedicated to being the team guy that you need to have, particularly for somebody who's going to be coming to a new team. Choosing not to go to workouts with the team because you're going to want to lie on a beach and wherever the hell. Yeah, that I don't need you. We don't need you.
So that's one. The other thing that I think's going on here is I think this is the classic blame. You're getting dumped. He's getting dumped. And he's pissed about it. He's pissed about getting dumped. But instead of focusing on that, you focus on the details of how you got dumped. Right?
Yeah.
And that happens all the time in the real world where that person tries to, I really didn't want to be with you anyway.
Right.
But can you believe how they did it?
So did you want to be in the relationship?
Because it was face to face. You know what, people who do it and it's not face to face, they didn't even have the guts to do it face to face, is what they'll say.
100%.
Here he did it face to face, and you're mad about how he did it face to face. Well, if he just sent you an email or a text or called you and said, "There's no point, we're going to let you go," because he's like, "I flew all the way across the country and I didn't even get a chance." If he had sent you an email or just called you on the phone, the complaint would have been, "Didn't even have the guts to do it to my face."
And by the way, if you really wanted to play football for the Jets, you know what you'd do? You'd fight for it. If your head coach is walking out of the room because he's heard all he needs to hear, and you're like, "Wait a minute, no, I actually do want to play for the Jets. Hang on." And then you'd either go tell the GM to go fetch him back and explain to him, "Hey, we got off on the wrong foot here. Let me re-explain this." And then you establish how much you really want to play. But he didn't because he doesn't. Because he wants to drag this out because he's Aaron freaking Rodgers. And it's all about the drama with this guy. I'd be pissed if I were a Steelers fan right now. I'd be so pissed. Like, why are we wasting our time with this guy? It's going to be a disaster if he decides to come here. It'll be a disaster.
He doesn't seem like a Tomlin kind of guy at all.
But yet Tomlin is talking to him, and they still talk right now.
Yeah.
And so if you believe in Tomlin, if you believe in Dan Campbell, you know what I mean? Like if Campbell's doing something like talking to a guy that you don't think is good for the team, how much are you all in, all right?
Yeah, right. I
Your
understand
guy.
what you're saying. I obviously don't cover and I'm not around Mike Tomlin all the time. And some people, I've seen some speculation that Tomlin might have lost his edge a little bit, but he just doesn't seem like a Tomlin kind of guy to me.
So I'm in a complete minority here. I am actually going to try to defend Rodgers here in this situation, okay? This situation. I don't think they treated him with respect, Doug, as you like to end every show with.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they knew they didn't want Aaron Rodgers to be their quarterback, and that's totally fine. I don't think I want Aaron Rodgers as my quarterback either. Then fly to him. If you want to do this face-to-face instead of over the phone, you get on a plane, you fly to him, and you tell him, hey, we're releasing you. We're moving in a different direction. I think that the way this whole thing went down, according to Aaron Rodgers, right, and that's all we have right now, is Aaron Glenn might have trouble relating to players in general. This is how he sounds really old school, right, at this point. There's a difference between being a coordinator and a head coach. We all know this. There's a lot of good coordinators out there that didn't make it as head coaches. They didn't want him as a quarterback, then fine. Fly to him, tell him we're moving in a different direction, and be done with it. It seemed like they're doing this. Aaron Rodgers did nothing to Aaron Glenn and this new GM. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he did something to them. So it seemed like personal, but like Aaron said also in the interview, you don't know me and I don't know you. So why are we, right? Why are we judging each other already? You know?
Yeah.
So that's the part I didn't like. That's the part where I'll defend Aaron on this. In this situation, it seems like, and by the way, holding teams hostage, I get it, but he also says teams can do whatever they want. They're on their own timeline. They can move on, not move on. I'm telling them what I am, where I'm at, and I'm not making a decision, right?
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, like, if you going to come to this thing? I'm not sure yet. Continue with the party. Don't hold up because of me.
Right.
I'm just telling you I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Well, Aaron Glenn, I think if Aaron Glenn is not successful because Aaron Glenn does it his own way, which is definitely old school, you're right about that, then it's a shame. But at least he's being true to himself.
That's true. Now, from a pure entertainment standpoint, I'm laughing my ass off listening to Aaron Rodgers tell this story. I think it's hilarious. I'm just grabbing my popcorn like Brad Holmes suggests we do at the draft, and I'm just listening to this. And in the middle of it, he just gets up and leaves, comes back. Do you want to play football? You understand? Well, we're going in a different direction. What? It's like I'm dying back here. This really happened? This is unbelievable.
It's great. Let's go to Don. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
Hey, boys.
What's up?
Aaron Rodgers is such a tool. and the only person in this whole future scenario that's going to be a bigger tool is Mike Tomlin. All right. Cam Hayward has already said weeks ago, you either want to be a Steeler or you don't. Okay. So he obviously doesn't want to, otherwise he would have been by now. And Tomlin, one of his Tomlinisms has always been, we want volunteers, not hostages. And he says that all the time.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers, all he's doing is holding the organization hostage. Tomlin has lost his touch. I have not been an anti-Tomlin guy until just recently. But this whole thing, Aaron Rodgers is so out of touch with reality. His ego is so rampant. I mean, I hate to say things like this, but, when your family doesn't like you, that's usually because of you, not because of, multiple other people in the family. If it's just one or two people in the family, his whole family doesn't like him. His teammates, you don't see anybody besides wide receivers, like, reaching out and, like, talking good about him. And he's just such a tool, and I hate this whole scenario. It's embarrassing now to be a Steelers fan when it's always been not embarrassing. But now with what we've done in the playoffs and how long it's been since a win, and Tomlin just becoming like this.
Don, I will tell you.
Now, now
this.
Aaron Rodgers. Oh,
I get it, and you're probably not going to get a ton of sympathy from Detroit.
No,
fans.
not at all. I
know you're not looking for it.
I don't expect it.
You guys have been the model organization for so long that it must be uncomfortable to see how it's going down. All right, straight ahead, we got another edition. Are you going to eat that? It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to some Tiger stuff coming up as well here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Detroit sports fan, we got a big weekend ahead for you in Twin Peaks. Can't wait to host you for all the action. That's right, your Detroit basketball team's in the playoffs for the first time in 6 years. Be sure to make it up to your favorite lodge early on Saturday as they will take the court in the first playoff game and looking for their first playoff win in 17 seasons. Pair that up with a big weekend series with the Detroit baseball team as they're taking on a division rival. You won't want to leave the restaurant. Why go to Twin Peaks? Well, for starters, each lodge boasts over 50 TVs, so you'll never miss any of the strikeouts, home runs, slam dunks, or slap shots. Each lodge has upgraded their entertainment package, boasting numerous 98-inch TVs for your viewing pleasure. Pair that up with the coldest draft beer in the country, poured at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for over 6 hours. They also have an extensive bar with all your high-end favorites, bourbons, tequilas, craft cocktails, shot specials like the $4 Jack Daniel flavors, Screwball, Jose Cuervo, Devil's Reserve. They're available every day to jumpstart your evening. And you won't want to drink on an empty stomach, right? Their cooks are in there at 7 a.m. to prepare tons of scratch-made favorites like the house smoke, brisket, ribs, and wings, and New York cut strip steaks. It's the ultimate man cave experience. Come see what it's all about. Twin Peaks Restaurant. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Get to some Tiger stuff coming up shortly. Something new coming to Detroit. We'll discuss today at 1:05. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. We just played the Aaron Rodgers soundbite. Look, we don't dwell too much on out-of-town sports stories, but this one involves Aaron Glenn, and Aaron Glenn basically asking Aaron Rodgers, do you want to play football? And his response was, yeah, I'm interested. And Aaron Glenn said, yeah, we're not interested. And it might have everything to do with the sort of laissez-faire answer that Aaron Rodgers gave. And the Aaron Glenn that we know was a defensive coordinator probably wants a guy that says it oozes out of every soul, every pore in my soul to play football is probably the answer he was looking for.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers is a phony. I was watching the Jet game when he blew off his head coach. He tried to hug him after a play. Now he's whining like a baby. The way Aaron Glenn cut him, I don't think the Steelers want him either. That's from Mark in Kalamazoo.
Well, the Steelers, I mean, with Mike Tomlin's not the same Mike Tomlin I think that was there 6-7 years ago. There have been the rumors that the Steelers are willing to move on from Mike Tomlin, that they have been willing to move on from him, but the Steelers just keep winning because Tomlin gets the job done. So is this kind of the make or break year for Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh? If he wants to stay on top, does he need an experienced quarterback like Aaron Rodgers? Does it make sense for him? And he's like, yeah, I'll stay in it as long as we can because on game days, this guy, I think he can still play. Maybe. But there's no way Aaron Rodgers is ever going to be the player that he was.
Hans, the Uber driver, writes in, Gator, here's the problem with what Rodgers said. I agree. He hesitated when AG asked him if he wants to play. But you could have had that conversation over the phone. That's a bad look for AG. He handled that situation all wrong. It's not what you say. It's how you say it. Hans, I guess I've already addressed this. If he'd done it over the phone, Rodgers probably would have complained that he didn't have the guts to do it face-to-face. This is the classic, somebody gets dumped in a relationship, but they're like, I'm not even that mad. But how they did it. No, you're that mad. You're focusing on how they did it because you're that mad.
I mean, let's say you spend 3 hours there at the facility, 3 hours talking with Aaron Glenn, talking with the GM, and at the end of the 3 hours, what's the outcome? Hey, we'll let you know, or hey, you know what? We've had this discussion. We appreciate you coming out, but we are going to go in a different direction. Is that going to make it any better because you spent, 2 or 3 hours with him? I mean, really what it sounds like is Aaron Rodgers was more pissed they didn't care about his football acumen and his experience to pick his brilliant brain about the players that he walked out on. That's what it sounds like.
Yep, it sure does. All right, Gator, you ready to play? Are you going to eat that?
Yes.
Okay, Gator, I got a bunch of stuff here I want to get your 2 cents in on. These are new items available, food or drink. I want to know if it interests you. Kang, you as well. Miller Lite, did you hear who they are partnering with?
I did not.
They're partnering with Pringles.
Miller Lite and Pringles?
Yep. 2 brand new crisps that encapsulate the classic warm weather flavors with no grilled required. Miller Lite and Pringles are collabing on beer can chicken and grilled beer brat flavored Pringles. So beer can chicken and grilled beer brat flavored Pringles. The beer can chicken combines the flavor of savory roasted chicken, complete with notes of garlic and onion, and the authentic flavor of the original light beer. The beer brat Pringles, Miller Lite beer brat Pringles, have the smoky grilled brat flavor you know and love with notes of black pepper, caramelized onions, and brown spice, in addition to the light beer flavors. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'd try both of them.
Would you?
Yeah, I mean, the potato chips, they're easy to try. They're not really, truly funky flavors. And this sounds like, chicken flavor sounds interesting. And, brats, brats and beer go hand in hand. It's interesting they talk about grilling with the brat, because when I think of beer brats, I think of bratwursts that are boiled in the beer. Do you grill them afterwards?
I don't know.
I've never done that.
Soak them in the beer and then grill them.
Yeah, some people finishing them off that way.
Yeah.
Kang, you?
Yeah, try it. I'm Pringles, man. Yeah. Once you stop, once you pop, you can't stop.
I think we're 3 for 3.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we're 3 for 3. I think I would try these. I don't eat a lot of chips. But when I do, Pringles definitely can.
And you like smoky flavor. You just don't eat red meat.
No, it's chicken. It's usually
You're
chicken.
welcome, by the way, for saying red meat.
I appreciate that. So 3 for 3 on the Pringles Miller Lite collaboration. Next up, Toronto Blue Jays. Have you seen what they are now offering at their concession stands?
$500 million beers.
What?
Well, they have to pay for Vlad Jr.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it's cotton candy fries. This is a blue drizzle on top of French fries. It's a cotton candy flavored blue drizzle on top of French fries. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Absolutely not. No, it's exactly what that sounds like. You know, potatoes are savory; they're not sweet. You're gonna have sweet potato, but a sweet potato, I don't even want to. I'm not going to add like some sort of sugar glaze onto a sweet potato. The natural sweetness is fine with that, but for potatoes, why would you add sweet to that? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Kang, you?
Listen, I've said it before. I'm a French fry whore. With that being said, though, I'm not trying this because, I'm with you. They should be savory. I love a loaded French fry or a topped French fry, but
poutine.
Love it. The cheese, all that stuff, bacon, chili, onion, whatever. Yeah, this not working for me. I don't want cotton candy on my fries or any drizzle of it.
Yeah,
the word drizzle sounds terrible.
This is a no way in hell for me. There's not a chance. It sounds like a terrible mix. A terrible mix.
And it sounds like something that every kid under the age of 10 would love to try.
And that's probably their target audience.
That's it.
Which surprised me you're not interested. All right, here we go. Next up, Taco Bell. Taco Bell, Gator.
All right.
They're bringing back the crispy chicken nuggets after what they are calling a wildly successful and brief debut last December. The first time these crispy bites were introduced, they were an immediate hit, according to the release. They come with a ranch sauce, a bell sauce, jalapeno, honey mustard, all there for your dipping pleasure. Gator, you did not try them the first time around.
No, I didn't, and I'm willing to. Absolutely. When are these back?
They are back, I think it said April 24th, starting April 24th.
So next week, draft day.
Yep. What do you think?
I want to try them. It sounds good. The crunch comes from being dredged in tortilla chips, right? Crushed tortilla chips. I think it sounds delicious.
Okay.
And I think we all knew it was a test run before. This was always going to be coming back. They wanted to see how popular it was. It was extraordinarily popular. They sold out way too early on that to give everybody the taste. But those that got the taste, they liked it.
Yeah, man, I'm definitely trying if I can get my hands on some.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time around, it went away so fast. I was like, did this bomb or I don't know.
So you never had the chance?
No, no one did.
Kenny, did you have the chance to get the chicken nuggets from Taco Bell?
No, both Kang and I went looking for them at some point. None of the Taco Bells around us had it.
Yeah, this is definitely something I'll be looking for.
Oh, so a yes, and I am not a nugget guy.
Dude, it's chicken.
Come on.
White meat.
Come on.
You waiting for the pork nugs?
The boneless wing.
No on chicken nuggets. Next up, Gator. Bushmills. Did you see what they are releasing?
No, and I like Bushmills.
A limited edition 46-year-old whiskey billed as the oldest Irish single malt ever. The Mahogany Sipper, hailing from County Antrim, Northern Ireland, also sports one hefty price tag.
I bet it does.
Bottles of this special spirit, officially Christian Bushmills 46-year, The Secret of Riverbush, was originally priced at $12,500 and only 300 bottles were made. Previous record for an aged single malt was 45 years. This high-end hooch tastes like caramel with but is also really smooth. It doesn't burn going down. The blast from the alcohol was an eye-opener. The consensus is we'd order it if someone else was paying for it. This according to the story. Gator, that's awfully expensive. Can you see yourself spending this kind of money on a rare 46-year-old Irish whiskey?
No, but would I love to try it? You betcha. Yeah, I've had some high-end whiskeys, and they're fantastic. I've had high-end tequila. It's fantastic. Am I going to spend $12,000 on a bottle? I am not.
A shot would probably cost what, like $700? Would you do that?
No. Would I buy a bottle if I won the lottery? Yes.
Okay. Kang, you?
Well, if Gator can't afford it, there's no way I can afford it. I got paid in Kohl's cash over here, man. Blood oranges. I mean, I'd let if Gator ever got a shot, I'd ask him to burp in my face. And that's the closest I'll get to tasting this thing. All right? Just saying. I ain't got the cash for this.
What if I burped in Kenny's beard?
And I smelled his beard?
Yeah.
Ugh. I'd have to ask Doug first, I guess. If I
Go
can do
for
that.
it.
Yeah.
Have at it, my
You allow
friend.
me, Doug?
Have at it, my friend. Yeah, I'm obviously out on this one. Next up, Gator, would you be interested in trying Smoisters?
What?
Smoisters.
Well, it's got the word moist in it, so it's always interesting.
It's a combination of s'mores and oysters.
No.
The traditional combination of marshmallow, Hershey's milk chocolate, and graham cracker with the seafood pleasure of oysters on top.
Hang on, I just had,
oysters.
I almost had a reversal thinking about this.
Is this the new campfire thing for this year?
I don't feel so good right now.
It's trending.
Trending my ass. This is the worst thing I've ever heard of.
Well, you don't like oysters anyways, though.
And I
right?
don't like s'mores anyway.
Yeah.
So
this is the worst thing
What are
you
we
could have.
doing?
Yeah. This is Gator's nightmare.
Well, if you like oysters, and let me assume
I like
for a second that
oysters.
you like oysters.
Yeah, I do.
Would you ever think of putting oysters with a marshmallow or chocolate?
No.
Or
No
a
way. What?
I mean, even a like even oysters Rockefeller, which I've had, which is
Oh,
fine.
that's good.
But it's good because it's all baked and it's got the crusty on it and the whole bit,
bacon,
right?
yeah.
It's
Oh, that's
delicious.
good. Cheese.
Right. Now we're going to throw chocolate on it. Nope. Marshmallow. Nope. What if oysters Rockefeller was made without the marshmallow to chocolate, but instead of the cracker, they use graham cracker? What?
It's
No.
a dessert oyster dish, Gator. I don't understand you like desserts.
I'm staying the hell away from this because, like I said, I almost had a reversal.
Kang, you're in, right?
No. And I like oysters. I do. I like them raw. I like them with little, cocktail sauce, lemon, whatever. Oyster Rockefeller. Not oyster s'mores.
Smoisters.
I wouldn't.
Moisters.
I wouldn't eat this if they gave me a free shot of that $12,000 whiskey to wash it down.
Well, now wait a second.
Oh. All right. I smell a burp coming my way.
We got a trade.
Yeah, you want to smell that burp?
You'll eat a Smoister if you get a free shot of the $12,000 whiskey.
Yes, that I would.
I might have to go purchase that to make him eat the Smoister. Smoister might be the worst thing we've ever had.
The name Smoister is awful. That's offensive to men and women.
I feel like this is a Gatorade flavor that Doug would like.
Discontinued 6 months from now.
Right?
It's harder and harder to find the cucumber lime. I have a feeling it is being phased out.
Do you like oysters?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd ask, can I get a Smoister without the oyster? Just the s'more? That's what that's how I'd ask for. There you go. That concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Something news coming to Detroit. We'll talk about it today at 105 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. Because they specialize only in auto and truck accidents, they've recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any other lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other law firm in the state. They have the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement. Plus, on top of that, they'll call you back. They have white glove customer service. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. That's why I would steer a member of my family to our guy Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law. They put people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So I mentioned I missed yesterday's show, taking our youngest son on a college tour of Indiana University. A couple of observations. One is, at some point, the construction project around Indianapolis will wrap up. It's been going on my entire life. I swear that construction project around Indianapolis,
Yeah.
and that road that circles the city, there is it is constantly under construction. The one thing I will say is a portion. I discovered yesterday and I'm sure there's plenty of Michigan and Michigan State fans that have made the trek down to Bloomington. The highway between Indianapolis and Bloomington is finally completed. So that is no longer a surface street, if you will, or like a state highway with intersections and stoplights. That is now a full-fledged freeway. It's I-69, the one that you take basically from Lansing all the way on down. You circle around Indianapolis and it keeps going all the way to Bloomington. So that is nice. But Indianapolis, that city, I swear to God, the highways there have been under construction as long as I've been alive.
Okay.
Yep. 2 is, Kang, you'll get a kick out of this. You have talked about how kids the age of my boys, which are 17 to 22, the new haircuts or hairstyle they have it's a bird's nest. This is the look they are going for. So when we left at 4 a.m, my son crawled in the car, laid down in the back, and went to sleep and slept the entire drive. When we got out to tour the campus, the bird's nest was out of control, which is, I think, the preferred look is the complete out of control.
How out of control can your bird's nest be?
Yes, exactly. And it was wildly out of control. But of course, we met in a room where there were like 50 high school students all getting ready to tour the campus. So I immediately thought, let's go take a look and see how many of these boys have this haircut.
Sure.
And I would say there were roughly 25 boys in there. I would say somewhere around 22 or 23 had this look. But if the student was being judged by how out of control their bird's nest looked, we had the winner.
Yeah, the valedictorian there.
We had that class. He was leading the way.
Nice.
But it's I was wondering at what point, because this happens to everybody, right? At what point do they look back at this hairstyle and go, what the hell were we thinking? Because that happens to everybody.
Well, so I'm going to have to think about myself when I had a sweet, sweet mullet that I started to grow right before my senior year of high school started. I got a haircut for football. So it was a tight haircut. And I didn't get a cut again for another 400 days. Like never. Nothing. It may have been trimmed here and there just to clean it up around the ears, but I wanted all the length I could get. And trimming the length up top, but leaving the length alone. So I could just really cultivate the greatest mullet that I could have.
Yeah.
And by the time I was enrolled in college, I had an awesome mullet. And I didn't get a cut again until for Thanksgiving, I came home and had it cut at some point. Looking back at that era, it was such a pain in the ass to keep up because the hair was so damn long and it would tangle up all the time.
Yeah.
That at some point you just say, all right, enough's enough. I need to stop this. So it probably took me a good 2 years of growing it long. I had it longer, I guess, for my entire duration of being in high school. So maybe it was I'll give it like a 6-year run of having that haircut. So your son, who's now 17, has probably had this style for how long?
That's probably going on 3 years, 2-3 years.
So maybe just another couple years.
Yeah.
Maybe once it goes through college.
Because they are going to look back at some time and go, what the hell were we doing with
Well,
our
there'll be
hair?
a new style that comes out.
Yeah, of course.
Something new will come around, and then you'll stop doing that.
I looked down at Twitch. Somebody said the J.J. McCarthy look, and that was what happened last year when my oldest was still in Michigan, and they played in the college baseball club World Series, and the East Carolina kids were watching. And down south, the preferred haircuts are way different. And one of the East Carolina kids who were sitting near us said, "How come all these Michigan kids look like J.J. McCarthy?" And I'm like, "It's the hair. It's the bird's nest hair look." But anyway, Kang, you would have got a good laugh out of it.
Yeah, like every era, genre, whatever generation has their hairstyle, and you look back at some point and go, that was ridiculous.
Yep.
I will still say this is the most ridiculous one of all time.
You think so?
Yes. This is worse than the mullet, than the faux hawk, than the frosted tips, than the Caesar cut, than the part. I don't know. Name any of these.
The Caesar cut.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
What was the weird jelly roll thing they did in the James Dean, that era where it was like they grease it up and roll it up or something?
We'd have to ask Stoney.
With that Caesar cut, I remember in my early 30s, there was this girl that we knew who was a best friend of one of our friends' wives, and she was a hairdresser. And so we all got kind of roped into getting our hair cut by, and she's awesome, really nice. So there were 3 or 4 of us that went there within like a week.
Yeah,
and then my buddy had a party, and we go back to this party, and we all show up, and we all have the same haircut. We're like, are you serious?
The Caesar?
So was she working it? She was perfecting her Caesar cut. Like, this is just stupid. I can't believe we all look like this.
No, but all better than what's going on right now, if you ask me, man.
You think this is the all-time
This is the easy breezy, right? What's going on today? Like, they may shower, maybe they wash the hair, and then they just towel dry it and they're done.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no finesse with it. They're not going to throw some hair product in there.
There's product. Don't be fooled.
Is there product in there?
There's product.
That product makes it look like that?
I don't know if it makes. I think it helps it stay like that.
And especially the ones that can't get it like that, they need help, right, Doug? Like, they need help to make it look like that.
Well, I don't know that much about it. I just know that there is product. So.
Well, you don't know about hair product?
No, I don't know exactly how much they like kids that. I don't know if it's a hard look to get. I mean, it is if you're me.
I think that's what King was getting at.
Oh, is that? Did it take me forever to figure out what you were doing? Fortunately, I really honestly feel like I'm not missing out.
Is there a blow dryer involved?
With Doug?
No, not with Doug.
I don't know. I thought you were.
No, with
I was like,
his
geez,
son.
man, that's piling on, Gator.
Yeah. With your sons, is there a hair dryer involved?
No.
It's just towel dry, and at some
towel
point,
dry.
run your hands through it.
Dude,
with some...
I just was looking around this group and I was laughing.
Dude,
Like,
so is the broccoli hair, is that what they call it too, or is that a little different than what's going on with the bird's
that's
nest?
a good question. I don't know.
Okay.
I've always called it the bird's nest. I don't even know what they call it. But
the cut.
They call it aura.
They do, actually. All right, this is coming to Detroit. Will it work here? We'll get to that at 105 here on 97.1.
One of the best turnarounds in NBA history culminates tomorrow for the Pistons. They open up their first-round playoff series with the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Former Pistons head coach and current senior advisor to the team, Dwayne Casey, credits the team's leadership changes in the offseason for the turnaround. The Pistons, who won just 14 games last year, tripled their win total this season for the first time in NBA history. Vegas has got Detroit as the underdog in this series, but ESPN Bet reports that 91% of the money is coming in on Detroit. Game 1 at the Garden tips off 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Tigers look to make it 2 straight wins over the Royals with Jackson Jobe on the mound at Comerica Park tonight. KC ace Cole Reagans goes for them. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Red Wings season ends in a 4-3 overtime loss at the Leafs last night. No playoffs for 9 straight years now. And Michigan football closes out spring ball with their spring game tomorrow at the Big House. Michigan State, no spring game this year. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. So I've seen these videos of this online, and it looks incredible. It looks absolutely incredible. And it is basically a sports bar with an immersive viewing experience. And I mean incredibly immersive. And the company's called Chasm. And it essentially is a dome where there's a bar kind of underneath the dome, and they show sporting events. They actually show concerts. They show other stuff too. But it's like a high-def surround video. I don't want to say surround sound, but it's like the video goes all around you, and it really looks like you're there. And it's amazing. And Gator, you sent me the story that they broke ground on one in downtown Detroit. They're going to build one in downtown Detroit.
Yeah, downtown, part of Dan Gilbert's project he's got going down there, the Bedrock area. And it's when I read this story, it sounded awesome. Like I started getting like mini sphere vibes out of this thing. It would have a venue that could seat 1,700 people with the video screens that they have there. It's like 12K resolution, which sounds pretty impressive.
Yep. You've seen video of these things before, haven't you?
I have not.
Oh, dude, you got to look it up because it's insane. And where they put the cameras to like it, the first time I saw it was I believe there's one. It was at a venue in Texas, whether it was Austin or Dallas or somewhere, I don't know, but it was during the Michigan-Texas football game. And it made it look like you were sitting in the front row of the end zone. And Texas was going in. There was a touchdown pass thrown to, I think it was Gunnar Helm, in the back of the end zone. And the ball was coming right at you. And it's incredible. Like they have stationary cameras, but they do a fine job of letting you feel like you are there. So if you haven't seen this, it's spelled COSM. It's pronounced Chasm, CAHSM. That's how I wrote it down. But it looks incredible. It looks absolutely incredible. The issue is probably going to be the price because you have to pay to get a seat in the theater area or the dome area, if you will. And so we looked, was it the Dallas one you looked up, Kang? Was that the one? Kang, was it the Dallas one you looked up for WrestleMania?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. The cost to just get a seat in the domed area is $165.
Whoa.
Yep. Now, the first time you see it, you'll be like amazed. But are people going to spend that kind of money to essentially go to the elitist of sports bars with a totally different viewing experience?
I mean, I'm looking at this from their website. And looking at the Chasm venues, mm-hmm. It looks amazing. I mean, absolutely, like you are immersed in this it's like you're sitting courtside rinkside, behind home plate, whatever you want to call it. You are absolutely surrounded by this, and it looks incredible. $160.
It's $165 for WrestleMania. I suspect that there are different prices for different events.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big event, so I get that. Would I spend that kind of money? I might, to try it out one time to see what it's like.
Mm-hmm.
Curiosity would probably get the most of me. I'd want to see this.
The play-in game tonight with the Mavericks in Dallas. Get tickets. In the Dome, a reserve seat starts at $50. So it's $50 just to get in the Dome for the Mavericks game. But they also have a hall, like a regular sports bar sort of behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't necessarily have to be in the Dome. You can get in, but then, the description of the hall seating is experience the energy of the hall and our wall-to-wall LED displays and reserved tables. One general admission ticket included per guest. Then there's general admission. Enjoy the first-come, first-serve standing room with limited views of the Dome or find available seating on the second level. So it's expensive, man.
It can be, yeah. But, I mean, you're also getting something for your entertainment value. I mean, it looks pretty impressive. If you go to the Sphere, you don't just walk into the Sphere. You got to pay money to see the Sphere in Vegas. Now, this isn't the same thing, but it's got some similar attributes to it. The Sphere is huge, massive.
Yep.
And it's the outdoor as much as the indoor part of it that makes it cool as hell. This, just by watching some videos of it, looks like it'd be something you'd be very interested in. I mean, if it were $50 to go watch the Pistons play,
yep,
would you do it?
I probably would.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I hope it's successful. I hope people find it's worth the money.
But they're just breaking ground on it.
So if you don't know what we're talking about, there is a link that we have tweeted out at Dungator971, and you will get a sense for what it's like when you are inside that dome. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Kang, what do you think? Do you think this works?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like the 165 price tag for like WrestleMania,
yeah,
it seems kind of steep, but you're front row. Imagine, you know what I mean? Like you're right in the front. I mean, how much would that cost at the live event? A lot more than that. Yeah. So I think if you put it in that perspective, the value's there. The value's definitely there. And from everything I've seen, because I've never been to one of these, for like an NBA game, if you want to do Pistons Knicks, it's like you're sitting where Spike Lee sits for a fraction of the cost, right?
Yeah. But you're not there.
No, but you're not there.
It's an incredible recreation. And it's immersive, man. I mean, I think that's the best way to put it. The video is all around you.
So I got one question. This is for me selfishly. I'm sensitive to motion sickness.
This is not for you.
You don't think so?
No.
That's what I'm wondering. Is this like a huge VR? Like that, I'm out then.
Yeah, that for the Dome, it seems like that might be what it is.
I guess I'd try it and find out, or take some Dramamine or something.
But for the other part of it, maybe not.
I'll fall asleep by half.
The hall area might be all right. Right.
It's an expensive nap you're going to take, Karen. Well, you can check it out at Dungator971. We have tweeted it out, so see it for yourself. Tell us what you think.
I think there's outdoors. Is there something like outdoor seating too, or like a balcony or something like
When
that?
you click on the link, they do show an outdoor experience, but I think I don't know if this is for all of them or this is just the one. I linked Dallas, but I don't know if it's just a standard website.
Says Chasm Detroit is expected to have seating for 700 people under its shared reality dome, 1,500 people for capacity. When you talk about the whole thing there, it just looks cool, really cool.
Check it out for yourself. Okay, straight ahead, let's talk some Tigers. Win last night over a divisional opponent. They got that same opponent coming up tonight. They got the hot guys stay hot, and the one guy who was cold wakes up. We'll get to that today at 118 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I've got some really good news for you. I think we've officially moved on from winter, which means more great news. You can start thinking about the summertime and how you need to stay warm. Well, the red, white, and blue trucks that are everywhere belong to the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are going to make sure that your HVAC and your plumbing are ready to take on the heat that is just around the corner. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their A-plus rating they get from the Better Business Bureau, or some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. Whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, water filtration, air conditioning, whatever the issue is, you can schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
There's a lot to like about this start to the Detroit Tiger season. And look, we're along for the ride, and they finished last season on such a high note, and it feels like it's carried over into this season. And some people don't believe in season-to-season carryover. I do. I think there can be such a thing, and I think this is an example of it. One thing that didn't happen at the end of last year was it wasn't led by Spencer Torkelson. In fact, I feel like most Tiger fans had moved beyond frustration and sort of had moved into the give up. They'd moved beyond Torkelson. This is based upon our interaction with Tiger fans as we took calls and spoke about the Tigers leading through spring training, there weren't a lot of calls. I'm not even sure there was one that said, don't forget about Torque. I think Tiger Nation had moved on. Scott, it's amazing what's going on here. It's amazing. He has gotten to the point here where they're calling this one of the absolute best starts to a season by anybody in the OPS era of baseball. The Tigers PR department put out something today, and it's a 19-game sample. Got it? Yep. That's because they've played 19 games. But when you measure it up against everybody else, this is one of the best starts any Tiger has ever had. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, he's off to a great start. As OPS is concerned, he is 13th right now in all of baseball with his OPS of over 1,000. I think it's 1010 at this point. He's off to a great start. And even when we saw a 2-game slump, I think still had like a sac fly at one point in there. He's not going through these long stretches where all he's doing is striking out. To this point, it's, again, short sample size, we understand, but he does look different. Everything about him is different. The approach at the plate is different. The stance is different, and he's making hard contact almost every time he's swinging, and that's a good thing. It's a really good thing. That OPS number is massive, and to know that you can count on this guy for extra base power anytime he steps into the batter's box is great.
He had a run-scoring double, run-scoring single yesterday. He'd come off some offers and bounce back, which is really going to prove over the test of time what you are. And then Riley Green had a good day at the plate with 3 hits.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Yeah, look, I think one of them was an infield hit. You don't care. It counts as a hit, and to get off the schneid and finally...
It's not a strikeout.
It's not a strikeout, which is of great importance. When you're in a 1 for 32 slump, and then 1 for 33 because I think his first at bat he grounded out, it doesn't look good. It looks terrible. When you're an all-star player, you can't believe what's going on, but you got to believe in yourself and tell yourself, hey, you're an all-star. I don't need to sing the song. I mean, you can just go out and do it. And that's what happened. He started to sting the ball, had a couple of stinging base hits, and then had the weak infield single that you'll take. He has to, for this team to win, they need both guys to go.
It would be awfully helpful. Yes, they have one of the best home records in baseball. They are 6-1 at home. They are 6-1 in the division. So, and not all those, they're not equal. Like they played a division series on the road, but they're 6-1 at home, 6-1 in the division, which are incredibly important trends throughout the course of a season. They opened the season, as we know, getting swept. They're 11-5 since then. So, look, everybody's going to counter. Everybody's going to look at Torque and say, okay, let's get back to what he can't hit. And when somebody finds something, he's going to have to counter. He's going to have to prove that there is no weakness. But that success in baseball is filled with landmines.
It's a constant game of adjustment. Everybody's adjusting to each other. You know, the book gets out on you after 12 games or whatever. Okay, here's a trend. Here's what he's doing. And everyone shifts and everyone learns how a pitcher pitches. What's he throwing in a situation and the tendencies. There's an awful lot of studying that goes on. That's what the analytical world is there for.
Let's go to Chris. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Yeah, you guys just confirmed it. He's pulling everything right down the left field line, so I don't understand why teams aren't playing him that way. The majority of his hits are coming right down the line.
Yep. I think they showed the spray chart last night. He's got, I think, 1 hit up the middle and only a couple hits to right field. Everything else has been to the pull side. Not necessarily all down the line, but certainly to left field. Yeah.
I have a feeling he's going to have to start learning to hit toward the center or even to the right if he really wants to maintain this level of batting.
Well, once they start pitching him to that side, he's going to have to make that adjustment. But if they keep putting the ball over the heart of the plate, he doesn't need to make an adjustment.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with success for sure.
Yeah.
Keep going, buddy.
I think what you're going to end up seeing, Chris, is he's going to start walking more because teams are going to start to show him that respect of we're going to try to pitch around Spencer Torkelson, or we're going to try to hit the outside corners and try to paint it a little bit that way, or maybe get him to chase. And if he's disciplined enough where he's not chasing those pitches out of the strike zone, he's going to draw a lot of walks.
I agree. Thank you very much.
I mean, I would say that every pitcher ever is trying to paint the corners, right? I mean, it's what they're trying to do.
Well, you can try to do it, but only the best can do it.
Yeah, and
you got a really good one tonight, a left-handed pitcher who's awfully good in Reagan's, who's just been fantastic.
But I mean, this Torque thing, ride the wave. Of course, I want him to do it all season long, but I also don't want to. When you get to the end of the season, you come up just short. You always look back at the games and the times and the eras where you blew it. Oh, it was that 6-game losing streak in June, or oh, it was when they blew that 7-run lead at Kansas City, or whatever the case may be. Yeah. You look back and have regrets. Right now, guys like Torque are helping them stack wins early in this season, 11 in their last 16 games. So keep it up, keep rolling, and these wins are important now too. Especially when you have aspirations of winning the division. But of course, over the course like this, I'm less bought into than the whole team success, because the whole team success to me goes back to the beginning of last August. Torque, I'm perfectly fine being very patient before we declare that he is here to stay. In fact, I'm more comfortable saying that Riley Green is going to produce for them the rest of the way than Spencer Torkelson. But Torque, good for you. Good for you for sticking with it, for not giving up, for not getting counted out. There was all the discussion of him saying he wasn't going to watch film. Just do what works for you, and it's working for him. And he's obviously not completely not watching film, I would imagine.
Well, he's doing what he has to do, and right now it's paying off for him. I mean, look, it's not like he's hitting 400; he's hitting 286 on the season, but he's hitting for power, and actually 286 is way above average right now.
286 is the new 300.
Yeah.
And you take a look back at last year, and guys aren't as nearly measured by their batting average as much. Last year in all Major League Baseball, there were 7 regulars that hit over 300. 7.
But he's a guy, when he steps into the box, it looks like he's ready to do some damage, and he's doing some damage. With the 12 extra base hits on a season, 6 doubles and 6 home runs, already through 19 games, it's big. Driving in 16 runs in 19 games is a pretty good pace to set. Scoring 15 runs through 19 games is a pretty impressive start to the season.
286 last year, if he hits at this pace the rest of the way, a year ago that would rank you 17th in Major League Baseball between Juan Soto and Bryce Harper.
Seriously?
Yep. Last year. 2024 regular season.
286 in all of baseball. Get
286.
Wow.
Yep. Soto hit 288. Bryce Harper hit 285. So
National Leaguers.
Well,
I mean, Soto's in the American League, but he's National League now.
It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Tigers with a win last night over Kansas City. Still staying hot, taking care of business in the division, coming off that series loss. Disappointing series loss, but it was what it was. These are the baseball success is definitely not a straight line. Another game with Kansas City tonight down there at Comerica Park, and you'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. You get green, you stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time, you purchase the full lawn program, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention My Name Gator and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. You want the green, lush lawn that is the envy of the neighborhood. You have to take care of it. You've got to prevent things like crabgrass. The first application for crabgrass is of the utmost importance, because if you see crabgrass in the middle of the summer, frankly, it's too late to treat for it. You've already wasted the time. You got to get on the schedule and call right now. In fact, you can get green and stay green and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount. Natural Way uses certified applicators and arborists that come out and custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. They're a locally owned company, over 35 years. They offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've used for almost a dozen years now. I love what Natural Way does with my lawn, and you will too. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Another win for the Tigers last night, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe in Metamora. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great, Joe.
I think this Torque thing is sustainable. I think the opening game, I didn't recognize him in the box. I thought it was Dingler or somebody. I mean, he's made a obvious physical change to his stance, and I think it's changed his trigger point. And I think he has been going up the middle more. I mean, a lot of his outs are, deep flies to right center. He hit a bomb the other night to right center. Base hit, RBI base hit last night up the middle. Hitting's all mental, and those are adjustments guys usually make is, in their head. But I mean, he is physically different in the box, and I think it's changed his trigger point to where he's seeing the ball a little further, deeper into the zone.
I think you brought a good point, Joe. The previous caller talked about the spray chart, and now the hits he's got are to left field, and for the most part, yeah, he's absolutely right. But your point about the outs that he's making, he's hit the ball up the middle, but they result in outs, or he's hit the ball to the opposite field, but it's a fly ball out. His success rate is to the pull field.
Yeah, and he's a dead pull hitter. We know that, and that's what's not sustainable. I mean, take an outside pitch and try to pull it, and it's a ground ball to short every time. And I think he's made those adjustments, and he's also being more patient and drawing some walks too. So I think this can carry on throughout. Because he's made a physical adjustment, So,
hey, Joe, appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I mean, the seasons are long, and he's got a lot to prove still. Everybody's mining for the weakness, and once one is found, everybody pounds it.
Yep.
And so he's going to at some point have to respond to a perceived weakness.
No, and all it takes is a couple games to get you snapped out of it or to put you in a funk. It can go both ways. We saw Riley Green with the 3 hits last night. He looks much more engaged and ready to roll again, we hope. I mean, Kerry Carpenter earlier this year, he wasn't hitting very well. He was hitting a couple of home runs, but that's all he was doing. He's got his batting average up to 295 now. And he's facing a lot more left-handed pitching as well.
Now, Kansas City hasn't exactly been scalding the baseball. They scored 13 runs in their previous 6 games. But that was Reese Olson's best performance of the year.
Yep. And look, there's one player in Kansas City you have to pay the most attention to. It's Bobby Witt Jr. He's a superstar. Mm-hmm. He's just flat out a superstar. And I would give him the superstar treatment. Don't let him beat you and take on everybody else. Salvador Perez has always been a guy who feels like he's always killed the Tigers, but he's getting older and older and older. And they showed a clip of him last night from his rookie season in 2011. We're against the Tigers. He had a big game and showed how he was using Miguel Cabrera's bat and all this, and it was cool. But he's played in the league for 14 years now. This is a guy who can still get it done, but he's not what he was. So really, again, it's one guy on their team that can absolutely beat you. The other guys can at some point, but you're not expecting it as much as you would from Bobby Witt Jr. I'm not going to pitch to Bobby Witt Jr.
All right, I want to bring this up because at some point was, I think, probably more on your radar. How much time, if any, are you going to dedicate to WrestleMania this weekend?
I'm not sure. I am more intrigued with because it's a 2-night thing. The thing that I always loved about WrestleMania is the Hall of Fame induction speeches they do. And last year's I took time out to watch it, and I was very intrigued with it. Paul Heyman's speech was amazing, getting inducted in the Hall of Fame. Kind of a behind-the-scenes guy and a manager as well. But a lot of stories, and was very colorful with his language. So I'm curious to see, because I haven't really looked at the Hall of Fame class to see who's in there. So aside from Sting, as you know, Doug.
Yep.
But that's what I like to pay attention to. That's a Friday night thing. But the matches themselves, I mean, I might pay attention. Follow on Twitter to see what's there. I have Netflix, so I can watch it that way. it's not really that high on my radar. I'm more into the Tigers than in the Pistons than I would be WrestleMania at this point.
Okay, a younger version of Gator.
I mean, it depends who the wrestlers are, because I go back and forth between the different companies that do professional wrestling. And if they're wrestlers that I'm into, then yeah, I'll watch. But I'm not as much into the WWE as I am with AEW wrestling. So,
all right, feedback coming in. We asked the people out there on Twitter to predict the Piston-Knicks series, and we had nobody that could link us a story anywhere of anyone outside of Detroit picking the Pistons to win a series. We did have people say that they heard people say they think the Pistons are going to win the series. And some text that came a little bit earlier. But nobody has written an article picking the Pistons. Nobody from an out-of-town established media source. Might be able to find a blogger somewhere. But, we went through the data earlier today. ESPN, 10 out of 10, pick the Knicks. CBS Sports, 7 out of 7, pick the Knicks. John Hollinger from The Athletic, the Knicks. Yahoo Sports, the Knicks. Sports Illustrated even did 4 low seeds, the sleepers, that can defy the odds. Those teams were the Clippers, the Bucks, the Timberwolves, and Golden State. They couldn't even get sleeper status. So we made our picks earlier today, but from the fans, in this world, in this sports media environment, where it feels like hot takes are rewarded with more airtime, we can't even get a hot take artist to take the Pistons over the Knicks. I'm stunned by that fact. Now, let me be clear. I understand why the Knicks are favored. The Pistons' lack of experience is a very real thing. But nobody's picking the Pistons? Nobody?
Well, I think it's for national pundits. Are they watching the Pistons as much? I think clearly no. I think there's a laziness factor with this, with some of these national people, and it's exemplified by what Shaquille O'Neal had to say. Well, I haven't watched them. Okay, well then, thanks for playing along.
Yeah,
you're going to have to do a dive on these guys at some point, a deep dive, because they are in the playoffs. And if you do just a little bit of research, you'll see there are reasons why you could say the Pistons can win the series. I think they can win the series. I don't think they will. My 51 leans toward the Knicks. I think it's a 7-game series. But reasons they can, the Knicks couldn't beat the teams that were better than them. They literally couldn't beat the Celtics or Cleveland. And the record against teams that are above 500 isn't all that impressive. They got 15 wins. Now, is it more than the Pistons' 12 wins? It is. But the Pistons have beaten Boston. They have beaten Cleveland. And more importantly, they've beaten the Knicks 3 out of 4 times. And the Pistons haven't really been this good until they got to the middle of December. So it's like the first month and a half of the season or whatever. I'm not blowing it off, but this team did have to learn how to play together and win together, and they were doing it. They were playing all right, but I think at one point, the low point, they were 5 games below 500, and then they kicked it into high gear. So were they losing to the better teams in the earlier part of the season? Then it was a record much improved in the second half of the season. I bet it was, but more importantly, it's been really good against the team that they're actually facing in the playoffs. So I think there's laziness going on. I think people just look at the Pistons and say, oh, yeah, that's the team they got in now. But they've been horrible forever. I mean, nice to see Cade Cunningham. He's doing okay, but, yeah, they can't hang with him. I mean, this is the Knicks. They got a 5-man rotation. All 5 guys average well over 30 minutes a game. And, they got a couple of stud players there. What do the Pistons have beyond Cade Cunningham? Well, beyond Cade Cunningham, what they have is a team.
They do have a team. Raymond writes in, the Pistons win the series. If the Pistons win the series, it'll be 7 games. However, my gut says Knicks in 6, and with all but 1 game will be close. That's very specific. Paul says if it goes to the final game of the series, the Pistons scrap it and get the W. Paul on the D. Jeff writes in, all I know is they better play the final countdown for intros at LCA. Do the right thing, Pistons. Will says Pistons in 6. Mike writes in, Knicks in 5, Pistons aren't ready for prime time. What do you think? 248-539-9797. last chance to get your picks in on the Pistons and the Knicks, which gets underway tomorrow night. This is truly an underdog story. Truly an underdog story. One of my favorite things written about this was in the John Hollinger preview, and he did pick the Knicks in 6. He did give us this. Get ready for the single most lit arena of the postseason on April 24th. That date is Game 3 of the next Pistons series. And we all know that is at LCA. So hopefully we deliver with the best atmosphere in the postseason. 248-539-9797. Get your picks in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, spring is here, and there's no better time to make a move than right now at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and it's the perfect time to take advantage of some incredible offers that are hard to beat. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox EV for just $159 a month. That's right, only $159 a month. Plus, if you're looking for something with a little more power, you can drive off in a 2025 Silverado for just $298 a month. And here's the best part. Both offers are with just $999 down. And that includes taxes and fees. Yep, you heard that right. No hidden surprises. So whether you need a sleek new SUV or a powerful truck, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has the perfect vehicle waiting for you. But you'll need to act fast. These deals are not going to last long, so why wait? Head over to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and take a test drive. You're going to see for yourself why they're known for making a car buying a stress-free experience. Spring into action today. Don't miss out on these fantastic deals. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, together, let's drive.
was talking earlier about the bird's nest haircut that my sons both have, and I saw him yesterday on a college tour, all the boys with their bird's nest haircut. A lot of feedbacks come in. The haircut is called Meet Me at McDonald's. That's from an unnamed texter. Another one here. My son is 13. All his friends have the same stupid haircut. They use sea salt spray, among other things.
Not Hawaiian pink salt. Sea salt.
That's different.
Sea salt.
Yeah.
Totally different.
You know, Doug, a lot of guys keep the same haircut look for decades. My dad had the Elvis cut for decades. Part down the middle, cut for years.
Remember sideburns were a thing, Gator?
Dude, if I could grow sideburns.
Me too, man. I was very
grow.
envious of that era.
Mutton chops.
Mutton chops. You wanted to go deep,
Oh,
huh?
man. Yes.
Doug, do you ever have a sideburner? Yeah, you could definitely grow.
I could grow them out. Should I?
I grow diamonds. I would have had a blast. If I could grow facial hair, I would have had a blast.
I feel like I have an untapped resource.
You
over
do,
here.
man.
You do. I keep asking you to do stuff, and you're like, no, it itches.
You've never asked me to grow sideburns. You
I
guys have
most
asked, you guys want
definitely
me
asked you
to,
to
no,
grow
no, 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 no. You've asked me to grow the skullet. You want me to grow it all out, leave it long in the back, bald on top. And I'm
Well,
not,
the hair, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that I'm not doing. That I say no to.
But we can get sideburns, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, did you just pull a dad answer on us?
I kind of did.
That's a big
I hope
no.
they'll forget.
That's a big no.
We'll see.
My kid has the same stupid haircut. I want to punch it every time I see it. Oh, there you go. Regarding the Pistons, Brunson plays bully ball against most point guards, but he can't do that against Cade Cunningham. Duren can body up Towns. He's a nice player, but tends to get soft in the playoffs. Pistons in 7. That's from Brian. Another Brian, this one in Fowlerville, says Pistons in 6. Mark in Flinttown says Pistons in 5. Jim in Westland says, I got the Pistons in 5 games. Unnamed texter, Doug and Gator, I have 2 TVs going in the living room. One TV will have WrestleMania. The other team will have the Piston game. By the way, Pistons win in 6 games. So Jim in Westland and Mark in Flinttown went so far as to say the Pistons in 5.
Spicy.
I was tempted.
Saucy.
I was tempted.
But you didn't.
No, that'd be
irresponsible.
Couldn't do it. But I don't know. I just really, really, really like this team. And
well, if you really, really, really like
well, here's okay. Make fun of that, sure. The regular
No,
season results, I
yes.
think, matter.
I agree with you.
You know, if the Pistons were 0-4 against the Knicks this year, it would rattle me. Even if they played them tough.
If they were 1-3, would rattle me.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the overconfidence that the national pundits have in the Knicks is kind of startling to me.
It really is.
Like, I get you want to say they're going to win this series. I said they're going to win this series. You know, my 51 says the Knicks win it. I said get in 7 games. But most of these people are saying Knicks in 6, the national pundits, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we can maybe the Pistons win a game or 2, but that's it. That's all they're capable of. And
Help me. What is a sports website that I haven't thought of? Like I got USA Today, I did Yahoo, I did Fox Sports, I did CBS Sports, I did ESPN.
How about NBA.com?
NBA.com. Let's see if anybody on NBA.com.
And then go to NFL.com after.
Let's see if they got another mock. Yet.
Yes.
Let's see. Anybody predicting on NBA.com? I was going to take a search. I probably should have done this off the air, huh?
Does Sporting News still exist?
I think it does.
You saed USA Today already, right?
I did the USA Today. Couldn't find any.
What about The Athletic?
The Athletic, the only thing I could find in The Athletic was John Hollinger.
Not James Edwards. I mean, doesn't he cover the Knicks now?
Yeah, he covers the Knicks now.
And used to cover the Pistons. So his perspective would be interesting.
Yeah, everything I need to know about the playoffs. I can't find on NBA. Now, to be fair, NBA.com sucks. I struggle more to find stuff on this website than any other league's website. I really do. I think their template for teams is brutal. But did you find what James Edwards had to say?
He's got a column about don't forget about Jalen Brunson. I'm not sure if he's got a prediction.
No. Okay, here we go. SoFi analysts NBA play-in predictions. Yeah, I can't find anything on NBA.com, which is par for the course. The sporting news. You asked about the sporting news.
Mm-hmm.
Do they still have a website? Oh, they do. Okay. NBA. NBA playoff predictions. Here we go. See if the sporting news plays along. What do we got here? Knicks over Pistons. Here's another one. Winner is the Knicks. Great. Yeah, I can't find anybody.
All right, so James Edwards says, actually, I was talking about the regular season. He's got this. He's got an article talking about can the Pistons win the series.
Of course they can. I don't know. There's something. I feel like I must be just completely out of touch. But I'm willing to accept that. Is it because of last year? Nobody's buying this 14-win team could possibly beat the Knicks?
Okay, so here, James Edwards says, I'm going to go with the Knicks in 6 games. I think each game is going to be a dogfight, but ultimately the Knicks' talent and experience wins out. Detroit can be sloppy with the ball, and as we mentioned before, doesn't have a true number 2 playmaker. In a playoff series against a good team with intense game planning like the Knicks, I think those things will be tough to overcome. Detroit's struggles with stretch bigs this season is worth noting again, too.
Okay. Well, there's another case made for the Knicks.
But then he says, with that being said, if the Pistons ended up winning in 6 or 7 games, I wouldn't be surprised. But his prediction is the Knicks in 6. So it's kind of like mine, sort of.
Yeah. Similar, for sure.
And I think maybe that's just it, is that everybody has like this opinion, like they could see it going either way, but when you get to the 51,
when push comes to shove,
you got to make the prediction. You're just going to go with the Knicks because, hey, why not go with chalk? There's a lot of unknowns with the Pistons, particularly with this young group of players that has yet to play a single playoff game in their career. You know, and the veteran leadership you're leaning on, last time you saw Tobias Harris, it wasn't pretty in the playoffs, even though between Harris, Hardaway Jr., and Malik Beasley, they have over 100 games of experience.
Yeah, 100 games of postseason experience.
Yes.
Yeah. So I did make one bet on the Pistons.
Oh.
You know, I don't make big wagers.
Was it $1 or more?
It was more.
$5?
I think it was $5.
Okay.
Yep. No, it wasn't. It was $2. Sorry.
You're so on brand.
Yep. And I got plus 1,500.
Wow.
On the Pistons to take a 3-0 series lead.
Oh, my God.
I think I am going to play the Pistons plus 7.5 tomorrow night. I think I'm going to jump
a lot of points.
It seems like a ton of points. And it hasn't moved, has it? And I think for me, it'll be about as heavy a play as I'm comfortable making, which isn't much.
Okay, I did see somebody that has picked the Pistons.
Oh, really?
Yes, but I need to find out who this person is because it's in the same article.
Somebody from
The Athletic.
Okay.
With the last name of Patterson.
Actually,
Hunter Patterson.
He's a local guy.
Oh, he's the local guy that
Yeah,
goes to Pistons.
so.
That's why I don't know. Because he's local. Hunter Patterson says Pistons in 6.
But that's not non-local, not national.
With the Athletic.
Yeah, but we're not counting those guys.
I mean, yeah, I think you can find people locally here.
Yeah.
Pistons in 7, he says.
I think you can find bloggers that do it. Well, hey, I just don't think it's going to be the greatest upset in the history of sports. That's all. 248-539-9797. Aaron wasted 2 years of the Jets' time. Now he's mad that they wasted 1 day of his. GTFOH.
Aaron Rodgers. I love it.
Aaron Rodgers has gone rogue. Hollywood, it's time he retires instead of making him look foolish and more stupid. And Aaron Glenn set the tone. He did set the tone. Aaron Glenn set the tone. If I were a Jets fan, I'd be very happy with the way that went down. Very happy with the way it went down. Not going to have some prima donna hold our organization hostage.
Well, how desperate are the Steelers that he is holding him hostage? And I'm taking this. I'm blaming the Steelers more than Rodgers in this. You guys may blame Rodgers, but the Steelers can move on at any point they want to, and yet they're holding hope for Aaron Rodgers. Why?
It's so un-Steeler-like.
Well, maybe for the Steelers, it could be smokescreen because of the draft upcoming. don't want people knowing that they are seriously looking at a quarterback earlier, or they might move up to take a quarterback.
Yep.
I don't know. I think it's hysterical.
All right. We've had Mike Stone and Rico Beard saunter into the studio and join us now. What's up, man?
Hey, it's playoff time in the city.
It is.
Well, we're not here yet, but still, we know what we're talking about.
Yep. Can't wait. Mm-hmm. Can't wait.
You like the back page of the New York Post?
Is that the one with Cade as the villain?
Cade's the villain. The villain in Gotham City. Da-na-na-na-na. Sounds like an old Batman, baby.
It's hysterical because there's nothing about
Neil
Cade.
Hefti would be proud.
I mean, it is a stretch to paint Cade Cunningham as anybody's villain.
Correct.
Yeah.
But they just, they're kind of pessimistic in New York, and, they saw what Trey Young and Reggie Miller and P.J. Brown done over the years.
Interesting group that they put him in.
Yeah.
Wow, I remember watching them melt down the Knicks in those 3 series.
Well, what's really interesting is that there's all this negative talk about it, and yet not a single
national
writer is picking against the Knicks. Everyone's got the Knicks.
Have you never met Mike before? Mike Valeni? That's New York. That's what they do.
That's why New York is special.
Yeah, but I mean,
no. They complain. And then they go out and win, but they will complain.
All right, gotcha.
I wouldn't expect the national media, maybe one person.
That's the thing. In this world of hot takes,
the
Pistons can't even get a hot take pick out of anybody.
It was funny because the one person who I would, and I heard you guys just talking about him, was Little Buddha, James Edwards.
Yeah. He didn't do it.
Because he's covered both teams now. And I'm
yes.
Okay, if anybody knows.
Well, and he went with 7 games for the Knicks, but he said he wouldn't be surprised if the Pistons won it in 6 or 7.
Well, you guys have a great show.
Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend.
That is the plan.
Tired of talking to us. Happy Easter.
Well, it's getting late, so
you're just tired
talking. You have a great Easter weekend. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Travel day today for the Pistons. They're headed to the Big Apple for tomorrow's playoff opener against the Knicks. It is the culmination of one of the best turnarounds in NBA history. Forward Tobias Harris has got this advice for his young Piston teammates making their playoff debut. Pistons, of course, won just 14 games last year. Their 30-game improvement was the best by a team ever, earning fewer than 20 wins the previous season. Vegas favors the Knicks. The public, those on the Pistons. Tip off at the Garden tomorrow at 6. Amen, Jim. Tigers look to make it 2 straight wins over the Royals. Jackson Jobe on the mound at Comerica Park tonight. KC ace Cole Reagans goes for them. That first pitch 640 here on 97.1. Michigan State's landed Mississippi State guard, Stanford guard. He's played at a lot of places. Trey Fort's in the transfer portal. This is the second plus shooter.
Stanford
Tom Izzo's.
doesn't get any love.
Yeah,
give Stanford some love.
Samford.
Samford.
Go Bulldogs, gentlemen. Second plus shooter that Tom Izzo's added in the portal this offseason, joining former FAU forward Caleb Glenn. Michigan, they wrap up spring ball with their annual Maize and Blue scrimmage in Ann Arbor tomorrow. This marks the big house debut of Bryce Underwood. Michigan State's got no spring game this year. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, he sounded like a wrestler that day. It is the Valenti Enrico Show. I'm Stoney in for Mike, Kenny Cott, the Hatchet Man, David Hull. Great show for you planned on this Friday pre-Easter weekend. Enrico, how the hell are you?
I'm good, Stoney. I am good. Apparently, these guys in the office a little bit more because of WrestleMania, but
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, look, the Pistons playoffs begin tomorrow in New York. It's great. The Stanley Cup playoffs begin tomorrow. Well, not so
Yeah,
great
Red Wings
around
play
here.
when?
Yeah. We should give Riley Green his kudos. We ripped him a little bit this week, but he had 3 hits last night as the Tigers returned home and got a win. But you mentioned WrestleMania. It is this weekend in Las Vegas. And I used to be a big wrestling fan. WrestleMania 3 in 1987, my second year here in Detroit, I had friends flew in from New York to go see WrestleMania. And it was one of the greatest events and spectacles I'd ever seen. I believe Aretha sang the national anthem. It was unbelievable. You had obviously the big match of Hulk Hogan against Andre the Giant, but the Superfly Snuka match was just unbelievable. There was so much great
Wasn't
stuff.
that Macho Man, Ricky Dragon, Steamboat.
There we go. Yeah, from the top. It was great stuff. It was
See,
great
I used
theater.
to follow wrestling.
Yeah. Okay. It had, 93,000 people at the Silverdome. It was freaking sick. So this weekend, it's in Las Vegas. And now WrestleMania has become so big, Rico, that it is a 2-day event. They got a full card on Saturday and a full card on Sunday. This has happened, I think, the last 5 or 6 years, and it's become 2 days, if I'm not mistaken. So I am a little ignorant on today's WrestleMania and today's wrestling. So I wanted to ask, and we discussed, because, I don't follow it anywhere near like I used to. I mean, I know a few of the people who are involved, but not that many, But I used to be a huge wrestling guy, and I lost it pretty much a few years after WrestleMania. Maybe 1990 is when I basically tuned out of the world of wrestling. 248-539-9797. When was wrestling taken from your life? When did you lose your love for wrestling, if at all? And if you haven't, is wrestling still a part of your life? And is, this weekend's WrestleMania must-see TV, must-see pay-per-view TV for you when you got, playoff basketball going on, you got the Tigers, you have maybe some family obligations because it's Easter weekend?
Yeah, you know what? In high school, I was really big into wrestling. That's when WrestleMania was here. I said I was too young, but probably one of the bigger regrets. Like, man, I really wish, because I remember when after it was over that Monday, 2 of our teachers went to, and we got to school early, and we're sitting there listening to the stories as they're telling us everything that happened, and we're just like little kids, like, okay, and then what happened? Okay, and then what happened? Went to college, and it kind of just started waning off after that. But yeah, I remember, for me, like I said, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I was a big fan of the British Bulldogs.
Bob Uecker was there. Alice Cooper was in Jake the Snake Roberts' corner.
Because it was weird because like the Silverdome was so bright. I just remember that, and Hulk Hogan defeating Andre Giant by just body slamming him. I was like, really? That's all it took? But nah, I think, Stoney, I probably, when I found out, I was like, wait, Hulk Hogan is bad? What? Yeah, at that point, I had already tapped out. But yeah, in high school, I remember they had the ice cream bars. Yeah, they had, at that point, it was the WWF at that point.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They couldn't do anything wrong. I mean, everything they touched turned to gold. And you just like, wow, this is cool. I remember Saturday mornings, they would come on, they would have the match. It was Bobby Heenan.
Yeah.
Like it was the first, I guess, male soap opera.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay. Stuff that you probably can't get away with now, because I don't think you can have the Macho Man, Miss Elizabeth relationship.
Well, that's pretty weird. Maybe it's sexist.
I don't think you can have that relationship right now. Because he used to toss her around the ring.
Oh, I know. Well, maybe it's, sexist, but that's when I started to get out of wrestling, is when they had all the female managers and things like that. It became more of a soap opera, which I didn't like at the time. Now, as far as the women, there used to be some, great women wrestlers back in my day. I mean, there were, God, what the heck was that? I forgot her name. Anyway, the things, and you mentioned the things that they used to do back then, they couldn't do today. For instance, I'm looking at the card from WrestleMania 3. Today, you could not have this match. Hillbilly Jim, the Haiti Kid, and Little Beaver defeating King Kong Bundy, Little Tokyo, and Lord Littlebrook. They were like little people wrestling.
Oh, I remember. Yeah.
Okay, they used to have, with all due respect, they used to call it midget wrestling, basically.
Right. Yeah, probably couldn't have the junkyard dog.
Mm-hmm.
He would have to change his outfit.
Yeah.
So probably not cool having a black man walking around with chains on.
See, but here's the thing, and Stoney, you started off with saying it's on pay-per-view this weekend. No, it's not. There's no pay-per-view anymore.
Oh, really?
It's on Peacock.
Oh. Wow.
There's no pay-per-view anymore. It is long gone past that. So now, that was Peacock. That was the days when I was growing up.
Right.
When I would have a friend in high school who would watch all the pay-per-views, and instead of us paying for it, he would just give us the rundown of everything that happened the night before so we could be ready for Raw on Monday. But yeah, there's no more pay-per-view. It is just Peacock now.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
And I have Peacock. I can actually watch it.
Yeah, but I remember watching it, the matches, and you get so angry because, like, oh, come on, just, ref, he hit him with a chair. Like, you didn't see it. No, of course the ref did.
Oh, I'm thinking of the fabulous Moolah. That was my favorite woman wrestler, right? Yeah. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number.
$1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase.
Oh, yeah. You look at
Probably couldn't have that him and Virgil relationship either.
You look at the greats who are on that card. I mean, unbelievable. Even from the get-go, great names. You know, Bob Orton, the Magnificent Morocco, Hurley Race with Bobby Heenan, and the fabulous
Harley
Moolah.
Race.
Harley Race. Didn't I say that?
You said Haley.
I said Haley Race. I meant Harley Race. Sorry, I can't read. Rowdy Piper, Adrian
Roddy
Adonis. You had the Hart Foundation. Like we mentioned, the great Ricky Steamboat, Randy Savage.
Who'd the Hart Foundation go up against?
The Hart Foundation. It was Danny Davis and the Hart Foundation defeated Tito Santana and the British Bulldogs.
That broke my heart. I hated the Hart Foundation.
Yep.
David, honestly, I think that was the first thing that I hated. Before I hated Michigan, I hated the Hart Foundation. I did.
I used to love.
That makes sense.
Even before all this, when I was really young, the managers I used to love. Obviously, the late but great Captain Lou Albano was one of my heroes.
Yeah.
Loved him. I mean, anybody that could have rubber bands on his beard deserved to be propped up. I love him. No. And there was a guy called the Grand Wizard, and he was unbelievable. He was a great wrestler.
See, I like the mouth of the South.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy Hart.
Jimmy Hart, absolutely.
So people are actually still watching this thing this weekend. People are still doing this.
Oh, yeah. It's good. First of all, the venue is where the Raiders play in Vegas. So it's Allegiant Stadium, okay? So they're going to have 2 nights there. That's going to be completely sold out. So, yeah, of course. If it came back to Ford Field about, 5-10 years ago, it sells out everywhere. People love their wrestling. 248-539-9797. Obviously, you do, too. We'll take your calls, your texts. We have Who Said It coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll get into the Piston playoffs. But, hey, it's WrestleMania weekend. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, April is here. Baseball, basketball, heck, even wrestling in full swing. You guessed it. I need high-speed internet to watch all the games on all the streaming apps. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. And along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. I can enjoy all of my favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from the baseball action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Xfinity lets you choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So you don't have to miss out on any of your favorite shows. You can get all the scores and stats. Just call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today to get started. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
248-539-9797. If you were on hold before, please call back. We're going to get to you. Talking WrestleManias this weekend, and wrestling left my life a few years after WrestleMania 3. I don't know. Wasn't into it anymore. I still appreciate the theatrics, the athleticism, the true athletic competition of it, and the soap opera part of it is kind of funny to me. But there are a lot of people who wrestling is still part of their lives, like Kenny and Evan. We have some text, David?
Yeah, for me, it went away once I started realizing you could predict who's going to win the matches. And I'm like, oh, you know what? Yeah. That was it for me. Go ahead, David.
Someone's asking, did they really have a guy named Grand Wizard?
The Grand Wizard, yeah. It had nothing to do with the Ku Klux Klan.
That's what somebody's asking, or did you mix something else?
No, I didn't make a mistake. You can look up the Grand Wizard. He had these weird glasses on and like a hat that was like, wizardry. Nothing to do with, the bad wizardry, so to speak.
The Undertaker is the best of all time. He changed the wrestling game. That is Shannon in Ypsilanti.
Okay, you know what's sad? David, I think I remember like one of his first matches when he came out. I was like, oh, this guy's pretty good. Didn't know he was going to last forever.
I know, these guys.
But yeah, because his manager was Paul Bearer.
Right.
See, Kenny? Yes. Did I get some points for that?
Paul Bearer.
Yes, you do get the points. Ooh.
Right. He was like, wrestling's version of Count Scary.
Let's go to Mike. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up? Good afternoon. My favorite's always going to be Stone Cold Steve Austin. I stopped watching. Well, I really stopped watching again when Logan Paul got into it. But I stopped watching when Randy Orton got hurt and got put out. Speaking of the Pauls, I hope whatever his stupid brother's name is takes that fight with Patty Pimilton so he can get the crap beat out of him because he needs to leave the UFC. He's not a real fighter.
Okay, talking about Jake Paul.
Yeah, that's never going to happen. Though,
no,
they pay enough money to make sure they never lose.
That's true.
Which is why I can't get into any of their. Oh, who was the one that fought Tyson? I'm like
Jake Paul.
I was like, this isn't real. Like Mike Tyson would. I don't care if he's 80 years old. He's still going to beat you.
I thought so too, but after watching that fight, I think Mike lost
you
a
paid
little
Mike
bit.
enough money. Look, Mike probably needed the money.
Oh, I know, but I don't think Mike could do it anymore. Even because I thought, there was that one chance.
I think for a night he could. I think that was as real as the WWE fights are.
Thank you. Hold on, Kenny. There you go.
Matt, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Matt?
I have been watching for years, not as steady as I used to back in the day, but I still followed enough to understand what the Mania weekend is. I'd say top two managers of all time are Bobby Heenan and Paul Heyman.
I'm not familiar with Paul Heyman, but that's because I stopped.
Paul Heyman's great. Okay. He's fantastic.
What's so good about Paul Heyman?
Great on the mic, great heel work, great face work, amazing, just an amazing guy. Amazing on the microphone.
He can sell anybody.
Yes.
And he's in it he's in some good drama this week, so we'll see if Seth Rollins turns to a Paul Heyman guy.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797.
So let me give you some of this here because we're talking about, is it big? Are people still watching? Well,
yes.
Last year, WrestleMania was at Lincoln Financial Field. And, of course, it was on Peacock nights 1 and 2. Viewership was up 41% from the previous year. 41%. And it went up, I believe it says 78%. WrestleMania 40 broke the previous attendance record by WrestleMania 39 by 78%. Now, that's, a means of going to Lincoln Financial Field.
Twice.
Compared to where they were in 39. From WrestleMania 39, you're going to break that record, and it's 2 nights.
Right.
So, WWE's YouTube channel saw its most viewed day in channel history on Sunday of last year's event, with more than 67 million views in 24 hours.
67 million views.
So
incredible.
I think the question of, is it big and are people still? Yeah, they are clearly doing this. And the numbers have to get bigger this year with it being in Vegas.
Yeah, right. 67 million people. And the NFL is like, what are we doing wrong?
Right. That's just YouTube. Right. The NFL, I don't know how many viewers they would get in a 24-hour span.
Right.
Right. We talking about college football like that. Jeez. I didn't think it was that still like it's scripted.
It's a television show.
It became last year's WrestleMania became the most socially viewed WrestleMania of all time, with more than 660 million views consumed over the 2 days. So that's Instagram, X, all of these social media platforms.
Right. So
660 million views.
David, do your kids watch it?
No, they're just not into wrestling. They're into the 4 major sports, but I wouldn't doubt they've seen something, though, social media-wise.
Right, well,
they can see it.
I didn't know it took off like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just see, granted, McAfee's part of it now, but his show from there today, it's nuts. It's and look, they are, I'll get into the arguments. They're not athletes. No, they are athletes. There's no doubt about it. I couldn't go walk into the ring and become a wrestler. These guys are, a lot of them are former football players, former athletes in college. Some, had a cup of coffee in the pros.
Is The Rock still a part of this?
The Rock is still a part of it, yes. We hope to see him at WrestleMania. A lot of they scout also from actual professional wrestling, like wrestlers, like collegiate wrestlers.
Right.
Yeah. So it's to say that they're not athletes. I always
take
laughed
off
at.
the headgear and spandex and come and wrestle here.
They're very, very athletic. Yeah.
And I know that they have training camps and places.
Oh, they have boot camps.
Well, they got a reality TV show like some of the old wrestlers.
Yeah, that's a redux of what they used to have in the early 2000s. But yeah, they have one where they have actual wrestling legends coach them in the art of wrestling.
Let's go to Southfield. D, what's up?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good.
I've been to 4 WrestleManias. The last one was in 32 in Dallas.
Okay.
But for me, I'm a lifelong wrestling fan, and I am not vested in this WrestleMania. There's a whole bunch of politics, involved in it now.
Whoa,
I got 3 friends out there right now.
I'm so curious. What are politics in wrestling right now? Enlighten me.
Right now, you have The Rock pushing his way and just finding himself in these situations, and the fans are just backlashing. They don't want to see. Yes, they want to see The Rock, but at the same time, they want to see this younger talent, pushed.
Okay, so The Rock is just trying to bully his way in.
Exactly, and a lot of fans are turned off about that. And for this particular WrestleMania, they done since the merger with UFC to create TKO, it has priced a lot of the fans out of this particular WrestleMania.
Wow.
Now for me, I'm just not to the WWE any longer. I still watch New Japan. I still watch TNA. I still keep up with AEW, but there's more than just the WWE out there for wrestling fans. And I'm a pure wrestling fan. I probably would never let go of that.
Okay,
a lot of alphabet soup going on here.
Did you say one is called TNA?
TNA, Total Nonstop Action. They've actually been around since 2001.
It has been. It's been around since I was in high school, yes.
TNA.
Okay.
Not TNA, TNA.
TNA, okay.
So so The Rock's going back. Is Cena's going to be in this thing too, probably, right? Because he came back as a heel a few weeks ago, right? A few months ago?
Yep, he's actually main eventing Sunday night against Cody Rhodes for the championship. Now, the thing is, a lot of fans have been screaming for this particular heel turn for the past 15, 20 years. We did not expect to see this particular heel turn during his farewell tour. So that has a lot of fans invested in that. But outside that, it's like, run-of-the-mill card. You probably see on a house show. You probably see on Raw or SmackDown. It's not really nothing too much special.
All right. Thanks for the call. I love being enlightened.
Yeah, me too.
97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. We'll have a special edition of NBA Playoff Blitz. We got football today. Who said it? Full menu, but come on. It's WrestleMania weekend. David, some texts.
WrestleMania was at Ford Field 18 years ago, so the other one doesn't always have to be talked about. We have had 2 here in Detroit. That is from Sean.
Wait, is
Like
this
the
like the
84 Tigers?
84 Tigers.
Yes,
Right.
it is like that.
However, hold on. WrestleMania
Like Bad Boys and the Going to Work Pistons.
Yeah,
Okay.
but WrestleMania 3 is considered by WrestleMania historians
The gold standard.
as one is exactly the gold standard of WrestleMania.
Kenny is should we? How come we're not talking about the Ford Field one?
Well,
happened
because
at
it's
that one?
always overshadowed by the big moment, the Hulk and Andre moment.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the gold standard as much as it is like this is wrestling history on the Mount Rushmore of wrestling moments. That's one of them.
And in all fairness, not a great moment. Like literally, he just body slammed.
It's place and time, man. At the time,
But Rico mentioned it earlier in the show. The Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, right? And Macho Man was when he went
That
from the
match-
top rope,
wasn't
right?
That match, it seemed like that match was like 20 minutes long. Like they just
what
kept-
you've just said, many wrestling fans would consider as blasphemous.
It is.
What?
That wasn't that good of a moment.
Okay.
Because in context of history, that was the best thing that had ever happened. It was like whoever threw the first forward pass in
The
football.
Ricky the Steamboat
Okay, Kenny.
Randy Savage match took 14 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yes, it took forever.
The Hulk match was 12 minutes.
The fact that, think about this. Okay, let me put in perspective for you wrestling people before you get angry at me. It was a body slam.
Yes.
It wasn't like he put him in a chokehold or he put him in the figure 4 leg lock or any of these. I don't even know if they still do these things or not. It was a body slam.
It was the biggest body slam that ever will be.
And that one body slam just knocked him out cold.
Nobody had ever done it. That was the storyline.
I got you.
It was the biggest body slam that ever will be.
It was like, wait, that was it?
Gosh, Rico, I cannot believe this. I am stunned that you said that wasn't a big moment.
No,
I'm trying to get over it. I'm trying to get past it.
The actual act of beating him was like, wait, that's it?
You think about the times it happened, the moment, the year, the era.
Yes.
Yes, it's
And what I'm saying
amazing.
is the other matches were like, wow. Like I said,
was more athletic because Andre was not very athletic. But the fact that Hulk was able to do what he did,
That's giant.
behemoth. He was a giant.
Yes.
he
Exactly.
struggled, he slammed him, and then all of a sudden he just went comatose and Hulk won. And I was like, come on.
Okay,
David, okay, stop me when I said something that wasn't true.
everything you say was true, but it's
Okay,
about
then.
the era. That's one of the greatest moments in sports. Period.
One of the greatest moments in Detroit sports, there's no doubt.
Yes, and
So
it
right
takes
up there with
moments.
the Miracle on Ice.
Yes,
No,
exactly.
no.
Exactly.
No, I'm not going to let you go there. No.
It takes moments to make things big. And if someone's saying
There's Jackie Robinson, and then there's Hulk Hogan. Yeah, okay.
Wrestling wouldn't be where it is now if that hadn't happened.
I agree. It was a huge moment. It was, like I said, one of the greatest sports moments in Detroit history. There's no doubt about it. But when you look at athleticism, earlier in that card was definitely more athletic.
A lot of the matches were like, wow. It was a roller coaster ride. This was
Some matches are like Battle of the Titans. Other ones are against super athlete versus super athlete.
Some are just like driving on 94, just bumper to bumper.
Well, it does take moments, and that's why that's talked about over the other one, because someone says last year was big because The Rock came back.
Yeah.
So that kind of...
What was the moment at Ford Field?
There wasn't one. I think that's what someone's saying.
Oh.
That's why it doesn't get talked about like the Pontiac Silverdome one, because there wasn't a big moment.
Plus, there was
If The Rock-
30,000 more people there.
That's true. That's
Kenny,
true.
What was it that you got the belt? Wasn't that?
That was SummerSlam when it came to Ford Field. Okay. It was a couple years ago, yeah.
Kenny got a sweet belt.
That's pretty awesome.
That's great memorabilia. That's one of the belts I've wanted since I was a little kid.
That's a sweet belt.
WrestleMania was a great weekend for me. Except for who won the night before. Michigan State played North Dakota with Eddie Belfour in the finals of the NCAA Hockey Championship, and unfortunately, the Spartans lost. And then the next day was WrestleMania.
People are responding, Rico. It says the big thing was Andre weighed over 550 pounds. Hulk put him over his head and slammed him. That is Jim in Sterling Heights. Someone else says, tell Rico that Hogan slammed Andre and dropped the leg to get the win.
Oh, okay.
That Hulk Andre the Giant match made me realize wrestling was fake. Because if it was real, Andre the Giant would be the champion.
Or Andre would just get up. He got body slammed. And it's like a boxer. You hit him once, and then they just go down.
But if he lifts him over a fight,
I will disagree with the texter who says if it wasn't fake, Andre would have been the champion. I disagree with that.
I agree.
Because Hulk was so much more athletic.
Exactly.
And I was a big Hulk fan.
And Hulk was versatile because he went from bad guy to good guy, then back to bad guy.
Right, but Hulk
after
would
that.
he would be down, and the ref would get to the second count, and the third count, his arm would stop, and then he would start shaking and getting up, and that's when all of a sudden he would just win. But
someone else, you're not understanding. What you're not understanding is that nobody had ever body slammed the eighth wonder of the world,
right?
Andre the Giant. That's what made it big.
It's the biggest moment in wrestling history. It really is. Robert, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Robert?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Good.
Looking forward to WrestleMania this weekend?
Me personally, not really, but other people are, and that's okay.
Yeah, we're just trying to get a gauge.
Well, I am. I've been to over 250 WWE events across the country and Canada.
Wow.
I was planning on being in Vegas this weekend, but I had to decide about a week ago to let it go for some personal issues. But next year is my target. So
where is it? Where is it next year?
New Orleans.
Okay, that'll be fun.
Mercedes Dome.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite WrestleMania moment?
My favorite WrestleMania moment? WrestleMania 31 in, I think it was San Francisco. Sting versus Triple H when DX and the NWO finally, after about 14 years, a little bit, I don't want to say too late, but 14 years after the prime of when it should have happened, we're out in the ring fighting each other. And that, to me, I felt like, if there was a roof on that building, I think I could have touched it. I was so excited.
Wow. How old a man are you?
I'm 41.
Okay. Just curious. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend. 248-539-9797. Look, everybody has their thing. My concerts, but that's a lot of WrestleMania.
Yeah,
It's a lot of wrestling events.
If that's what makes you
Yes,
happy.
exactly.
Kenny, do the wrestlers still have like the signature out moves? That's still a thing, right?
Yeah, finishing moves. Yeah,
okay,
100%.
Okay. All right.
I feel like we're getting dangerously close to what you do to Mike in horse racing.
Yes, we are.
What do you mean? No, because I remember like it was the figure four leg lock.
People still do that every so often.
It was the sleeper move.
Oh, the sleeper hold.
Sleeper hold.
Then
yeah.
it was, I remember as a kid, Stan the Man Stasiak had the heart punch.
Yeah,
where he'd punch a guy in the heart.
There's still
I didn't know if some of that
those still
stuff
exist. Oh yeah, that's
like got banned. Like, you can't do
the
that
only one
anymore.
that got banned really is the pile driver because they were worried about breaking people's necks.
Yeah.
The DDT.
Mm-hmm.
DDT still exists.
Really?
Yeah, but the pile driver does not.
That was Jake the Snake.
Yep.
The DDT.
Don, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say part of the reason that moment was so big is WWE had billed Andre as being undefeated for 15 years. So they made it like Hogan was the first guy to beat him and the first guy to body slam him. So like when him and Hogan were buddies, so when he turned, it was like he had never been beaten in 15 years of wrestling.
Yeah, I remember like he turned. He was a good guy, and then he was a bad guy for that one.
Right.
So
Yeah, so that was part of the reason why it was so big was that he had never, at least they said he had never been beaten. He had, but it was.
It was
part of the reason why.
It was weird. Like, but back in those days, I remember working at the television station in Washington where I worked, and we would show wrestling highlights a lot. But at the Madison Square Garden, for some reason, I did not like Bob Backlund. He was like the all-American guy, Bob Backlund. And the Iron Sheik beat Bob Backlund, and it was
Oh yeah, the Iron
or
Sheik.
the Bob Backlund beat the. I don't remember exactly which way it went.
Volkov and Iron Sheik.
The
I
Iron
remember
Sheik,
that.
yeah, and it was obviously
probably two guys that probably wouldn't be into.
No, because especially
I don't know if you've seen him.
Oh, I've seen the stuff. He can't do half the stuff he did.
No. Besides,
I hate America.
And at that time,
they did something like that in the early 2000s. They exploited 9/11 for that. It was ugly. Vince McMahon had no shame.
But and David, for you and all the listeners out there, the thing was only because I watched the Intercontinental Championship and then that one was a classic, and it never gets spoken of. It was like, wait, they did all of this, and he gets celebrated for just doing that.
Yeah, and look, do you remember who was in Ricky Steamboat's corner? We know Miss Elizabeth was in Macho Man's.
Was it?
I'll give you a hint. Local. Green Tongue.
Yes. Why am I drawing a blank on his name?
George the Animal Steel.
Yes.
Football coach
Because
in
he was
Madison
in love
Heights.
with Miss Elizabeth and he would chew on the turnbuckle.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Oh, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. We'll be doing our basketball blitz coming up at the 3 o'clock hour. Don't forget Who Said It coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We're talking WrestleMania because it's this weekend, and, you know, I was just curious to see how many people like myself was really into wrestling, and I kind of lost it. But wrestling is still, as we're finding out, a big portion of our people's lives, like David and Kenny. And I just found out, because I wanted to show Rico who the Grand Wizard was, to show that it had nothing to do with, the Ku Klux Klan. And he was like a regular wizard. But I later found out that I did not even know this. The guy's he's no longer with us. Ernie Roth is his real name. A gay Jewish man, it says here. Yes. Anyway, we got playoffs coming up beginning tomorrow. It's time for an NBA playoff blitz.
That's right, guys. The playoffs start tomorrow, unless you're one of those people that says the play-in is a playoff game. But it's not. But let's talk about a play-in game first. That's tonight. The Mavs play the Memphis Grizzlies tonight for the final spot in the West. So my question to you guys is, does Nico need to make the playoffs to justify the Luka trade and silence the noise from the Dallas Mavericks fan base?
I don't think no matter what happens, there's going to ever silence the fans from the Dallas Maverick fan base unless they somehow win a championship and like Max Christie turns into a superstar. I mean, that's it. I'm sorry. Even if they win tonight and even win a round, no, he is persona non grata in that town.
Yeah, David, he would either have to defeat the Lakers, like make it into the playoffs, defeat the Lakers, or get to like the Western Conference Finals, and he can say, guys, see, I told you we wouldn't miss a beat. Right. We're going to add to this team. But yeah, it's got to be extreme. In his perfect world, I don't know, he would knock out the Lakers at some point and say, hey, we got this thing done. But right now, no, he's going to be hating life all summer long.
And watching these playoffs when the Lakers are going to be playing and they're playing well, it just dawns on me that what if Nico would have said to Rob Pelinka, listen, okay, we'll do this trade. Give us Austin Reeves. I think Pelinka still would have done the trade, right?
I still can't believe that they
I
made
know,
the trade.
I know, for that. I mean, no disrespect to Anthony Davis, but it's like, come on. Anyway.
So, next on the list when it comes to the NBA and the playoffs, the Warriors. They are the 7th seed, but they are the favorites against the 2 seed Rockets in this series here. Can the Warriors make one last run for a title with Jimmy Butler?
I do. Jimmy Butler is basically – he's one of the better short-term players that you can get. It's like KD. You don't want him on your roster for too long, but short-term, he's rejuvenated this team. You know, he's taken some of the pressure off of Steph now that Clay's not there. You know, Draymond doesn't have to do everything. And there's a reason why they're favored over the Rockets. So, yeah, I do think that they can do one more run. 'Cause, David, I think they're better. I think they'll knock out the Lakers, and I just don't believe in OKC. So I think they can make it to the finals.
I agree with Rico, and as I believe is the case in the Pistons series, I believe experience in the playoffs means something, especially for them, championship playoff series. And look, Houston's done a great job. Yes, Van Vliet's been in the playoffs before and actually won a title, but they're still basically, they're good players. Their best players are their young players, and I like the Warriors in this series.
So, when you look at the Western Conference, the Denver Nuggets fired their coach, fired their GM. According to the odds to win the Western Conference, the Denver Nuggets are at plus 1,500 with his 5th best odds to win the West. Just simply what happens with the Denver Nuggets without their coach, Malone.
Look, Jokic could still score 50 a night, and they could win games. I think the key is Jamal Murray. If we get the Jamal Murray that we saw in the playoffs when they won the title, they're still a really dangerous team, a really good team. I don't think the coaching situation makes that much of a difference right now, as good of a coach as Malone was. I think they can, if they get through the first round, I think they'll be tough to beat.
See, I do think that there's a problem. I think I don't know if it was in the locker room. I don't know if it's just throughout the entire building, but that's not the same team. There is something wrong. And you know what, Stoney? When sometimes you just got to believe that outside influences can affect what you do on the court. I mean, think about it, for the last couple of years, like the Warriors, same players, but they haven't been as good. Now, all of a sudden, they bring in Butler, they're better. So now, I'm saying that to say something's going on in Denver. I don't think that they're going to be that same team. Yes, Jokic can take over a series.
Right, they can win one series.
But it's something wrong there, and I can't put my finger on it.
Russell Westbrook, maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, no. Oh, the curse of Russell Westbrook is back. Let's go to the top of the Western Conference. This year, that is OKC. They are the number 1 seed in the West. Best record in the league. But can they finally get it done? Can they finally break through, make it to the finals, and win it?
I think they can. I mean, if they play the Lakers experience will be very difficult for them. But they have a great defender in Holmgren. Obviously, SGA has been playing great. Jalen Williams, they got a really good team.
They do.
They're deep.
But I don't know if they
But
can
they're
get
not
over
playoff tested, really.
and that's just it. I don't know if they can get over the hump of whoever wins, because I think the Lakers and the Nuggets. I think the Lakers and the Warriors advance, and I don't know if they will have enough experience to knock out either one of those two teams. So, no, I think that they're David, we'll probably get to it later, but it reminds me of the Cavs. I don't believe in the Cavs.
Well, that is my next question. Cavs started out hot. They continued all year long, but do they break through?
I don't think that they break through at all. For, like I said, OKC and Cleveland, I think the best, I could see them each in the conference finals, but I don't think they have enough experience to make it and get into the NBA finals. I just don't.
They'll get to the finals of the conference and lose to the Celtics. I still think the Celtics are better.
So that is going to be your choice for the East. Both of you guys, the Celtics?
Yeah, absolutely.
The Celtics are right now the favorite, the betting favorite at minus 145. Cavs are second at plus 185. So there's a gap.
Because, Dave, especially in the NBA, even though you're not the number 1 overall seed, the true playoff teams, the experienced teams, know we just got to do just enough to keep home court advantage. And if we have to, we're good enough to win Game 7 on the road in the conference finals if we don't get the number 1 seed. And I think Boston, if playing in Cleveland, could beat Cleveland in Cleveland.
So you look at the Timberwolves with Anthony Mitchell. You look at the Cavs
Anthony
with
Edwards.
Anthony Edwards, I'm sorry. Okay. Donovan Mitchell was the next player I was going to mention for the Cavs. And then you got SGA. Out of those three, who has the most to prove in this playoffs?
Wait, say that again.
Anthony Edwards, Donovan Mitchell, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Anthony Edwards. I would say Anthony Edwards because Anthony Edwards talks a lot of crap. He talks a lot for somebody who's won nothing. So that's why I would say he's got the pressure on him because after a while, if you talk the talk, you got to walk the walk, and he hasn't yet. So coming out there, you knock off the Lakers and you make it to the finals, yes, I'll start listening to all of this. You're the best player out there, but as of now, you're not.
I think it's more Mitchell because Mitchell is the best player on, obviously, at least the regular season, the best team in the East. And if he can't lead that team, then shame on him. Anthony Edwards, they have some good players, obviously, with Julius Randle, DiVincenzo, but he has to do too much by himself. So that's why I don't think the pressure is as much on him.
And then I do have a question on two final individuals in the playoffs. It is going to be Tom Thibodeau and Luka Doncic. Tom Thibodeau because he plays with the Knicks and they haven't won in a long time. And a lot of people say he plays his starters. He plays his guys a lot of minutes. So what happens is playoffs for them? Is he has most at stake, or is it Luka because of the trade to the Lakers? Look, the Lakers are putting everything in their hands with their franchise. Not LeBron, it's Luka now.
Well, I think the more pressure's on Tibbs because if the Pistons in particular upset the Knicks, I would not be stunned if Tibbs is fired. If Luka and the Lakers don't make the Western Conference Finals or even lose in the first round, what kind of pressure is that on Luka Doncic? Nothing. He's going to be there for another decade.
See, David, I think you missed if you would have said Tibbs and LeBron, I think that's better because LeBron is the maestro. He's pulling all the strings in L.A. Whether he wants to admit it or not, they drafted his son, and they knew his son had no nutritional value whatsoever.
So how's there pressure on him? He's done everything he needed to do in his career.
Right, because you've taken over the Lakers, and you're saying, leave it to me, I'll come up with a winner. He orchestrated this trade, and if this thing blows up in his face and they're out in the first round, okay, what you traded for one of the best players in the NBA, and you still can't win. So I would say it's actually on LeBron.
Not Luka.
Not Luka. Okay. Luka's he's a victim in this. He just, you know what, Luka, pack your bags, you're going to L.A. I don't really think he had much say-so in this. He didn't put up a fight either, don't get me wrong. But he didn't have much of a say-so in this.
Got you. That is your NBA Playoffs edition Fast Break.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. From 14 wins last year to the playoffs this year, the Pistons travel to New York City this afternoon for tomorrow's first-round opener against the Knicks. President of Basketball Operations Trajan Langdon sums up the remarkable turnaround. This is the first time the Pistons have made the playoffs since the 2018-19 season. They've currently got the longest playoff losing streak in American pro sports at 14 games. They have not won a playoff game since 2008. Tip off at the Garden tomorrow, 6 o'clock in Game 1. Tigers aim to make it 2 straight wins over the Royals tonight in Game 2 of a 4-game series at Comerica Park. Jackson Jobe on the mound for Detroit. Cole Reagans for KC. That first pitch 640 right here on 97.1. Michigan State's landed former Mississippi State and Samford guard Trey Fort in the transfer portal. This is the second-plus shooter Tom Izzo's added in the portal this offseason, joining former FAU forward Caleb Glenn. And Michigan wraps up spring ball with their annual Maize and Blue scrimmage in Ann Arbor tomorrow. This marks the big house debut of prize prospect Bryce Underwood. Michigan State's got no spring game this year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. I'll miss going to East Lansing. For more, going to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Who said it coming up in the 4 o'clock hour? We'll get to the Pistons, a little Nick preview. What's going on in the pages of the tabloid New York Post as far as the Pistons are concerned. But we were talking WrestleMania this weekend. And there are people like myself who were big wrestling fans that kind of lost touch with wrestling as we got into our later years or for whatever the reason. But there are a lot of people, as we're finding out, and I knew it. I mean, because it gets sold out everywhere. Kenny, Hatchet Man even a little bit, and, of course, Evan, they love them some wrestling. And let's go to the phones. People want to talk. We want to listen. We're here for you. Brian, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, what's up? So I think it was Rico I was talking to. My favorite moment, and Kenny will remember this, I was 9 years old. It was April 12th, 1999, when The Rock stole Stone Cold's championship belt and threw it in the river. And then he threw Stone Cold off, I think it was the Belle Isle Bridge, into the river.
Off the Belle Isle Bridge? It was here? Wow.
I don't know if it was the Belle Isle Bridge, but I know he threw Stone Cold off a bridge in Detroit into the river.
Wow. Okay, Kenny?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, that was a great moment. I don't remember it verbatim because I was maybe like 5 years old at the time, but it's a classic Detroit wrestling moment for sure.
And
I remember it.
Do you?
I remember it. I was watching it live, but my uncle took my cousin to that. And so there was no cell phones, cell phones back then. So I knew it was going to take them a long time to get from JLA home. And I waited and called my cousin late that night to ask him, how was that feeling? How did it look like? Well, he told me my uncle, who's a fireman, kind of ruined it for him because as a fireman, he knew they had already set up everything in the Detroit River to catch him so he wouldn't get lost.
Well, because I had many questions.
Yeah.
One, how do you get from Joe Louis to Belle Isle? They just fall all the way up the street?
What do you mean?
Well, which bridge did they toss them off of?
Off the Belle Isle Bridge.
How did they get there? Like the fight took place on the bridge?
They were just there. They were set up at the end of the Raw episode. They were already there.
Oh, I'm like,
and they had set it up where he stole the belt earlier in the show.
I'm like,
and then at the end of Raw, they ended up there.
Oh, they never showed how he got.
No,
see, I
they
thought
showed
they
him leaving
fall-
JLA, and then they showed Steve Austin leaving to go follow, but they never showed him like on their way there on the street.
I'm like, did they fight all the way up Jefferson? Stop
No.
at Martin, hop on their
go,
radio with him?
Go to the
and
click.
keep going?
Go to
No.
the click for something to
Right,
eat. or
get
whatever.
some pancakes at the click, stop
Yeah.
at Martin and say what's up to him and Brother Man.
Right.
And then make it all the way to Bella.
Do a photo shoot at WGPR, right?
So they didn't follow them all the way to Belle Isle.
Electrifying
No.
Mojo. Here we go.
Devin, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
Good.
So I have two, if I could.
Okay.
One is WrestleMania 17, the TLC match between Edge and Christian, Hardy Boys, Dudley Boys. That match just kept you on the edge of your seat. I mean, Edge climbing for the belt and then getting speared. No, Edge spearing Jeff off, and then Jeff getting slammed through the tables. I mean, I was losing my mind the entire time. I mean, just shaking. Like, someone's got to climb up that ladder and grab that. I mean, what a match. But the Edge and Christian storyline, it's quite a storyline. They're brothers, or they're not brothers, but all three sets of brothers in that match, just even though Matt and Jeff Hardy were the only real brothers. But other one was WrestleMania 25, which was Undertaker and Shawn Michaels. I don't know if it probably wasn't. I don't think it was planned. Undertaker missing the cameraman added to the match. His iconic match with Shawn Michaels. And they even asked him about it. And he says that actually helped the match, that he missed the cameraman. I mean, he was like inches away. I'm like, this guy's about to die. I mean,
and that was planned that he would just miss the camera, man?
Yeah, it was the first match. Undertaker went for his, how he goes over the rope, the suicide dive. And Shawn Michaels pulled the cameraman, and Undertaker ended up just crashing to the floor. And it was later revealed that Undertaker was legitimately out on his feet following the moment because of the impact.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think that was he wasn't supposed to miss the cameraman. I think that almost became a disaster.
Let's go to John. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, John?
What's up, Stoney? How are you?
Good.
Good. I call Rico all the time, and I always talk to him and Mike, but it's nice to hear from you. So I'm calling because, yes, sir. So some of the biggest WrestleMania moments was definitely when this was actually a big surprise because it's when Undertaker lost to Brock Lesnar because he was undefeated for 21 straight years. He was 21-0, and he just got pinned. And it was just unfortunate. Everybody in that arena, myself included, was shocked. I actually thought the referee counted to 3 by accident, but no, he lost the match.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Obviously, you can't bet on WrestleMania, can you?
I don't think so.
Because it's scripted.
I think there are certain things that there's a
I'm
couple
sure
of sports
maybe
books.
offshore you probably can, but there's no way in Las Vegas.
I'll look into that because I think there might be a way for certain things that aren't like scripted, because not every match is scripted down to each move. Like they usually call their moves while they're in the match.
Right.
So it's hard to really determine that. But there might be a way.
The problem is, like, if it was on, FanDuel or DraftKings or one of them.
I don't think you can bet winners and losers if that's what you're asking.
Right.
That you can't do.
Or over-unders and time length, probably not either, because there's somebody who
that's where you get
working
close.
with the WWE knows exactly what's supposed to happen.
Yeah,
which
but
is fine.
Those
but you just
change
can't
on
bet
the
on
spot
it.
too, though.
But I mean, technically, how is that any different from the color of Gatorade in the Super Bowl? If you know the equipment manager, you know the color of Gatorade.
That's a great point. I need to find out who the equipment manager. I should have found out who the equipment manager of the Eagles was.
Yeah.
They probably are sworn to secrecy. E in Detroit, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? First off, WrestleMania 3 was the best one, I got to say, because that was the whole storyline. Hogan telling the kids we got to eat our vitamins. I was 5 years old, and I was at the Silverdome.
Say your prayers and eat your vitamins.
You're absolutely right. That was the first time I ever seen a grown man cry. And it was a bunch of grown men in the stadium crying because of Hogan slamming Andre the Giant. Everybody was a Hulkamania fan back in the day, just like we are Michigan fans now.
We ain't all
That was my
Michigan
moment.
fans.
Not
but
everybody's
I
a
get
Michigan
You're
what
exactly
saying.
right. We're all Michigan fans.
We all Michigan fans. And the ones that don't understand wrestling are little bros, the Sparties.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
E.
Okay.
I'm a Michigan fan, but that's very uncalled
Yeah,
for.
E. Love it.
That's very uncalled for. When little brother goes into the wrestling venue, no, I'm sorry. I
never thought.
Cut him off.
You know what? The fact that he held all that time to say that means I'll win.
Tom, you're on 97 on the ticket.
The best topic ever, guys. Happy Friday.
Thank you.
I got two wrestling Detroit moments. One's WrestleMania moment, one's a non-WrestleMania moment. As far as the WrestleMania moment, Steamboat versus Macho Man WrestleMania 3.
It's unbelievable.
I saw a documentary on that, and Macho Man actually, him and Steamboat had every hold. I know Kenny mentioned that they usually call the match while they're inside. They actually had spent weeks planning each individual move at each moment of that match. They had spent literally weeks doing that. And I know it wasn't your typical physical where people are getting thrown around and stuff like that, but as far as true wrestling, technical wrestling for, what it is in pro wrestling, the best match I've ever seen in my life, still to this day.
Thank you, Tom.
And yes, the other great Detroit wrestling moment is when Stone Cold came out at Joe Louis Arena with the Zamboni. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was a Monday Night Raw at Joe Louis when he was feuding with Vince McMahon, and he came out the Zamboni, ran into the Zamboni, jumped on top of the Zamboni onto Vince McMahon, and got arrested by the fake Detroit police.
Kenny, we validate this?
Oh yeah, that's another Detroit classic. That absolutely happened. That was fantastic. It was a great spot.
That's unbelievable. Thanks for the call, Tom. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next, he is allegedly a villain in Gotham City, and we're not talking about the Riddler. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico. I am in for Mr. Valenti, who will be back Monday. Kenny Cott, David Hull. We'll have Who Said It coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Tiger baseball coming up at 6:15. Jackson Jobe on the mound. Hey, Riley Green snapped out of it yesterday. 3 hits. They beat the Royals. Game 2, like I said, tonight. Tomorrow night on these airwaves, 6 o'clock. From the world's most famous arena, as they say, the Detroit Pistons will be taking on the New York Knicks. Game 1, first round NBA playoffs. And if you've listened to this show, Mike has always talked about the New York Post. And growing up on the East Coast like he did and I did, the New York Post was always something that you love to read, especially, the back page. And they very creative headlines. They're critical. It's of either their own teams or other things in the world. But the back page cover is always, dedicated to sports. And on their cover today, the back cover, there's a little on the banner. It says Aaron Rips Aaron, which is Aaron Rodgers on Aaron Glenn crime. And then there's this big picture of one Cade Cunningham with little pictures of Reggie Miller, Trae Young, and P.J. Brown, if you remember him. And the bold lettering next to Cade in the picture is Ready, Villain, and Able. Cade could be the next in MSG Parthenon of hate if Knicks don't take care of business versus Pistons. And I get it. Cade's the best player on the Knicks rivals roster. I just have never looked at Cade as villainous as especially Reggie Miller, Trae Young, and P.J. Brown was always innocuous to me anyway, but he, was kind of physical at times, and he made some big shots against the Knicks in that series when he played for the Miami Heat back in the day when they had the brawl at the end, and some Knicks were suspended for Game 7 in the Heat. I believe it was an 8 seed upset the Knicks, and it was a 5-game series back then, if my memory is correct. But, Rico, do you look at Cade Cunningham as a villain?
I don't see him as a villain, but in New Yorkers, I can see how he is a villain because you got to remember the last time they were there in Madison Square Garden, Cade went off.
Yes.
He went off in the Garden.
Both games this year he went off.
And I think New Yorkers can see that and they remember, and yeah, it is a little bit of PTSD. I was shocked when I saw them in the same category because, yeah, as I've said it before, Trae Young, that became his coming out party to the entire NBA. He went out and did it on the big stage in the playoffs against New York, hitting big shots, game-winning shots, scoring 40-some points. Like, he went out there, and Reggie Miller, I mean, I watched that meltdown.
Yes.
That was the epic meltdown of just – that was the biggest choke job I've ever seen, ever. Like, he torched them, did the choke sign to Spike Lee, and then it was like you knew once he got the ball, he was going to hit it.
Yeah.
At some point, guys, can you stop him? No, the Knicks could not stop him.
Right.
And PJ, with the whole fight situation, as you said, I think the Knicks were up 3-1, getting to this fight, and next thing you know, they end up losing in 7 games. So that was problematic. Now they're saying, hey, Cade, because Cade is good. They don't want Cade to have his coming out party against them.
No.
They are afraid of Cade Cunningham.
But to use the term villain, and you being a lover of superheroes, to me, villain and Gotham City has Batman stuff written all over it. To me, the villain that they're going to hate the most is going to be Isaiah Stewart and maybe Ron Holland. And Beasley, too, for the shimmies and all that stuff.
No, see, they look at those guys as just the henchmen.
Okay.
The thugs. Like, oh, okay. You remember the old Batman thing with Adam West.
Right, they had the seconds.
Right, they would always be the henchmen who would go out there and take the beating.
Yes.
While the main villain would, drive away.
Right.
That's what they see, those guys. They don't think that they are a threat. Whereas Cade, they see Cade as a threat. And I was shocked that they revere him so much that when I saw that headline, I was like, Wow. Okay.
I don't think they revere him so much. I don't even think it's about him. I think it's about themselves. They can't lose this series. And the Knicks fans, they can't lose this. 73 has been the last time they won a championship. They're ready for a championship. And I think it's more about them. Oh, my gosh, we cannot lose again. And if they lose, it would be because of Cade. So they see him as just another reason why we didn't get it done. They're just afraid to lose. They cannot lose this series.
No, you're
period.
right.
It's like when we talked about with the Lions, and the Lions fans were, oh, well, we're moving on to the Eagles. No, they're not trying to move on to the next. They're afraid of what Cade can do, and they won't be at the next.
Well, because they want the Celtics.
Yes.
And that's who they'll get next, because the Celtics are the 2 seed, and they're the 3. So it wouldn't even be the 1 seed. They'll have to play Cleveland if they upset the Celtics, and then in the next round. They got a while to go. I don't think the Knicks are winning a championship.
I don't think so either. I mean, yeah, I think their closest one was a Game 7 against the Rockets back in the 90s.
Oh yeah, when John Starks decided
John Starks went like 0 for 11 or something.
And Riley didn't pull him, right? It was Riley or Van Gundy. I think it was Riley.
No, it was Riley.
Yeah,
Riley didn't pull him.
Right.
He was awful. Charlie Ward, like their entire backcourt couldn't hit a shot in that Game 7.
Well, they were never the same after the Bronco chase in that series.
Was that the Bronco chase series?
I think it was, right? Wasn't it Knicks Rockets 94?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It is amazing how that chase changed it for them. Not OJ, it changed it for the Knicks.
No, I mean it's one of those moments. I was having a conversation. Give me 20 seconds. It was the Evander Holyfield, Riddick Bowe, and the Fan Man.
Yes.
And Riddick Bowe was beating the snot out of Holyfield. Fan Man lands in the middle of the ring.
Mm-hmm.
They stopped the fight for like 41 minutes. And when they came back, Bowe was done. And he never recovered from that. I think one more round and the refs is going to be like, nope, this fight's over. So.
Yeah, I do have a question regarding the Pistons, because the Pistons did release their playoff roster. There's some is there an interesting name on it?
All right. We'll discuss that coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Oh, Stoney with the Karshian tee. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. Tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call, and then you can purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control, but you got to mention my name and 97.1. Hey, look, as you can feel today, the weather is getting warmer. Spring and summer, they're here. I think the cold weather days are going to be behind us. You want to make sure that you take care of your lawn. Hey, look, dandelions will rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You can stop dandelions before they go to seed. And you could also take care of the crabgrass with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They will come out. They will come up with a custom plan for your lawn, and they'll make sure they spray everything early so you can have that lush lawn when it comes time for your barbecues or hanging out in your backyard or your front yard. You got to call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service right now. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
248-539-9797. I got Who Said It coming up at the 4 o'clock hour. Pistons, Knicks tomorrow. Approximately 6 o'clock tip-off. Madison Square Garden. And we made, I think the Knicks are going to win the series. It doesn't make me a bad person, I don't think, but there are other things that might make me a bad person. That's not one of them. I think it's just the Pistons are not as good as the Knicks. It's that simple. I'm not going to sit and break down every particular matchup, but if you want to live, my main reason is the Knicks have their two best players, or three best players, or four best players are better than the Pistons starting five. Cade, arguably, is the best player. You can argue Jalen Brunson if you want, especially if he's 100% healthy. That's fine. I'm not going to get into that argument. But everybody else, from Cat to Josh Hart, to the rest of their lot, the Bridges, I'd rather have their other four.
Stoney, I'm with you. I mean, for the Pistons to win this, let's just say Cade is the best player on the court. Mm-hmm. You got to have somebody else step up. Mm-hmm. You got to have somebody else become that Robin, who's going to be that guy that plays well with Cade to help get the Pistons through this 7-game series.
Which leads me to my tease.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Because you're right. They need a Robin. The Detroit Pistons released their playoff roster, just like every team does. Mm-hmm. They went on Instagram, Twitter, and posted the photos of the roster.
I'm looking at it.
You got Cade. You got Tim Hardaway Jr., Tobias, Thompson, Duran. You got
Waters,
Paul Reed. You got Waters. You got Sasser. You got Schroeder. You got
Bobby Clintman.
Isaiah. You got Clintman on there. You got Holland. You got Beasley.
Sar Thompson, right?
Sar Thompson. You got everybody, including Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey is on the Detroit Pistons playoff roster. Now, I know some people are going to look at this and say, well, maybe they just put pictures of the entire roster on here. I don't know.
No.
But I tell you this, I don't want Jaden Ivey to play in the playoffs. Really? I don't need it. I don't want it to ruin the chemistry so far with this team. And while, yes, we need a Robin, it can't be him right now. Sit to the side, sir. You just got cleared a couple of days ago for just physical activity.
Look, first of all, you only dress 13 guys anyway.
Correct. So I get it.
So Clintman and
Ivy, 15 guys on the picture.
Right,
yes.
Exactly. So Clintman and Ivy will not be in uniform tomorrow.
I hope not.
I don't think so.
I just don't want them to think about it.
I don't think they will. I think Ivy's on the roster. Now, I have no idea if once you put your roster in, and that's your roster for the entire playoff
that may
run.
Be it.
If that's it, then I have no problem with it, because if they would win this series, it's another
emergency, right? Because remember, the finals are going to be in June,
right? This series is almost
be in June.
Well, this series is almost going to be 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So another 2 weeks, he's going to be practicing and stuff. So if they are fortunate to win
second
this
round,
series,
maybe they
absolutely,
maybe that is the rule.
Yeah,
right. Let's just say they make it to the Eastern Conference Finals or the NBA final, then in 2 months he's going to be a different player than he is right now.
Right. I just saw it and got nervous.
I understand.
And maybe
that.
I'm wrong. People can call up, people can text, but I just got nervous. I don't want to see it.
Now, you can get nervous if tomorrow you see him in the layup line, but even so, I don't think he's going to play. He hasn't played, so you're not going to just bring him in just unless you're 100% ready to go and they've been doing this stuff, undercover, that he's really good in practice that nobody can see. I doubt it, though. I just think it's for down the road. Is my guess. I have no idea.
But yes, Jaden Ivey. I'm sorry, people. I said Jalen. It's Jaden Ivey. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're allowed to make
But
a mistake.
My question is, who is going to be the other player, the complement to Cade Cunningham? Who's going to be that guy that has to step up for this team to win? 248-539-9797. Because for me, I'm thinking it has to be Beasley. You need the scoring that he brings, the 3-point shots. He's hitting that. He's freeing up the lane, allowing Cade to drive. Cade cannot do this by himself. He needs somebody else. I need to see Beasley become that guy, that second guy, that Robin and Cade's Batman, using the whole Gotham thing. If you want to get this done, you have to have a second player step up. Detroit, who do you think that second player is going to be? Who needs to step up to help Cade to get past the Knicks? 248-539-9797.
If you're asking me, I'm going to go on the defensive end. I think it's going to be Asar Thompson. I think Asar Thompson, and I know it might be unorthodox that they'll probably start Cade defending Brunson. I'd put Asar Thompson on him and just say, listen, don't foul a lot, okay? Don't be, fooled by that pump that he always does and he steps back and all that. Just play him straight up. Try not to foul. You have the height advantage. There you go. Your defensive Robin.
So you're going defense.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going offense.
I'm going in a different direction than both of you. No offense, not defense, but it's your mind. Stay in the game, Isaiah Stewart. Please, you cannot be influenced by what Mitchell Robinson is going to try to do to you, by what any of the Knicks players are going to try to do to you. You got to stay in the game mentally.
So you think Beef Stew can pair up with Cade and they can beat the Knicks?
Yeah, because if he stays in the game mentally, in this series mentally, yes. I do, because he could be in it defensively. He could be in it on the rebound. He can do everything he needs to do, but the minute his mental is gone from what they try to do to him, and he gets a tag, and he does all the other things, and now he's out of the basketball mind, yeah, but he could be the fact.
What he has to do, you bring up the mind, is somehow get in the mind of the cat.
That would be great. That would be great.
That's what he has to do, because I don't think the cat is as soft as everybody else seems to think around here.
So we got Beef Stew. I got Beasley. You got
Asar.
Who do you have, people? 248-539-9797. Who has to step up in this series in order for the Pistons to knock off the Knicks? It's plain and simple. Because like I said, I'm going with scoring. Stoney's going with defense.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like David is going with toughness. So none of them are wrong.
No.
I just feel like, you know what? You're going to have to outscore the Knicks, okay? Because you may have the best player. They have the next 4 best players. You got to break that circle up. You need somebody else to get in there and score some points. You have to have somebody that if Cade has an off night or an off quarter, to take the pressure off him for scoring. I get it. Shutting him down on defense helps, but basketball is about who can put the most balls in the bucket. I need a scorer. I need Beasley to go out there, light it up from the three-point line, and get this team to the second round if they're going to make it.
97-1, the ticket. And we got Tiger baseball coming up around 6:40 first pitch. Tigers taking on the Kansas City Royals. Also, tomorrow, 6 o'clock, Pistons, Knicks, first game, first round, Madison Square Garden, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And yes, we will have the Tiger game in the afternoon as well. Don't want to diss them at all. And Casey Mize will be going tomorrow. Jackson Jobe tonight. Hopefully Riley Green can continue his comeback. He had 3 hits last night after going one.
And
for
WrestleMania
31.
41 on Saturday.
Yeah, I know, but that's not here.
That too.
Yes, that's not here. Do we have any Detroit wrestlers involved here? I don't think so. Do we? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yes,
No, not
you know
this
what?
time
Right now, I'm WrestleMania out. After the past hour and the first hour and a half, we did basically talking about it. It was a lot of fun out there. 248-539-9797. Who do you need to step up to be Cade's Batman? By the way, Rico, I came up with a nickname for Cade, and it's kind of with the whole Batman and Robin theme. And
is this going to be corny?
It's kind of corny, and I've mentioned, but because people, call him Motorcade. Which I get, that's okay. And mine is somewhat similar to that. But if he's Batman, he's the Cade Crusader.
I thought you were going to go Batcade. Okay.
Is that okay? Cade
Crusader.
Because, Batman was the Caped Crusader. Okay.
Yeah, I like it.
All right, good.
I'll just take, win the game.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And let the nickname happen. Like Chauncey
Right.
became Mr. Big Shot.
Right.
Because he hit the shot.
Right.
So, yeah.
Nordo, you're a 97 on the ticket. Nordo, who's got to step? Who's got to join?
Rico,
What's up?
Appreciate the phone call, man. And happy Good Friday. Happy Easter. God bless you guys. Happy Passover, all that good stuff. I appreciate you guys. But the reality is, it's going to take. If I had to pick one, it's Tobias, because you put him in the post. You can get a one-on-one. You can kick out to the double team. Now, don't get me wrong. I like some Beasley. He's the microwave. And I love Beef Stew because he's Ben Wallace combined with Dennis Rodman. Joe Dumars combined with Dennis Rodman.
Yeah. Nordo. You say your phone.
Squad.
Hold on. No, I got to put Nordo on hold.
Yeah.
Nordo's phone sounded like back in the Bad Boy era. All right, let's see if Nordo's phone's work. Your phone working better now, Nordo?
Oh, sorry about that, buddy.
That's okay.
I got excited.
You're allowed. You're allowed to get excited. We haven't had a good
Tobias,
basketball team here in a long
even
time.
though I know these guys are. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Brick one night.
Yeah. I'll let you go though. But I'll comment on the Tobias. Tobias is, he is an X factor. There's no doubt about it. And he's a very good player. And you brought up a great point about posting guys up because he's really good at that. But I have some, past playoff trauma when he was with the Sixers in big games. Everybody always focused on Ben Simmons coming up short, which he did. You watch a lot of those Sixer games like I did, and like layups, inside stuff that he would get to the hole and his layups would be short. He wouldn't be able to finish. It was looked like AJ Hogarth going in a lane. You think he's going to score the basket and, a 3-footer is 2 feet. I mean, that's what bothers me and bothers a lot of my friends about Tobias in the postseason. And when they got him to come back, I said, you know what? It's not going to bother me because he's a really good influence, a great dude, and he's going to be good. And we're not going to have to worry about the playoffs anyway. But lo and behold, they're in the playoffs.
They're in the playoffs. And
Yes.
now you got to lean on his experience
Right.
being there. But I guess to me, it would be house money. I'm not counting on Tobias to do anything. That's why I said I need Beasley. I know he can shoot the 3. I know he can score. You know what? He gets into a rhythm, and now, in the Garden, he puts the pressure on the Knicks because he's just splashing from the outside, and that's freeing up Cade. So, yes, that's why I'm saying I need Beasley to show up. You wrote the letter to Detroit? Show up and show them something. Because you do this, and they'll want to keep you around. You could become that next Rasheed Wallace type where they just embrace you.
Yep. And they like the flamboyance if you're making the shots.
Right.
Don't be shimmying in their faces if you're down 18 points.
No.
Devin in St. Clair, you're a 97 on the ticket.
I'd like to
I'd like to say the X factor has to be Dennis Schroeder. Just in my opinion, that second unit is going to have a lot of struggles against the Knicks, and Dennis Schroeder has to get the ball moving. He's got to take a more scoring first approach. And yeah, Ron Holland needs to step up, and the whole second unit needs to step up for us to even make any type of run in this series.
I get it. I mean, Holland, you talk about Isaiah Stewart has to keep, David brought up his mind. Ron Holland's got to play under control too.
I'd like to say also Tim Hardaway needs to play. I mean, if you can keep Tobias at a reason, we know we're going to get out of Tobias Harris. He's going to give us 13 to 17 a night, efficient scoring, good playmaking, good veteran talent. It has to be those. Tim Hardaway is the most streaky shooter on our team. Some nights he go out for 0, some nights he's going to go out for 20. And we need him to be steady.
And especially, right off the get-go. I mean, he's been really effective early in games. Because that's the one thing, especially when we're on the road, they can't afford to get the crowd into it really early. Because if you can get a lead early, now look, I know basketball's obviously a game of runs, but to get the crowd out of that game as early as you can would be very beneficial. That's for damn sure. 248-539-9797. We have any texts, David?
Yeah, Sark Thompson is going to be the guy to step up. Dude is a lockdown defender, and I think having him out there will be huge. Same with Ron Holland. Someone else says, watch out for Tim Hardaway Jr. One other person trying to be smart says, is Rasheed Wallace an option? Because that's the only way we are beating the Knicks.
Okay.
All right. Tobias Harris has to be the Robin. That is from Gene. I'm going with all the above. We need Jalen Duren to be the guy he's been all season. He's full floor, all-out effort, and consistent on both ends.
That's the first one to talk about Jalen Duren. And when Jalen has gotten a little better at it, but as interesting defensively as he's been, he's not a great rim protector. That's where, although he gets in foul trouble, that's where Isaiah Stewart is really good at protecting the rim. Even he's a little short for that position. But yeah, if Jalen Duren can play really efficient, stay out of foul trouble, both sides of the ball, good things could happen for your Detroit Pistons. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Playoff basketball is back in Detroit for the first time since the 2018-19 season, a culmination of one of the best turnarounds in NBA history. Pistons flying to New York this afternoon before tomorrow's first-round opener with the Knicks at the Garden. Point guard Cade Cunningham says he's ready for the atmosphere the Garden will bring. An interesting addition to the playoff roster for the Pistons. Rico, get excited about this. Jim as well. Jaden Ivey's on that playoff roster. He could return for Game 3 potentially. Game 1 at the Garden tips off 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Some sad and discouraging news here. Legendary Spurs head coach Greg Popovich, who suffered a stroke before a game in November, reportedly having a medical incident at a San Antonio restaurant Tuesday night. We're told that incident was non-life-threatening, but there's no word on his current condition. And the Tigers look to make it 2 straight wins over the Royals with Jackson Jobe on the mound tonight at Comerica Park. KC ace Cole Reagans goes for them. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Parker Meadows also cleared to start throwing, but Bo Brisky heads to the 15-day injured list. At the ticket update desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Luke. By the way, also, it's good news about Parker Meadows. Matt Vierling progressing through return to play, throwing program, hitting, batting practice, and completing defensive drills, so he'll be there shortly. And Emmanuel Margot initiated return to play running program this week, completing rehab, hitting tee, along with playing catch daily. So that's good news. Brisky, yes, as Luke mentioned, goes to the DL. Hanafi comes back. All right. It's time, as we are less than 6 days away. We are exactly 6 days away, actually, from the NFL draft. It's football today.
You're right. We are a week away from round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft. Round 1 would have already happened. But what's strange so far about round 1 is that we are so close, and yet we have not seen one first-round pick traded in this year's draft. Not from a previous year, not from this year with a trade. So here's what I want to go through here. I have a list of players that possibly are on a trade list, maybe gets traded, maybe not get traded. It's just a simple yes or no. Do they get traded on draft night? Start with
yes. Trey
Hendrickson.
No.
No.
I think Cincinnati's going to figure out a way to keep him.
No, I think that if he would have gotten traded, it would have happened before. I think this is just one of those that either he holds out or they figure out a way, but I don't think Cincinnati wants to get rid of him. I think they're trying to find a way to place a Band-Aid over this to at least give themselves a little more time, and maybe some of the teammates, Burrow, can convince him, hey, you really want to be here, you don't want to do this, we got something big planning. So I'm going to say no as well.
The next guy, reports were with him is that him and the owner had come to an agreement during the combine. Yet the owner didn't reach out to the agent, still hadn't reached out to the agent months later, and yet there's not a deal to this day done. That is Micah Parsons. Does he get traded draft night?
No effing way. Jerry is not going to let him go. He's going to do the whole Jerry song and dance and wait till the end and pay him more than he should have paid him about 5 months earlier. So, no, I don't think he's going to get traded.
If anything, David, this is where Dallas will come out with their blockbuster deal on draft night and say, hey, we have locked him up. They are losing. They got Dak coming off of injury. They can't afford any more bad news, or their fan base will just lose it. I mean, seriously, if you let him go because you screwed this thing up, I don't care if you are Jerry Jones, you won't be able to come back from this. I actually expect this is where you'll hear we came up with this blockbuster deal, and guys like Aiden Hutchinson will be happy and celebrating because they're like, well, I'm next.
The next guy on the list has had an interesting offseason. Within the last week, he has had a domestic situation. No charges were filed. The GM actually came out for the Miami Dolphins and said that they were not looking to trade this player, but multiple reports, multiple insiders say that they can get a large haul for one Tyreek Hill. Will he get dealt draft night?
I'm going to say yes.
2 years remaining on his deal.
I'm going to say yes, and I have a weird feeling, just a weird feeling, and they're not going to get the haul they think they're going to get. But a real late first-round pick, maybe, to go back to where he came from. Kansas City? I don't know.
He should be traded. He won't. But he should, because right now he's becoming more of a problem than adding value to the team. So it's the little stuff that keeps happening around him. At some point, you're not winning. You didn't bring anything to this team. So why are we keeping you around? Yeah, if Kansas City or New England or somebody says, hey, we'll take him off your hands, I think they will easily say, you know what, pack your bags, you're headed to Boston.
And I think going to Kansas City, he'd be in that culture where, okay, he might be flamboyant as ever on the field, but I think his off-the-field stuff will be managed a lot differently.
Does Kansas City really need him? Worthy actually played pretty good.
I know.
And Tyreek's lost a step.
He can be that slot guy all of a sudden.
See, I'm thinking maybe you go someplace like the Patriots who need a receiver, and you could be that guy. And
I don't see him in Vrabel.
It ain't his choice of where he gets traded
to,
though.
Yeah.
I'm right, but I'm just saying.
That's in division.
And I don't think Miami's trading him in the division.
Right.
But you never know.
Or maybe he goes Tennessee.
Yeah.
So let's go to his teammate, one Jalen Ramsey, who the reports are, and from the GM himself, said that both parties have mutually agreed to seek a trade. So does Jalen Ramsey get dealt draft night?
Yes. I'm going to go before Stoney because Stoney keeps taking my answers. So, yes. Yes, I do think that he will be traded on draft night.
30 years old, owed $21 million.
There's the key, David. Is anybody going to be willing to give – I don't think you're going to give up a first-round pick for that because you have to pay $21 million.
Oh, I don't think this is only for a first-round pick?
No. This is just trading draft.
I think he's going to get dealt, and I think that it may be – they may have to eat a little bit of that money as well. And depending on how much Miami's willing to eat, yeah, because you only would have to be on the hook for him for 1 year, and let's say it costs you a third or a fourth round selection. I would do that in a heartbeat.
You know what's an interesting team for them, although it probably doesn't fit their culture, so to speak, because you never know what's going to happen with their starting cornerback. I don't think he's going to be there next year. Green Bay.
Yeah. No, that's actually a really good fit for him. Because I was thinking, because either that or I would take it if Robert Saleh says, you know what, we want him. The Niners, take him. You got the money.
Right.
You cut everybody. You traded away everybody.
That's interesting you bring up the Packers because the draft is in Green Bay. Next two guys on the list are wide receivers. One plays for my team. One plays for your team, Rico. George Pickens, Brandon Ayuk. Do either get traded?
They get traded for each other. No.
No,
I know.
I know Ayuk. I don't think Ayuk gets traded because they have to pay him. Like his bonus kicked in.
His bonus has already kicked in.
Right, on April 1st.
$22.85 million.
So at this point, no. If he was going to get traded, it was going to be back last month. Once April 1st happened and he wasn't gone, I don't see that happening because unless somebody's willing to basically pay for that bonus that's kicking in, which I don't think they will. Pickens, David, I don't know what your team is doing. I don't. The fact that they make the playoffs is the only reason why nobody makes fun of them. Because they're the Giants. They're the playoff version of the Giants.
Ayuk being traded, going back to your team, doesn't make sense to me either because you have somewhat of a foundation for at least for 1 year before they decide, before the Purdy thing gets, taken care of, which it will get taken care of. Because you'd have him, Pearsall, and Kittle. And McCaffrey coming back. Granted, we don't know how healthy he is. You still have a really good offense. So I wouldn't trade him.
Stoney, here's the other thing. Ayuk's not going to be ready game 1.
Okay.
That's the other, people he's still going to be out for a little bit of time for probably the first 4 or 5 games before he's fully back, because this happened, I think, in week 6 last year when he got injured. So it's the same reason why I caution people, don't believe that Aiden Hutchinson is just going to come back in game 1 and tear it up.
No.
Give him a little time.
And then the thing with Pickens, David, I don't think anybody's going to give up anything for him. He's such a conundrum mentally.
You're exactly right. The final player is intriguing because it could have an impact on the actual draft at number 3 for the Giants, and it is Kayvon Thibodeau. Here's why I say it. 5th-year option can be picked up by May 1st, and the GM right now is not committing to picking up the 5th-year option. I don't know if that's leaning towards a draft decision with Abdul Carter, or he's just trying to leave it open, or he actually doesn't want to pick it up. But could you see Kayvon Thibodeau traded if they draft Abdul Carter? Maybe, right?
If they trade Kayvon Thibodeau, this will be Mike, because that was the whole purpose of getting Carter, is to pair him up with him. And if Thibodeau's on the market, every team, not just Detroit, Stoney, every team's gonna be like, whoa, what do you want? What do you want from him? They may actually be able to squeeze a 2nd-round pick from somebody.
Oh, if I was the Lions, I'd give up their pick at 28 as second.
You gotta let Brad cook.
Whatever. He'd be cooking and make the trade. Yeah.
But yes, it would be foolish.
Right. I don't think they're going to trade him because they have him and Burns, on one side, and who knows.
Dexter Lawrence in the middle.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, my goodness gracious. That's one where I don't care that you're being stupid. I'm just going to take advantage of you. Every team's going to try to take advantage of the Giants if that's the case.
And that is in Football Today.
If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, man, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has an inventory right now, brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. You don't need to wait months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that will fit your lifestyle and, more importantly, your budget, including the April Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Blazer LT, $299 a month for 24 months. You just walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton, it's leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
I am very excited because most Fridays I am either driving around or at home, and I always make sure, even if I'm not listening to the entire show, to make sure at 4 o'clock, in the 4 o'clock hour, I either am in my car, when I'm in my car, putting on 97.1, or if I'm not in the car, hitting the app, whether it's delayed or not, no matter where I am around the world, at this time, I love Who Said It. Gotta say, I was a little surprised because I worked last week. I thought I would make the cut. I didn't make the cut last week. Well, we'll see if this week's different. All right, David.
What shows, please?
Thank you. I was waiting on that. It is, let me just double check. Let me make sure. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Ooh, okay.
6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Wojo Rear. Wait, what?
You know, Wojo was in for a little bit.
Was Mark Ryan in?
No.
Okay.
It was all Rieger. Okay. Or you guys going late.
Oh, that's right.
10 minutes.
All right, let's go. Number 1. If he wanted to handle this as a pro, he would have handled this as soon as the season was over and said, hey, going into this year, I want to renegotiate my deal.
Oh, is that in reference to Nico? Imaliava.
Or it could be
Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Or it could be a lot of people. Could have been Scooble.
The fact that he's saying if you want to be professional is kind of condescending, so it's either one of two people in my former time slot. I'm going to say it's John.
Ooh. I was going to say it sounds Doug. Like, if you want to do it, you got to do it the right way.
You know what? I'm going to go with a little bit of schmarm. I'm going
Oh, yeah, I could see it being said schmarmy.
If this is about Rodgers, it definitely could be Gator because nobody hates the Rodgers saga more than Gator, I think.
I think it's more of Nico.
So do I.
It could be, but like you said, Rico, it could be a lot of people.
Right.
I'm going Gator.
All right.
So we're all locked in.
Yep.
Who said it?
Stoney.
There it goes.
He is paying attention. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
John.
you know what? He knows. But he knows.
He does.
What was it? Were they talking about Nico or Rodgers?
They were talking about Nico.
Okay.
They were talking about Nico. So great
We had
guess
the topic
from you,
right.
Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Good
now
guess.
it's going to be easy because the pressure is gone.
Yeah.
If you get the first one, the rest of the show is easy.
It's like stealing a game at the Garden.
Yes.
Number 2. J-Mo will sign the 5th year, and then after that, he's going to be a free agent because they can't keep everybody.
Jeez.
One
That
more
is
time. One
so
more time.
bland.
That's so vague.
J-Mo will get the 5th year, and then after that, he's going to be a free agent because they can't keep everybody.
We did talk about it a little bit. I'm going to say it's me.
This guy. I wasn't mentioned last week. I'm going to guess Stoney, too. He's confident. I don't want to inflate my man's ego over here because I thought that was a brilliantly said thing.
This could be anybody.
I know.
Legitimately, this could be anybody.
Throw it against the wall.
I'm going to say...
Go Heather. Go Kang.
I'll go Kang.
Go Gov.
You know
Go
what?
off the wall.
Yeah, right.
This is a good one.
Screw it. Gov.
We're all locked in?
Yeah.
Who said it?
Yeah! I counted on my guy.
This is amazing.
All right, whatever Stoney says.
I know, right? David's going to ban him. It's like the most generic thing ever. And he's like, that was me.
I was not expecting him to guess himself. It was very generic. All right. Number 3. You have a great established team right now that if it wasn't for the injuries, who knows how far you would have gone last year.
Ugh.
So you use the first-round pick, either it's offensive line, defensive line. Those are probably the 2 likely spots, and then you move on.
All right, so it's somebody that's pro-Lions.
Yeah. So it's got to be Doug, Gator, or Costa.
I'm getting Kang from that. It's a lot of word soup to say something very easy to say.
Can you give us the first few words again, please? Can you use it in a sentence?
You have a great established team right now.
He's not using established.
No, it's not.
I'm going to say Gator.
Stick King.
Because why are you still talking about the injuries from last year?
I'm going to go Gator with the whole established team.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Gator.
Oh, I feel confident now.
Uh-oh.
Kenny?
Yeah, Stoney
I
on
feel
the
less
heater over
confident,
here.
but I'm sticking with King.
All right, we're all locked in. Who said it?
Ooh.
Rieger.
Wow.
Wow.
All right. Stoney got one wrong.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
All right.
Amazing.
Never
Number
listen to
4.
this guy again.
All right, here we go. On the way down, you ever stop at one of those adult stores that are all the truckers visit? We stopped at one of those, like the Velvet Touch, I think it was called. That's what I remember about that trip.
Oh.
Well, it's got to be Carson Anderson
that-
when they
is
went
this
to New
Stoney?
Orleans.
No, because I was with him. I didn't have that much fun. That would have been amazing though. But isn't that Rieger? Wasn't he talking about the Velvet Touch?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have used the Jenkins.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Wait, when was he talking about the Velvet Touch?
So I'm sorry, I ruined this one. He was on with Gator yesterday, and they were talking about how he used to live in Milwaukee.
Right.
And so Gator was asking if Milwaukee's a fun town, and Jeff's like, "Yeah, it's great. It's like Chicago light." And then he talked about how he was going somewhere, and he stopped at like a porn shop or a strip club or something. Am I right?
I'm going with what Evan said.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
You're exactly
I'm
right.
sorry.
You created the rule and you broke the rule.
Well, I thought it was on this show that he said it on this one, but then I forgot it was Stoney. I don't know. I'm sorry. I messed that up. That's on me.
You know what? I'll take a free one.
Yes.
I know a guy that married a girl that worked at one of those places. She was like
trucker
behind the
stop?
curtain. Yeah.
Why don't you out them both right now?
Wait, she just worked there like as a cashier?
She
or-
worked behind the curtain.
Oh.
You know how they roll up the curtain, you put quarters in?
That ain't the
I was
cashier.
about to
That
say
is
that.
not
she
the
was
cashier.
cashing.
And their
okay.
names rhyme with.
Oh, okay.
I
Wow,
don't. You guys don't know him. It's like 20 years ago.
I didn't know that went on.
She
Yeah.
was cashing.
Yeah, she was cashing coins.
Reception. It's just a bag full of quarters.
Married her.
Right. It's like the waitress at the bar at the gentleman's club.
Where did he go for the bachelor
No,
party? He
that
didn't go to
ain't
a
the
strip
waitress.
club.
That's more of one of the talent.
Yeah,
That
she's
ain't the
talent
waitress.
at one of those
The
places. That's-
cashier would be like the waitress.
Yes, exactly.
No, sometimes the waitresses
Stoney,
don't.
Stoney.
Sometimes I've been to places where the waitresses just
David, what's the next one?
They're scantily clad, but they don't take the tops off.
Nope, you're not getting what we're putting down. So
Okay.
Let's move right along.
Next on the list here is. All right. I get not rooting for them, like cheering them on, yelling for them. I totally get that. But of all the teams there, they're from Michigan.
Okay, so it's obviously somebody ripping
Western
Costa for the Western Michigan thing. So it's got to be either.
So say that one more time, David.
I get not rooting for them, like cheering them on and yelling for them. I totally get that. But out of all the teams there, they're from Michigan.
God,
Gives off Gator vibes.
So,
know what it kind of sounds like to me?
so like John or Heather.
Jeez, I think it's Rico.
Really?
Remember earlier this week, you guys talked about Costa and going to this Frozen Four, and
No, but I don't think Rico would play the home state card.
No, I'm more of a.
Yeah.
I applauded him for just being like, out of hell with you. I just don't think it's a real rivalry.
all right, then I'm going to guess Stoney again.
I'm going to guess Jansen.
I'm going to guess Gator.
What about Tecumseh? He hasn't had one.
Time.
Tecumseh
going
time. Oh,
Wow.
Heather.
I'm going with Heather.
Is everybody locked in?
Sounds like a
Yeah.
big Heather opinion.
Who said it?
Get out of here.
Wow.
Are you guys in cahoots?
I know. I knew it was with.
No, because it's one of those. Well, you know, can't we all just get along? And they're from. Come on.
I think we have a Rico Stallion
I
situation going on here.
agree.
Wow.
Yeah, he's studying the place.
Wow.
No.
Listen to that audio before.
I knew it was
I
the
saw
morning
David
show.
touch his nose.
Wow. It's because we're black, right?
Because it
I
had
did
to-
my ear 3 times.
Stallions was white.
It had to be one of the. It had to be one of the two.
Wow.
John or Heather.
That's not. No. I'm not doing this with you today. It's Friday. We're not getting in trouble.
I have one more if you want it. One more.
Sure.
Anybody that you're bringing in or anybody that you're flying out to go see is somebody that you want. So that fact that Matthew Golden, you were checking him out, tells me he's on your radar. Is this the replacement to J-Mo?
Wow. You guys did talk about it.
We
didn't
did.
You?
Wait,
one more time.
I know that wasn't me.
Anybody that you're bringing in or anybody that you're flying out to go see is somebody that you want. So the fact that Matthew Golden, you were checking him out, tells me he's on your radar. Is this the replacement to J-Mo?
I'm going to say Costa.
I'm going to say Tecumseh Tom because he's like grandstanding here.
Rico, any inclination this could have been you?
I think it could have been me.
I thought you immediately.
Yeah, because I said
But
it
then
could
again, I
be a
don't know.
smoke screen.
So,
And
David,
I'm going to
David?
guess you because we did this as a topic.
Yes, we did.
David, flick your spy glasses if it was me.
Yeah, turn them on real quick.
Are we all locked in?
Yeah.
All right. Who said it?
All right, there we go. I'm glad I read that right.
Wow. Good job, David. Really well done.
It was okay.
Better than last week.
Way to go.
He put the one last week together.
I was
too.
talking about the guy that was saying it.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, much better.
Delivered way better.
All right. That was this week's edition of Who Said It. 97 won the ticket. Tiger baseball tonight around 6:15. Taking on the Kansas City Royals. Tigers trying to make it 2 in a row. Jackson Jobe will be on the hill. Tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, it'll be the Pistons taking on the New York Knicks right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And by the way, after the game, a special playoff edition of Restore the Floor live on either YouTube TV or Twitch. So me and Evan, we live after hopefully every playoff game. Hopefully there'll be a lot of them. Hopefully it'll be more than 4. And I think there will be more than 4. Speaking of the playoffs, the Red Wings are not in them, as you know. But there will be some playoff action that begins tomorrow night. And speaking of podcasts like Restore the Floor, Cash the Ticket, Kenny's doing a lot of the hockey ones, so you might want to check that out. That's Cash the Ticket. Evan will do some of the NBA playoff ones as well. But let's get a little preview of a couple of games before we get into talking about the Wings, even though their season ended last night. I want to ask Kenny about one from each conference. The Colorado Avalanche taking on the Dallas Stars in Dallas. And what's interesting to me, Kenny, is like 3 weeks ago, I thought this was going to be an unbelievable series, and it still might be. But Dallas has just played like horse crap the last 3 weeks. I mean, hell, they lost to the Red Wings.
Yeah, they've played poorly, and the reward for that is getting the Colorado Avalanche, who somehow are a lower seed than them, whilst being a better team. I believe the Avalanche are actually the favorite in that series, so that's pretty crazy to me. But I think in terms of fun value in the Western Conference, if you're going to watch a series, that just might be the one.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see, because McKinnon's really good. Makar has been great. And Landeskog coming back is very interesting. I think Colorado, will they play one goalie or 2 goalies? Their goaltending is better. Ottinger, who was with the U.S. and 4 Nations, he's really hasn't played really well the last month.
Playoff Ottinger can turn it on, though. We
Yes.
see it. It feels like we see it every year where he goalies people, he steals games. I know we like to say somebody got goalied. This might be one of those cases.
Yes. And one of the great series out in the East, and we're not going to touch the Battle of Ontario. We'll go with the Battle of Florida, which is really going to be intriguing because the Lightning have been playing great. Florida obviously injured. I don't think Kachuk's going to be playing at least the beginning of the series.
Maybe not right away, but this has LTIR cap circumvention written all over it, where players just rise from the grave now that the salary cap is done.
Right.
But to the Battle of Florida, I always look forward to this series when it happens. It's a bloodbath, especially when you have a team like Florida who just beats the hell out of you. And Vasilevsky, obviously, you could have double goalied.
Yes.
Bobrovsky, Vasilevsky, whoever gets beat up less. I don't love this matchup for either. I think this one could go 7.
It's kind of almost a shame that this is a first round series, which goes into the whole, should they be changing the format to make it like 1 versus 8?
Where are you on that? Do you think they should do 1-8, 2-7, etc.?
I think in fairness, they should. However, some of these first round matchups have been unbelievable when you're in the division, the 2 versus them. And this is exactly one of them. Hey, it's Florida's fault for letting Toronto pass them.
I was about to say, how effective you think Kachuk will be?
I think when he's back, he will be scary. He's very effective. He's the quintessential playoff guy. He's tough. He's mean. He gets under your skin, and also he's uber talented. So he's if you want a playoff performer, that's the one.
All right. So you just mentioned something there. Tough, mean, get under your skin, playoff performer, which is exactly the type of player the Wings don't have.
Correct. Absolutely.
So when we look back on this Red Wings season, 248-539-97-97, what was missing from this team that they weren't able to continue their good play once the coaching change was made? And to me, that's it. You could talk about how their penalty kill sucked and they don't have great defensemen, and that's true, except for Seider and Evanson. But all in all, they are just still, and, even the previous coach, he wasn't alone. We'd ask about him on the air, and he would agree. They were so easy to play against. And I know DeBrincat got a little tougher, a little more physical once McClellan got there. But they have nothing that epitomizes what you just said about
They have guys who can throw their weight around. They have Mo Sider will absolutely hit you.
Yes.
And that's different than what we're talking about. We're talking
Right.
about somebody that's mean, the sandpaper guy, the guy that gets under your skin. We don't have like the other Kachuk, Brady Kachuk.
Right.
Perfect example of that.
Yeah.
Cousins also, he was a great provoker also. But like there's that factor of being able to, because in a 7-game series, you can win games in the regular season without that. You can win plenty of games. Toronto does it. They're great at it.
Right.
They don't have anybody like that.
Correct.
But in the playoffs, in a 7-game series, that's where your Kachucks really come in handy.
Right. And not only becoming that sandpaper guy to be a S disturber, somebody who's going to go when it puck's in the corner and you got to battle it, you're confident you're going to come out with the puck.
And even if you don't, that other guy is going to be beaten up while he has the puck.
Yes. So that to me is why they are where they are. And look, a lot of it is obviously roster, and that falls on Steve Yzerman. And I know it was written about in the Free Press yesterday that, you give him one more year, and if they don't make the playoffs next year, he's gone. And I agree with that.
Now it's
sentiment.
picking up traction nationally. There's a hockey guy, Jeff Merrick. He's
the Sheet.
Yes, the Sheet. So you're aware. So
yeah.
he did his podcast I think 2 days ago, the Sheet, and he said the same thing that we're saying. It's not just us local idiots saying it. It's people nationally saying, "Look, I don't know what the Wings are doing right now, and if they don't make a splash this offseason, I really don't know what they're doing right now."
Right, and there's a sense I don't necessarily buy it completely. That especially draft-wise, for the most part, I know Danielson might be the exception. They're not drafting Canadian players or North American players high up. And whether you say that makes a difference or not, I don't know. Their two best players that he's drafted are Sider and Raymond, and they're not North American. Casper's been really good, obviously. So, look, going forward, the nucleus is pretty good, but they need to expand on that, and that means making a splash. Not for splash sake, for free agency.
And you might have a free agency class that looks like Ekblad could be available. Possibly. That would be really helpful. Marner. I mean, those are the two names that I've heard the most out of like the let's make a splash camp.
So what's like, who's the highest paid player in the league? McDavid or McKinnon? Where they make like 11 a year?
I think 12 some.
12 a year. So give Marner $100 million for 8 years.
I'm with you. I'm with you. And plus, by the way,
would he go term like that?
Yeah, I think he's looking for term. And also,
I know Marner is, but with Stevie.
No, not Marner. Is Steve.
I think he
looking
would.
At that's a lot.
I think he would because Marner's 27. It takes you to 35.
And by the time you get to year 7 or 8 or 6, 7, 8, that's a value because the cap is going to go up incrementally throughout the next 8 years.
And as if we've seen, and I'm not going to say Marner is OV or Sid or anybody like that.
He's a 100-point player.
But we've seen these guys, even at that advanced age, still be really effing good.
He's a 100-point player.
And
he's not going to slow down.
No, if you get him for 8 years and he becomes the man, really, I mean, with all due respect to Larkin, maybe you can even
8 years at what, $100 million?
Yeah.
So about $12.5 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, if they have to go a little over, they have to go over it. I mean, it's not my money.
That's I know, Rico. It's poverty sport. Thank you.
I know.
I just saw this smirk coming on his face. I was like, here we go.
And that's okay.
We're going to eat one right here. No, but in a couple of years, that'll be a value for any team.
I know.
There it is.
The poverty sport that probably sells out more of its games than any other sport.
Yeah.
It just always amazed me with the salaries. That's
I know. Well, the offseason shall be very interesting. I think locker cleanout begins tomorrow. 97-1 the ticket. 248-539-9797. We'll be doing our basketball blitz coming up at the 3 o'clock hour. Don't forget Who Said It coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We're talking WrestleMania because it's this weekend, and I was just curious to see how many people like myself who was really into wrestling, and I kind of lost it. But wrestling is still, as we're finding out, a big portion of our people's lives, like David and Kenny. And I just found out, because I wanted to show Rico who the Grand Wizard was, to show that it had nothing to do with, the Ku Klux Klan. And he was like a regular wizard. But I later found out that I did not even know this. The guy's he's no longer with us. Ernie Roth is his real name. A gay Jewish man, it says here. Yes. Anyway, we got playoffs coming up beginning tomorrow. It's time for an NBA playoff blitz.
That's right, guys. The playoffs start tomorrow, unless you're one of those people that says the play-in is a playoff game. But it's not. But let's talk about a play-in game first. That's tonight. The Mavs play the Memphis Grizzlies tonight for the final spot in the West. So my question to you guys is, does Nico need to make the playoffs to justify the Luka trade and silence the noise from the Dallas Mavericks fan base?
I don't think no matter what happens, it's going to ever silence the fans from the Dallas Maverick fan base unless they somehow win a championship and like Max Christie turns into a superstar. I mean, that's it. I'm sorry. Even if they win tonight and even win a round, no, he is persona non grata in that town.
Yeah, David, he would either have to defeat the Lakers, like make it into the playoffs, defeat the Lakers, or get to like the Western Conference Finals, and he can say, guys, see, I told you we wouldn't miss a beat. Right. We're going to add to this team. But yeah, it's got to be extreme. In his perfect world, I don't know, he would knock out the Lakers at some point and say, hey, we got this thing done. But right now, no, he's going to be hating life all summer long.
And watching these playoffs when the Lakers are going to be playing and they're playing well, it just dawns on me that what if Nico would have said to Rob Pelinka, listen, okay, we'll do this trade. Give us Austin Reeves. I think Pelinka still would have done the trade, right?
I still can't believe that they
I
made
know,
the trade.
I know, for that. I mean, no disrespect to Anthony Davis, but it's like, come on. Anyway.
So, next on the list when it comes to the NBA and the playoffs, the Warriors. They are the 7th seed, but they are the favorites against the 2 seed Rockets in this series here. Can the Warriors make one last run for a title with Jimmy Butler?
I do. Jimmy Butler is basically – he's one of the better short-term players that you can get. It's like KD. You don't want him on your roster for too long, but short-term, he's rejuvenated this team. He's taken some of the pressure off of Steph now that Clay's not there. Draymond doesn't have to do everything. And there's a reason why they're favored over the Rockets. So, yeah, I do think that they can do one more run. 'Cause, David, I think they're better. I think they'll knock out the Lakers, and I just don't believe in OKC. So I think they can make it to the finals.
I agree with Rico, and as I believe is the case in the Pistons series, I believe experience in the playoffs means something, especially for them, championship playoff series. And look, Houston's done a great job. Yes, Van Vliet's been in the playoffs before and actually won a title, but they're still basically they're good players. Their best players are their young players, and I like the Warriors in this series.
So, when you look at the Western Conference, the Denver Nuggets fired their coach, fired their GM. According to the odds to win the Western Conference, the Denver Nuggets are at plus 1,500 with his 5th best odds to win the West. Just simply what happens with the Denver Nuggets without their coach, Malone.
Look, Jokic could still score 50 a night, and they could win games. I think the key is Jamal Murray. If we get the Jamal Murray that we saw in the playoffs when they won the title, they're still a really dangerous team, a really good team. I don't think the coaching situation makes that much of a difference right now, as good of a coach as Malone was. I think they can, if they get through the first round, I think they'll be tough to beat.
See, I do think that there's a problem. I think I don't know if it was in the locker room. I don't know if it's just throughout the entire building, but that's not the same team. There is something wrong. And you know what, Stoney? When sometimes you just got to believe that outside influences can affect what you do on the court. I mean, think about it, for the last couple of years, like the Warriors, same players, but they haven't been as good. Now, all of a sudden, they bring in Butler, they're better. So no, I'm saying that to say something's going on in Denver. I don't think that they're going to be that same team. Yes, Jokic can take over a series.
Right, they can win one series.
But it's something wrong there, and I can't put my finger on it.
Russell Westbrook, maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, no. Oh, the curse of Russell Westbrook is back. Let's go to the top of the Western Conference. This year, that is OKC. They are the number 1 seed in the West. Best record in the league. But can they finally get it done? Can they finally break through, make it to the finals, and win it?
I think they can. I mean, if they play the Lakers experience will be very difficult for them. But they have a great defender in Holmgren. Obviously, SGA has been playing great. Jalen Williams, they got a really good team.
They do.
They're deep.
But I don't know if they
But
can
they're
get
not
over
playoff tested, really.
and that's just it. I don't know if they can get over the hump of whoever wins, because I think the Lakers and the Nuggets. I think the Lakers and the Warriors advance, and I don't know if they will have enough experience to knock out either one of those two teams. So, no, I think that they're David, we'll probably get to it later, but it reminds me of the Cavs. I don't believe in the Cavs.
Well, that is my next question. Cavs started out hot. They continued all year long, but do they break through?
I don't think that they break through at all. For, like I said, OKC and Cleveland, I think the best, I could see them each in the conference finals, but I don't think they have enough experience to make it and get into the NBA finals. I just don't.
They'll get to the finals of the conference and lose to the Celtics. I still think the Celtics are better.
So that is going to be your choice for the East. Both of you guys, the Celtics?
Yeah, absolutely.
The Celtics are right now the favorite, the betting favorite at minus 145. Cavs are second at plus 185. So there's a gap.
Because, Dave, especially in the NBA, even though you're not the number 1 overall seed, the true playoff teams, the experienced teams, know we just got to do just enough to keep home court advantage. And if we have to, we're good enough to win Game 7 on the road in the conference finals if we don't get the number 1 seed. And I think Boston, if playing in Cleveland, could beat Cleveland in Cleveland.
So you look at the Timberwolves with Anthony Mitchell. You look at the Cavs
Anthony
with
Edwards.
Anthony Edwards, I'm sorry. Okay. Donovan Mitchell was the next player I was going to mention for the Cavs. And then you got SGA. Out of those three, who has the most to prove in this playoffs?
Wait, say that again.
Anthony Edwards, Donovan Mitchell, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Anthony Edwards. I would say Anthony Edwards because Anthony Edwards talks a lot of crap. He talks a lot for somebody who's won nothing. So that's why I would say he's got the pressure on him because after a while, if you talk the talk, you got to walk the walk, and he hasn't yet. So coming out there, you knock off the Lakers and you make it to the finals, yes, I'll start listening to all of this. You're the best player out there, but as of now, you're not.
I think it's more Mitchell because Mitchell is the best player on, obviously, in at least the regular season, the best team in the East. And if he can't lead that team, then shame on him. Anthony Edwards, they have some good players, obviously, with Julius Randle, DiVincenzo, but he has to do too much by himself. So that's why I don't think the pressure is as much on him.
And then I do have a question on two final individuals in the playoffs. It is going to be Tom Thibodeau and Luka Doncic. Tom Thibodeau because he plays with the Knicks and they haven't won in a long time. And a lot of people say he plays his starters. He plays his guys a lot of minutes. So what happens is playoffs for them? Is he has most at stake, or is it Luka because of the trade to the Lakers? Look, the Lakers are putting everything in their hands with their franchise. Not LeBron, it's Luka now.
Well, I think the more pressure's on Tibbs because if the Pistons in particular upset the Knicks, I would not be stunned if Tibbs is fired. If Luka and the Lakers don't make the Western Conference Finals or even lose in the first round, what kind of pressure is that on Luka Doncic? Nothing. He's going to be there for another decade.
See, David, I think you missed if you would have said Tibbs and LeBron, I think that's better because LeBron is the maestro. He's pulling all the strings in L.A. Whether he wants to admit it or not, they drafted his son, and they knew his son had no nutritional value whatsoever.
So how's there pressure on him? He's done everything he needed to do in his career.
Right, because you've taken over the Lakers, and you're saying, leave it to me, I'll come up with a winner. He orchestrated this trade, and if this thing blows up in his face and they're out in the first round, okay, what you traded for one of the best players in the NBA, and you still can't win. So I would say it's actually on LeBron.
Not Luka.
Not Luka.
Okay.
Luka's he's a victim in this. He just, you know what, Luka, pack your bags, you're going to L.A. I don't really think he had much say-so in this. He didn't put up a fight either, don't get me wrong. But he didn't have much of a say-so in this.
Got you. That is your NBA Playoffs edition Fast Break.
Brought to you by ABC123pros.com. Lots of positive injury news for the Tigers. Bear with me here. This is a bit of a list, but it's a good one. Parker Meadows has been cleared to start throwing again. Matt Vierling is currently running, throwing, hitting, and taking ground balls. Pretty much everything there. Manuel Margot also progressing in his rehab. Alex Cobb is scheduled to throw live BP soon. The bad news, though, Bo Brisky's been placed on the 15-day injured list with right ankle inflammation. Brendan Hannafy up from Toledo. Tigers look to make it 2 straight against the Royals, 6:40 downtown. One of the best turnarounds in NBA history culminates tomorrow for the Pistons. They open up their first-round playoff series with the Knicks at the Garden. Former Pistons head coach and current senior advisor to the team, Dwayne Casey, credits the leadership changes for the turnaround.
Basketball blitz coming up at the 3 o'clock hour. Don't forget Who Said It coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We're talking
Pistons, who won just 14 games last year, tripled their win total this season for the first time in NBA history. Vegas has Detroit as the underdog, but ESPN Bet reports that 91% of the money is on the Pistons. Game 1, 6 o'clock tomorrow night. And Michigan State's landed former Mississippi State and Samford guard Trey Fort in the transfer portal. This is the second transfer ad for Tom Izzo this offseason. He joins former FAU forward Caleb Glenn. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I'm missing something here. I never heard this one before.
Me neither.
What's the deal with Detroit post-coitus? I know what that is.
Wilson.
Yeah,
right?
this was from a long time ago.
When he was going to see
when he was re-signing with Seattle.
Yes. Wow.
And it was the question, was he going to re-sign? And then he announced it in bed with Sierra.
Okay.
Hey, Seattle, we got a deal.
Right, like he couldn't get up and go to his office.
You could just wait to do it in the morning, maybe.
Right, like, hey, hold on. Hold that thought, baby. Hold that thought. Make this. Keep it warm. I got to make this thing real quick.
I got a question for you, Rico, because you are Mr. College Sports. There's a player who announced, I think yesterday or maybe today, that he's entering the portal. And he's a really good player, played at Memphis, PJ Haggerty.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting there in my little, he'd be really good for the Spartans, maybe. Really good player. I know they signed 2 guys, but he was the AAC Player of the Year. His conference
He's the leading scorer in
21.7 points per game, playing for Penny. According to Jeff Goodman, Memphis Star transfer PJ Haggerty is asking for $4 million plus and to primarily play point guard. I'm sure there are teams out there that somebody going to really pay him $4 million? Is he that good? He's good, but is he that good?
He's good, and maybe this is where you may want to see like an Alabama or an Auburn, a team like that who just wants to reload and they need that one player to get them over the top. He could go to St. John's. I mean, they had R.J. Luis, but he didn't play for the final 13 minutes of the game. So he's sitting on the bench. He was probably motioning to his agent like, yeah, get me the heck up out of here. So maybe you go there where, Patino has a blank check. He ain't going to MSU.
I know.
It's the I think from what I gather, R.J. Luis had interest in MSU, but the asking price was just way too high. And they were like, thanks, son. I just had this conversation with Evan. I mean, it's the different ways of going into the portal, because I said the best way to go into the portal because, Mike would always be like, well, how come State's not doing anything? We're a poverty program. Like, or you find a player that fits and you just get that player that can help you win rather than going after the big ticket price. That's one with the sticker shock. Stoney, I don't think you're probably going to see an SEC school who just says, F it, we'll pay the money because we need to get back. That's like an Auburn, Alabama type thing. I don't even think Kentucky's paying that price.
Let me ask you a question, because you're the perfect person for this. And don't take this the wrong way, because you are a huge Michigan State Spartan. You are a huge, huge fan.
I thought it was.
Okay? But so if you had unlimited funds, would it mean that much to you that you would give up that much money to have your program get one of these players? Because I don't understand what's in it for all.
You know what it is?
The individual broke. Do you feel that good?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Because here's what happens. I swear to God, were you listening to Evan and I during the break?
No,
because we had this conversation.
No.
You win the offseason. You win the offseason. Hey, we got this team. You saw it for years with Michigan football.
Right, I know.
Look at our recruiting class.
Right.
What happened? Don't worry about that. We won the summer championship. You win the offseason? No. I'm not. I would say, God, if I had unlimited resources, I would tell Jonathan Smith, or I probably would spend more on football because I'm like, you need some NFL players here.
Right. I give money to a collective, but I'm not.
Or like in football, I may be more likely to do it because if you get an offensive tackle or defensive end or that quarterback, you can win.
The question I have, though, is does it mean that much to that person that it's worth that money, that even if, forgetting about the offseason, that it works?
Yes.
I mean, are you that, I guess, does it mean that much to you that it's worth that money?
Stoney.
No matter what school, no matter what.
This is going to, I guess it depends on where you're at in life. Like, look at Mike Ilitch. When it came close to the end, I'll pay whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see this before I go. I think Phil Knight is there right now with Oregon. Blank check, guys. Bring whoever you want in here. I want to see a title before I die.
Right.
I wouldn't do that. I mean, I'll help you. But here's the thing. You only get a couple times to play the whole we really need this guy card.
Right.
Because if you come to me, Stoney, and you're the head coach, and you say, I need David Hatchetman Hull. He's got to be our point guard. He's got to be our quarterback. And he stinks. Guess what happens next time you try to sell me on Kenny?
Right.
No, I'm not giving you the money because I gave it all to him and you didn't do your job and you didn't develop him. So that's why I think a lot, and it's donor fatigue.
Right.
It's the one thing that nobody talks about, but there is this thing called donor fatigue where they're like, stop calling me. I'm not giving you any money.
I just wonder what it gets the individual who gives that much money. Forgetting, okay.
Oh, you get the status. You built the team. You pay for the team.
Okay.
You got full, probably, access like nobody else.
I get it, because I know somebody who's a huge donor at Michigan, and when they, forgetting about Stallion stuff, they win a championship. Does it mean more to him that he gave so many millions of dollars as opposed to just the regular
No,
fan?
it does. No, because you're invested.
Okay.
You literally are, literally and figuratively, you're invested in this team. You put the money in the team, and you help the team to win.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it does mean something to you. Not the same, Stoney, but it's probably the same feeling you had watching your daughters graduate. You didn't take the test.
No.
You didn't study, but you invested in them.
That's true.
And when they walked across that stage, you felt a lot prouder than anybody else in your family because that was your investment. You and your wife took the time with them. Same, I think, with the donors.
That's a good point. Now, David, okay, big Michigan fan. If you had unlimited funds and you said, you know what, this kid from Belleville's really good. He might be going to LSU, but I can sway him to Michigan. I'm going to write a check. Would it mean that much to you to do it?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Yes, it would, because I'm trying to make my team better. I'm trying to make my school better. That's what it would be to me. You have to try.
See,
you're not always going to be right. I don't know if Bryce Underwood's going to be good or great.
No,
but you got to try.
But David, that's it. If I was Michigan, I would have let LSU been the test market.
No way.
Hold on. Go to LSU.
No.
And if you ball out, I'll pay you whatever you want.
And then who's our quarterback this year?
You got
Jaden
Davis.
Yeah, I don't think he's that great though. So no,
Who
you
did
got to
have
try.
Last year that was great.
You got exactly. So you can't go into another year like that. So you got to try big.
Hey, have you seen the trophy in Schembechler Hall?
You have to try big. You cannot be afraid that it's not going to work.
Okay, you can't be afraid, but I don't think you can be stupid either. And it's
I don't
just
think
like,
getting Underwood was stupid though.
No, paying him that much money?
No.
And you haven't seen him play.
It is what it is. That's
Sign
that's
Jay
today's sport.
Rashada.
That's today's college sports.
Okay.
You got to try.
I'd rather see you go someplace. Because if I'm Michigan, what I would have done.
Okay, so he does that. So he goes to LSU. He plays big. He's not coming to Michigan.
You could have took Nico for
He's
this
not
year.
coming to Michigan after that.
Why not?
He's going somewhere else if he's going to go anywhere.
He could come home and you're going to say, I'll pay you whatever. Basically, what
I'm just saying.
No,
look,
David. Basically, what you just did. We'll pay you more than anybody else.
That's great.
Come on home.
And Michigan probably could do that because they're Michigan, but
Right.
not every school can do that.
We're not talking about every school. You know, you're going to put the money into Michigan.
Right.
Let's be real.
I would put the money into Michigan,
Right.
yes.
So, yeah, I would let him go there. And then if he balls out, yep, I'm bringing you here. Because let's face it.
So then you're never going to have a roster if you just wait on a player to go somewhere else and then come to you.
David.
Not for that. You'll still have a roster. You're not paying that much money though.
Right now, with Arch Manning is the exception. Most of your quarterbacks ain't with their original teams. Let's face it.
You know, you're exactly right.
You know
Look
what
at
they
every
do?
quarterback from this year's draft. I don't think they stay to their original school.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you be the farm team, and then I'll poach your player and bring him here. That's what I would do.
You're right. Every quarterback, even the kid from Louisville, he didn't start out at Louisville, did he?
No, I thought it was with Purdue, wasn't he?
Wait, Milroe?
No.
Shaw.
No. Milroe started at Alabama, right?
Yeah, that's the only one.
The one from Louisville.
Yeah, Tyler Shaw.
He
I
started
think he was
probably
at
with
Purdue.
with Brom, and then when
Purdue,
Brom went
yeah.
to Louisville, right? Because Ward started out at Incarnate Ward and then Washington State.
Right. So
and Shador was Jackson State.
And that's why I understand what you're saying, David. But me, no quarterback starts off with that team. It's a tough position to play. So I'd rather see if you can handle a position and throw all the cash your way if you can, rather than be the one who pays them, because, you know, history is saying he won't be your guy in the next couple of years. He's going someplace else.
Yeah, PJ Haggerty asking $4 million to play basketball.
Well, good luck. You can ask for everything.
Exactly. 97 won the ticket.
248-539-9797. Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney here in for Mike, who will be back on Monday. We got Tiger baseball coming up at 6:15. Tigers and the Royals. They will play tomorrow afternoon as well. And then tomorrow at 6 o'clock, yes, NBA playoffs with a local team playing. Sounds bizarre. Pistons, Knicks, game one right here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Yeah, what sounds more bizarre, that or it's 80 degrees out right now?
80?
80. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
we're
might have to
stuck in
go
studio.
hit some golf balls or do something. I don't know.
That's what Rieger's doing. You know,
Well, that's okay. He's allowed. He's allowed. That's right. He's got no show tonight.
No.
Because we got the big finish.
The big finish.
Absolutely.
We're here for an extra 10 minutes.
That's right.
All right.
All right. All right. Mr. Beard, I'm going to call you Dr. Beard for this because you are going to do a temperature check on Lion fans.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
A wellness check.
Mm-hmm.
Stoney, Lions fans they've been so quiet. During the season, I don't think anybody was more prouder of this team. We would have full phone lines if you said Detroit Lions, Goff, Holmes, Dan Campbell, whatever, trick plays. But after the loss to Washington, Lions fans just kind of went, I don't know where they've gone, into hiding or what. I haven't heard from them. We try to do topics, and it's meh. First couple weeks, I get it. It's a little disappointing. You went 15-2. You weren't expected. I mean, when you got people on this radio station calling for the double-digit disco and all of that.
You and PL, I know when you guys were talking with free agency, the phone lines were pretty packed because people wanted the Lions to do more than they actually did. And now we have the draft.
Right.
And usually in the past, when you had the Lions draft, it was people were
people
the
wanted
anticipation.
right.
Well, because it was their Super Bowl. Now, because the team is good.
See, but here's the thing. Kenny brought that up. Except for last year, Lions fans were still engaged, like draft pick and what you wanted. This year,
I think part of last year was the fact that the draft was here. I think that had a lot to do with it. Your other teams were not in the playoffs. Not that we're getting a lot of Pistons buzz, and I think people are just, for the Lions, because they're picking where they're picking, they're just willing to just say, all right, let's.
Stoney, we had more juice for WrestleMania, and that ain't even a real sport.
I know. Well, because it's only once a year.
248-539-9797. Lions fans, are you still dwelling? Are you still upset over the final results of your season, where you hit the highest of highs at 15-2, number one overall seed, only to lose the first game of the playoffs? Or is it what Stoney and Kenny said? The draft doesn't mean that much as it used to.
Correct.
Because you have bigger fish to fry. I would like to know, 248-539-9797, because I do think it's still a hangover from the Commanders.
It was all we had. It was all Lions fans had was the draft.
The draft used to be the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Now the Super Bowl is the Super Bowl.
Correct. And I think, I think there's a little bit of accuracy to what you said. People are they were fatigued a little bit.
Now, I think it's not fatigue. I think it was more of a, man, you went out there and you were getting high off your own supply. We're the best team ever. Look at this team. Look, we lost our best defensive player and we still winning games. We're going to the expectation was the Super Bowl, and you didn't come anywhere near the Super Bowl. And I think that humbled you. That humbled you so much so you got nothing to say anymore.
Maybe the fan base is kind of like Red Wing fans used to be a decade ago, where it's like, all right, just wait till March. Wait till the playoffs. Wake me up when the playoffs
So we've reached that point now?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Because we saw what happened where we had a great regular season, a spectacular regular season, despite the things like you talked about with the injuries, and they lose to the Commanders. And it's like, okay, wake me up when the playoffs start.
So
that's all that counts.
It was like the first couple of weeks. I'm like, all right, I get it. You're a little angry, but and David, am I wrong, or have you seen what I've saw?
Yeah, I have seen what you saw. They are very quiet. They are very silent. Yes, last year, yes, the draft was here. So that was part of the excitement and everything coming off an NFC title game. But I do think that some fans are just
Bro, if we didn't
sad.
say, David, if we didn't say the Lions were going to win by 10 points, oh, are you kidding me? You just team. Now, they don't want to talk about it.
Oh, people wanted to kick me out of the country because I said they might be 11. They're going to be 11-6. So I was wrong.
Yeah, they're crazy. They were upset about that.
Oh my God!
And now you try to talk Lions, and it's just, I just like, is it because you went 15-2 and you crashed and burned, or you guys could be right, Stoney? The draft doesn't mean as much to you anymore, and it's call me in January, and then I'll care about this team.
And the other thing is, there's no guy out there, especially where they're going to pick, that you're sitting there and you're salivating for.
But there was juice last, and I know the draft was in Detroit, but fans were all in on this team because all I heard was we were 30 minutes away from a Super Bowl, and they were fired up.
Yeah.
This year, you were 15-2, number 1 overall seed, and you lost it.
Let me read this text because I wonder if he's the only one that's going to express this, or will others? From Keith. I'm still pissed off about what happened against Washington. We were not ready for that game, and I'm not ready to talk about anything Lions because of it. I wonder if there's more like that.
I think Keith is kind of where everybody is. I don't think that fans have gotten over that game yet. And I think that by the time September rolls around, Stoney, they'll be ready because, okay, new season. But for right now, all that bragging that you did, all that traveling that you did, all the money that you spent was for nothing.
I don't think it's that as much as, okay, we lost both coordinators. We didn't make a splash in free agency.
Well, one coordinator, was a traitor in any way, and he wasn't no good.
That's a minority of people who said he was no good. But, the offseason hasn't been something right now leading up to the draft where you're really that excited right now. Like, let's say hypothetically that they got Trey Hendrickson or something. I think people's expectations for the draft would be a lot higher. I think going into the season.
See, I would think you went 15-2 and you got Aiden coming back.
I know.
248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket texts next.
I know many of you are going through the same thing that happened to me a few years back. Vision was deteriorating. I had a hard time seeing things up close, like the small print on my phone. Now I needed reading glasses. Hated them. So I saw Michigan's most experienced eye surgeon, Dr. Yaldo. He explained that by about our mid-40s, our natural lenses start losing flexibility. He recommended a recent remarkable innovation, bifocal implants. I said, let's do it. And amazingly, what a lifestyle boost it has turned out to be. Not only will I never need glasses, contacts, or readers again, but the implants gave me the best vision of my life. I see everything with stunning clarity from up close and from the nosebleeds. Now, for those of you who are younger, Dr. Yaldo's custom LASIK will also free you of glasses and contacts for good. Both procedures, fast and painless. Let me tell you something. I'm a wuss. Everybody knows I'm a wuss. It was fine. No pain. It's safe. Can have you back at work the very next day. So go to YaldoEyeCenter.com for a free, no-obligation evaluation. That's YaldoEyeCenter.com. 248-539-9797. Little wellness check on Lion fans. Because Rico doesn't think and David doesn't think, and I agree, there's not as much buzz right now as we're less than a week away from the draft. In fact, we're a week away from, round 2 and round 3 from Green Bay. And I think there's a variety of reasons. I'm not so sure the loss to Washington is one of them. These guys obviously feel differently. Let's hear what you have to say. 248-539-9797 on this. You said it was 80 degrees outside?
Yeah, according to my phone, it's 80.
Wow. Matt, excuse me. Phil, what's up?
Hi, guys. How we doing?
Good.
So I was thinking about it over the commercial break, and I think the reason, at least for me, is twofold. Number one, what happened 2 years ago when we lost to San Francisco, in my eyes, that was an unexpected, pleasant surprise that we got that far and we were in that position. But last year, when we lost to Washington, we expected to be in the position that we were, but with an unfortunate outcome. So that's still lingering. And number two, I think, at least for myself, we are so far back in the draft line that it's hard to pinpoint who exactly we might get. There's so many picks ahead of us, and anything can happen.
Yeah, but Phil, weren't you in pretty much the same spot last year in the draft?
Well, that is true, but that's where I'm saying my first point comes in about we were all excited because we thought what could be for this next year, which was last year, and we achieved the success that we wanted to, but we didn't get as far in the playoffs. I'm extremely interested as to who they're going to pick in the draft, but it's hard to pinpoint who they're going to get.
Well, it is difficult to figure it out, no doubt about it, when you're picking that high. But yeah, look, it's human nature. You were so disappointed in both years, but yeah, the anticipation for last year's season was at an all-time high. Now, because of the loss, maybe, and the loss of some people, coaches.
Tony, last year you got everything you wanted. Everything. Yeah. The road to the Super Bowl was going through Detroit. Yeah. You didn't have to worry about the NFC Championship game. You were going to have your fans who sold out not just here, but you were traveling all across the country following this team. And then came the Commanders.
Yep. Let me read this ticket text because, yes, they are telling us what they're feeling. Rico, I checked out with the Lions after the Washington loss. Goff's performance was horrible. Wish they didn't give him the money and the years. Someone else says it's a combination of picking late, first round, and the Tigers' Pistons being good again.
Okay. You know what? Fair. Because it used to be Lions. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Lions, we would have 11, 12 lines all lit up. As soon as one person got off, the next person was calling, taking that spot. Now, I don't want to talk about it. That's what it really feels like. Hey, what about the line? I don't want to talk about it. I'm not ready. I am not ready right now. Talk about something else. We'll talk about the Pistons. We'll talk about wrestling. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. I don't want to talk about the Lions.
Matt and Flint, what's up?
Hey, guys. How you going? How's it going today?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, the guy previous kind of stole a little bit of my thunder. The year before, it was kind of a year of no one expected us to make the NFC Championship, so we were on a roller coaster ride. Into the draft, it continued, and it was in Detroit, so there's a lot of hype continuing into our 15-2 number one seed. And then we got kicked in the teeth by Washington. And my friends and I, we all, re-upped on all of our Lions attire and stuff, but none of us even mention it now because we're not over it. So I think that's kind of why we're not seeing any hype for this draft, is because it killed all of our momentum.
A little bit of a hangover still?
Yeah, and Dan Campbell's words after that loss in San Francisco, we may never get this opportunity again. I think about that quote probably once a week when I think of the team. It hits. And, we had it made in the shade and worst half of football.
Did it feel like last year was a waste. You did all of that for nothing.
Yeah, and so it definitely killed the momentum.
Yes,
And
it
that's why I
absolutely
think you're
feels
not
that way,
seeing
Rico.
Kenny, I'm talking to my friend
And
Matt.
I'm very annoyed by your line of questioning.
I'm talking to Matt. I'm trying to help Matt get through this. Okay, you're just angry.
Oh, did that hurt your feelings? Yes. What do you
I did not
want?
say it like that. I'm having a conversation with Matt. David, would you please cut his mic off? Matt, I apologize.
Hey, Matt, who do you want the Lions? Who do you want the Lions to pick on Thursday?
I don't have a preference. I just hope it's a big man on the line. That's pretty much all I care about.
Okay. Which line, defense or offense? They need both.
I'm actually more concerned on the offensive line due to age and injury concern. I don't know if Glasgow's got enough in the tank for another season of high performance. I worry about Ragnall's health, and then I look at Taylor Decker, starting to look like age is catching up to him. So the offensive line is actually my biggest need to start finding the replacements.
I have nothing to say as far as being against that, and I know a lot of people who have pass rush on their brain, rightfully so, but if they would take, let's say, Gray Zabel or the kid from Texas, Banks, I believe is his name, right?
Take a big person. That's all I'm saying. Take a big person, offensive or defensive line.
Yeah.
Kenny, am I allowed to say that, or am I being condescending?
I don't know anymore, Rico. It's hard to tell with you.
Jeez,
This whole exercise has felt less like a wellness check and more like a rub it in your nose in a type of deal.
How is it a rub it in the nose? My team is picking 11th.
Hold on. I will tell you this, though. While we were behind the glass, you all became friends. Because when you asked the question, Tony asked the question about offensive v defensive line, you said yes, he said both. So you all became friends again. You're friends, guys.
Kenny, how am I rubbing it in?
Just gotta.
Your team did better than my team.
Yeah, that's great, Rico. That doesn't help me. That doesn't make me feel better.
You know what, Kenny? This may help you feel better. When?
I'm just.
And the true colors come out there, and he's showing his stripes, ladies and gentlemen.
I like the fact that you guys are on the same page, draft wise. So basically, we're going to let Kenny and Rico cook. Let's go to Sean. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Oh my! What is going on with the feelings? So get over your feelings. Any Lions fan knew that once Aleem went down in that Buffalo game, our chances of winning a Super Bowl were out the window.
I agree. You know what, Sean? I said they were not going to win the Super Bowl after that. I didn't think they would lose to Washington, but I thought they wouldn't win the Super Bowl.
Me either. And that's the thing. So we lost the game early. Get over it. I mean, it was the injuries that did it. We got the best damn roster in football coming back. And our general manager is getting ready. Yes, we do. Okay. And we are getting ready.
The Eagles are better than your roster.
Hey. Let's Sean finish.
We would have beat the Eagles if we were healthy. So we have the best roster in football coming back, and our general manager is getting ready for a draft that's going to be super exciting. He's going to add to this roster. We were a great football team last year. We got beat up by injuries. We had bad luck. That's it. Otherwise, we'd have won the damn. Like Mike Valenti said it all year, we're winning the Super Bowl until the same game.
Yeah, so
Lee McNeil got hurt, and that was the final straw. We couldn't sustain anymore. Look, am I disappointed we lost to Washington? Of course, we should have still beat Washington, but we one game earlier because the Eagles were going to crush us.
Sean,
with that roster,
I'll ask you the same question I just asked Matt. Who do you want on the pick on Thursday?
What I want him to trade up and get his guy, one of his bucket guys. I don't care who it is.
Who's your bucket guy? Who's yours?
I don't have. I
want to let Sean cook. Sean, go ahead.
I don't have one this year. I don't have one. I don't have a single guy. I would like to see offensive line help.
Okay.
Like the last caller said, I'm very concerned about the offensive line's age moving forward, and I know they'll address that. And I know we'll end up with a tight end at some point, and I know we'll end up with some defensive line help. That's all I know. I don't really have a guy this year. It's kind of a weird draft. I don't have that. Like, I loved Bolton back when Kansas City took him. I really wanted him bad. And so I don't see that guy in this draft. So,
okay. So you just want a big person,
you guys have
too.
a great weekend. It is so awesome to have a good basketball team and an exciting baseball game tonight.
Yes, it is.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Where's that hockey team?
Yeah, and hockey's my favorite sport, but thankfully for me, I'm a bigger NHL fan than I am a Red Wing fan. I am a Red Wing fan, but I love hockey playoffs, so it's my favorite time of year is coming.
It's going to be great. Go Ottawa.
You proud of yourself, David?
Yes, I am. Kenny's gone.
I know.
Are you proud of? For those, it's radio. Kenny just threw his
Kenny-
headphones
Kenny's
out
outta
and
here.
walked out of the room.
Kenny left.
Look, I don't understand why he got so upset. Like, I'm just Lions fans have been AWOL. So my thing goes, are you still upset over that game? How is it? And he makes it sound like, oh, I'm being Jim Costa up in here. Really? Okay.
97.1 The Ticket. Thank you very much, Luke. By the way, also, it's good news about Parker Meadows. Matt Vierling progressing through return to play throwing program, hitting, batting practice, and completing defensive drills, so he'll be there shortly. And Emmanuel Margot initiated a return to play running program this week, completing rehab hitting tee along with playing catch daily. So that's good news. Brisky, yes, as Luke mentioned, goes to the DL. Hanafi comes back. All right. It's time, as we are less than 6 days away. We are exactly 6 days away, actually, from the NFL draft. It's football today.
You're right. We are a week away from round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft. Round 1 would have already happened. But what's strange so far about round 1 is that we are so close, and yet we have not seen one first-round pick traded in this year's draft. Not from a previous year, not from this year with a trade. So here's what I want to go through here. I have a list of players that possibly are on a trade list, maybe gets traded, maybe not get traded. It's just a simple yes or no. Do they get traded on draft night? Start with
yes.
Trey Hendrickson.
No.
I think Cincinnati's going to figure out a way to keep him.
No, I think that if he would have gotten traded, it would have happened before. I think this is just one of those that either he holds out or they figure out a way. But I don't think Cincinnati wants to get rid of him. I think they're trying to find a way to place a Band-Aid over this to at least give themselves a little more time. And maybe some of the teammates, Burrow, can convince him, hey, you really want to be here. You don't want to do this. We got something big planning. So I'm going to say no as well.
The next guy, reports were with him is that him and the owner had come to an agreement during the combine, yet the owner didn't reach out to the agent, still hadn't reached out to the agent months later, and yet there's not a deal to this day done. That is Micah Parsons. Does he get traded draft night?
No effing way. Jerry is not going to let him go. He's going to do the whole Jerry song and dance and wait till the end and pay him more than he should have paid him about 5 months earlier. So, no, I don't think he's going to get traded.
If anything, David, this is where Dallas will come out with their blockbuster deal on draft night and say, hey, we have locked him up. They are losing. They got Dak coming off of injury. They can't afford any more bad news, or their fan base will just lose it. I mean, seriously, if you let him go because you screwed this thing up, I don't care if you are Jerry Jones, you won't be able to come back from this. I actually expect this is where you'll hear we came up with this blockbuster deal, and, you know, guys like Aiden Hutchinson will be happy and celebrating because they're like, well, I'm next.
The next guy on the list has had an interesting offseason. Within the last week, he has had a domestic situation. No charges were filed. The GM actually came out for the Miami Dolphins and said that they were not looking to trade this player, but multiple reports, multiple insiders say that they can get a large haul for one Tyreek Hill. Will he get dealt draft night?
I'm going to say yes.
2 years remaining on his deal.
I'm going to say yes, and I have a weird feeling, just a weird feeling, and they're not going to get the haul they think they're going to get. But a real late first-round pick, maybe, to go back to where he came from. Kansas City? I don't know.
He should be traded. He won't. But he should, because right now he's becoming more of a problem than adding value to the team. So it's the little stuff that keeps happening around him. At some point, you're not winning. You didn't bring anything to this team. So why are we keeping you around? Yeah, if Kansas City or New England or somebody says, hey, we'll take him off your hands, I think they will easily say, you know what, pack your bags, you're headed to Boston.
And I think going to Kansas City, he'd be in that culture where, okay, he might be flamboyant as ever on the field, but I think his off-the-field stuff will be managed a lot differently.
Does Kansas City really need him? Worthy actually played pretty good.
I know.
And Tyreek's lost a step.
He can be that slot guy all of a sudden.
See, I'm thinking maybe you go someplace like the Patriots who need a receiver, and you could be that guy, and you'll have less pressure.
I don't see him in Vrabel.
It ain't his choice of where he gets traded to, though.
Yeah.
I'm right, but I'm just saying.
I don't think
that's in division.
And I don't think Miami's trading him in the division.
Right.
But you never know.
Or maybe he goes to Tennessee.
Yeah.
So let's go to his teammate, one Jalen Ramsey, who the reports are, and from the GM himself, said that both parties have mutually agreed to seek a trade. So does Jalen Ramsey get dealt draft night?
Yes. I'm going to go before Stoney because Stoney keeps taking my answers. So, yes. Yes, I do think that he will be traded on draft night.
30 years old, owed $21 million.
There's the key, David. Is anybody going to be willing to give I don't think you're going to give up a first-round pick for that because you have to pay $21 million.
Oh, I don't think this is only for a first-round pick?
No. This is just trading draft.
I think he's going to get dealt, and I think that it may be, they may have to eat a little bit of that money as well. And depending on how much Miami's willing to eat, yeah, because you only would have to be on the hook for him for 1 year, and let's say it costs you a third or a fourth round selection. I would do that in a heartbeat.
You know what's an interesting team for them, although it probably doesn't fit their culture, so to speak, because you never know what's going to happen with their starting cornerback. I don't think he's going to be there next year. Green Bay.
Yeah. No, that's actually a really good fit for him. Because I was thinking, because either that or I would take it if Robert Saleh says, you know what, we want him. The Niners, take him. You got the money.
Right.
You cut everybody. You traded away everybody.
That's interesting you bring up the Packers because the draft is in Green Bay. Next two guys on the list are wide receivers. One plays for my team, one plays for your team, Rico. George Pickens, Brandon Ayuk. Do either get traded?
They get traded for each other. No.
No,
I know.
I know Ayuk. I don't think Ayuk gets traded because they have to pay him, like his bonus kicked in.
His bonus has already kicked in.
Right, on April 1st.
$22.85 million.
So at this point, no. If he was going to get traded, it was going to be back last month. Once April 1st happened and he wasn't gone, I don't see that happening because unless somebody's willing to basically pay for that bonus that's kicking in, which I don't think they will. Pickens, David, I don't know what your team is doing. I don't. The fact that they make the playoffs is the only reason why nobody makes fun of them. Because they're the Giants. They're the playoff version of the Giants.
Ayuk being traded, going back to your team, doesn't make sense to me either because you have somewhat of a foundation for at least for 1 year before they decide, before the Purdy thing gets, taken care of, which you will get taken care of. Because you'd have him, Pearsall, and Kittle. And McCaffrey coming back. Granted, we don't know how healthy he is. You still have a really good offense. So I wouldn't trade him.
Stoney, here's the other thing. Ayuk's not going to be ready game one.
Okay.
That's the other, people he's still going to be out for a little bit of time for probably the first 4 or 5 games before he's fully back because this happened, I think, in week 6 last year when he got injured. So it's the same reason why I caution people, don't believe that Aiden Hutchinson is just going to come back in game 1 and tear it up.
No.
Give him a little time.
And then the thing with Pickens, David, I don't think anybody's going to give up anything for him. He's such a conundrum mentally.
You're exactly right. The final player is intriguing because it could have an impact on the actual draft at number 3 for the Giants, and it is Kayvon Thibodeau. Here's why I say it. 5th-year option can be picked up by May 1st, and the GM right now is not committing to picking up the 5th-year option. I don't know if that's leaning towards a draft decision with Abdul Carter, or he's just trying to leave it open, or he actually doesn't want to pick it up. But could you see Kayvon Thibodeau traded if they draft Abdul Carter? Maybe, right?
If they trade Kayvon Thibodeau, this will be Mike, because that was the whole purpose of getting Carter is to pair him up with him. And if Thibodeau's on the market, every team, not just Detroit, Stoney, every team's gonna be like, whoa, what do you want? What do you want from? They may actually be able to squeeze a 2nd-round pick from somebody.
Oh, if I was the Lions, I'd give up their pick at 28 as second.
You gotta let Brad cook.
Whatever. He'd be cooking and make the trade. Yeah.
But yes, it would be foolish.
Right. I don't think they're going to trade him because they have him and Burns, on one side, And who knows?
Dexter Lawrence in the middle.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. Great. That's one where I don't care that you're being stupid. I'm just going to take advantage of you. Every team's going to try to take advantage of the Giants if that's the case.
And that is in Football Today.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Tigers aiming to make it 2 straight wins over the Royals tonight in Game 2 of a 4-game series at Comerica Park. Here's how the Tigers will line them up against KC ace Cole Reagans this evening. Leading off the designated hitter Justin Henry Malloy. Gleyber Torres batting second and playing second. Riding the green up from the 5 spot to the 3 spot. He'll play center field tonight. Andy Ibanez playing third and cleaning up, batting fifth, and playing first is Spencer Torkelson. Kerry Carpenter will hit 6 and play left today. Javi Baez at shortstop, batting 7th. Tomas Nido will do the catching tonight and bat 8th, and Zach McKinstry playing right and batting 9th. Jackson Jobe on the mound. That first pitch at 6:40, pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Travel day for the Pistons today. They're headed to the Big Apple for the playoff opener against the Knicks tomorrow. It is the culmination of one of the best turnarounds in NBA history. Forward Tobias Harris has got this advice for his young Piston teammates making their playoff debut. Pistons, of course, won just 14 games last year. Their 30-game improvement was the best by a team ever that earned fewer than 20 victories the previous season. Vegas favoring the Knicks, but the public money's on the Pistons. Tip-off tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And Michigan wraps up spring ball with their annual Maize and Blue scrimmage in Ann Arbor tomorrow. It marks the big house debut of prized freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood. Michigan State's got no spring game this year. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That's right. It is the big finish, guys, and I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to what we talked about today. You guys can talk about it, but I have to first publicly apologize to Kenny for what I did to him in the last segment. It wasn't necessary. I get it. The Wings are not in the playoffs. I did not need to have the low blow. So let's get to the big finish here.
Hey, David, real quick. Have you ever known Kenny when the Wings have been in a playoff team?
No. See, now what he's doing it.
You know what? I mean, come on. What are we doing here?
Well, he's been salty for 3 weeks. I have no idea what's been going on with David.
There's been something weird about David the last few weeks. You are right.
Like, Jesus. Hey, Dave, you see that? Let it burn. Okay, Daryl Strawberry.
Let's get to it, guys. Let's start with what we just talked about. Lions fans being honest, because you asked the question, is there a fan hangover before the draft? They're silent, not really talking, not really into it. And many fans did text in and say, yes, the Washington game has lessened my